Chapter 141. The escort team continued on their journey and only slowed down slightly when night fell. They arrived at a village in the countryside to lodge for the night. How could there be an inn in the village? Only the members of the escort team pitched their own tents and set up a camp. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xiaohu aside in private and whispered a lot to him. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and patted his head, saying, "It should be fine here. Look, we've set up camp at the entrance of the village. It's densely populated here, so even if someone harbored evil intentions, they would have their reservations. Besides, it's only our first day out, so of course we'll be vigilant and be careful. If I were to rob someone, I would definitely choose a deserted area in the next few days." Zhang Xiaohu paused for a moment before continuing. Also, this route has been taken by the people of the escort agency in the past. The campsites along the way have all been used in the past. Don't be fooled by how fast the convoy is moving today. In fact, we've been controlling our speed. If there are no other accidents, the entire situation will be under our control. Moreover, don't be fooled by escort leader Luo's laziness. He's actually an expert in the escort agency. He's extremely experienced. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's indignant expression, he said, "All right, just wait and see if you don't believe me. It's a good opportunity for you to learn more. When you grow up, you can also become an escort leader in the agency." "Oh, right, we've been busy these few days. How's your wound?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled up her sleeves. Her wound was almost healed. Zhang Xiaohu was relieved and said, "It's good to be a child. If it's an adult, you'll have to rest for a few more days." Then, he thought of something and asked, "Also, Xiaohua, your right hand." Zhang Xiaohua knew that her second brother was thinking about her injury. She smiled and said, "It's almost healed. I feel that the fingers on my right hand are more nimble now and I can use some strength. It seems like I'm just short of being able to clench my fist completely." After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and reluctantly made a fist in front of Zhang Xiaohu. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he repeatedly said, "Good, good." His eyes were wet. Thinking about it, it made sense. She brought her younger brother out to mingle, and because of her, her younger brother's right hand was crippled. No matter how she looked at it, her younger brother's right hand was obviously getting better, and it seemed that it would soon recover to its original state. How could she still be as calm as water? Surging emotions was the right way to go. At the same time, he also had a trace of worry in his heart. The doctor who looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand was a veteran doctor of the Lotus Escort Agency. He had been in the agency for several decades and had treated countless injuries, bones, pulses, and internal and external injuries. His eyesight was extremely accurate. He had said before that Zhang Xiaohua's hand would never recover. Naturally, this was the accumulation of several decades of experience, so it couldn't be wrong. He didn't know if his younger brother's recovery had exceeded his expectations, or if Zhang Xiaohua's hand had already recovered to the point where it couldn't be recovered anymore. However, Zhang Xiaohu immediately calmed down. No matter how the doctor looked at it, Zhang Xiaohua had already recovered to such an extent that it had greatly exceeded his expectations. Whether or not he could practice the fist technique was another matter. At least in the future, he wouldn't have any problems. Finally, Zhang Xiaohu's heart relaxed a little. After exhorting Zhang Xiaohua a few more words, Zhang Xiaohu went to busy himself with his own matters. The escort team set up camp in an extremely methodical manner. It didn't take long for them to get up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't help at all. After asking about Zhang Xiaohu's tent, Zhang Xiaohua took some things from the carriage and put them all into the tent. Not long after, Yuan Chongqing came to call Zhang Xiaohua. Ever since he found out that Zhang Xiaohua's food allowance was going to be deducted, Yuan Chongqing took even more care of Zhang Xiaohua. Whenever there was something to eat or drink, Zhang Xiaohua would look for him. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and followed Yuan Chongqing to eat and drink. That night, Zhang Xiaohua slept very soundly. When the sun rose and he opened his eyes, the first thing he said was, "Second brother, Was there a robbery last night? Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. He knocked him on the head and scolded jokingly, "Are you still sleeping?" After breakfast, the escort team set up camp and continued on their journey. More than 10 days had passed, but there were no signs of robbery. They didn't even have the chance to camp out in the open. Zhang Xiaohua became increasingly suspicious. If Yen hadn't taken the shortcut that day, would others have had the opportunity to sneak up on their campsite? The further north they went, the colder the weather became. The cold wind on the road also became stronger. The huge triangular flag embroidered with the word "Lotus" crackled in the wind. On this day, they happened to be traveling on one of the few mountain roads. The escort team had already slowed down and was advancing slowly. Zhang Xiaohu also stayed behind and followed Zhang Xiaohua's carriage slowly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the snow-covered shrubs on both sides of the road in boredom. She thought to herself, "Isn't this the perfect environment for a robbery? Will the mountain bandits appear?" Just as she was thinking, she heard a hurried sound of a gong. A loud voice shouted in front of them, "I planted this tree and opened this mountain. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Someone is robbing us?" Zhang Xiaohu glared at Zhang Xiaohua helplessly and said, "Why are you so happy when you hear that someone is going to rob us?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "We met some mountain bandits last time. There were more than 10 of them and they played with us in a best of 3. It was quite fun. Besides, don't we have dozens of people in our escort team? Why would we be afraid of them? Wouldn't we be able to defeat them in a few moves?" Gosh, Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself, so Xiaohua wants to watch the show. Zhang Xiaohu rebuked, "Last time, you encountered a dozen or so bandits. You can't say that there are only a dozen bandits. Although our escort team has a lot of people, if there are hundreds of bandits, how can we deal with them? Didn't you and I end up as captives?" "Ah, I see." Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Then what should we do? Who knows how many bandits there are? Are there any strong ones that even second brother can't defeat?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu comforted him, "Xiaohua, sit in the car. I'll take a look in front. I think escort leader Luo has already gone over." Zhang Xiaohua was not obedient and begged, "Second brother, take me with you. I want to see the mountain bandits that only appear once in 100 years. Is that okay?" She was actually acting coquettishly as she spoke. Zhang Xiaohu looked at this younger brother that he doted on. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, come and sit behind me. But remember, when we get there, don't say a word." Zhang Xiaohua immediately jumped down from the car and ran in front of Zhang Xiaohu's horse. Zhang Xiaohu bent down and reached out to grab his hand. With a tug, he pulled him up and made him sit behind him. Then, he whipped his horse and slowly walked to the front of the convoy. The convoy of 20 carriages was quite long. The escorts and guards of the escort agency were all armed and protected the convoy tightly. No one was like Zhang Xiaohua, who went to the front to watch the show. Zhang Xiaohu whipped his horse and walked to the front of the convoy. He was not in a hurry to go forward. There was an empty space in front of the convoy and a few escorts had already rushed over. Escort leader Luo, who usually looked lazy, was riding at the front of the convoy. He kicked a long spear in his hand and looked calmly ahead. Zhang Xiaohua secretly poked her head out from under second brother's armpit and carefully looked forward. When she saw the situation clearly, she couldn't help but gasp. Unlike the last time, there were more than 10 people and a few horses. In front of the convoy, there were over a dozen burly men holding various weapons sitting on tall horses. They looked at them coldly, and behind the horses, there were over a dozen burly men who were also holding weapons. They all stood calmly, as if they were in a neat formation. They did not have the laziness of the bandits that he saw last time. Moreover, what made Zhang Xiaohua the most nervous was that there seemed to be many people hidden in the trees on both sides. They seemed to be surrounding the entire convoy. Zhang Xiaohua asked softly, "Second brother, what should we do? There are so many people, I don't think we can fight them. Should we start fighting? You have to be careful, why aren't you holding a weapon? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu seemed to be unusually quiet. He said softly, Xiaohua, don't say anything. Just watch quietly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately shut her mouth when she heard this. Indeed, at this moment, escort leader Luo, who was standing in front of the convoy, moved. He shook the reins and let the horse slowly move forward until it reached the center of the empty space. Then, he cupped his fists and said, May I know who are the people in front of us? Please come forward and speak. Hearing this, a red-faced, square-faced man among the mountain bandits on the opposite side also urged his horse to move forward. The two horses only stopped when they were close enough. That person also cupped his fists and returned the greeting. I am Yang Shua, the big boss of Withered Grass Mountain. May I know how to address you? Escort leader Luo said, I am Luo Rueha, the escort leader of Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. My bodyguard is just passing by, please be magnanimous. The leader of the mountain frowned and said loudly, Oh, so it's a friend from Misty School from afar. Please hold the flag and take a look. When escort leader Luo heard that he had met the person in question, he was happy to follow the rules of the underworld. He said, Chief Yang, please wait a moment. Then, he turned his horse back and walked to the front of the convoy. He shouted, Please hold the flag. Thus, the two escorts beside the first carriage dismounted from their horses and came to the front of the carriage. They respectfully took down the escort flag from the carriage and walked to escort leader Luo's horse to hand the flag to him. Escort leader Luo held the flagpole with both hands and waved it in the air. Then, he turned his horse and returned to the empty space in the center of the convoy. Chief Yang, who had been waiting for escort leader Luo, examined the escort flag carefully and nodded. Then, he cupped his fists at the escort flag and said with a smile, You are indeed a friend from Misty School. This Yang has neglected you. If you have time, please come to the stronghold for a chat. Escort leader Luo smiled and said, Of course, of course. I came and went in a hurry today and didn't have time. If I pass by next time, I will definitely pay you a visit. Chief Yang said, Then please have a safe journey, escort leader Luo. This is the token of our stronghold. You may travel for 500 miles. Then, he shook his hand and threw a small token over. Escort leader Luo smiled and said, Thank you very much. There is a small token of our appreciation on the back. Please accept it, Chief Yang. Chief Yang nodded and said, Thank you, escort leader Luo. This one will not see you off. Have a safe journey. Then, he cupped his fists again and returned to his camp. He said a few words to the people behind him and the dozen or so horses followed him back into the forest. Escort leader Luo also turned his horse back when he saw the bandits leave. He gave a few instructions to the escorts behind him and then gestured for the convoy to continue moving. Zhang Xiaohu saw the convoy move and brought Zhang Xiaohua back to the back of the carriage. However, Zhang Xiaohua refused to get down and clung to second brother's horse. Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, Let's ride for a while more. When I reach the front, you have to return to the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua nodded profusely. By the time Zhang Xiaohua and the convoy passed through the empty space, the entire convoy had already passed by. Zhang Xiaohua saw the escort that escort leader Luo had instructed earlier with a bag of items in his hand. He rode to the bandit's side and handed it to a bandit who was guarding there. The bandit took the bag and weighed it in his hand. He smiled and cupped his fists at the escort before he left. The escort immediately rode back to the front of the convoy. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She asked Zhang Xiaohu in a low voice, Second brother, why is this robbery so strange? They don't kill each other, and they don't even play 2 out of 3 games. Why did they just let it pass? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, What do you think robbery is? Is it just fighting and killing? Zhang Xiaohua said, If they don't fight and kill, how are they going to wait for the loot? Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised and said, Haha, there's nothing strange about it. I thought the same as you at first. The first time I encountered a robbery, I was so nervous that I was sweating. But after a few more times, it's always been the same. All bark and no bite. Only now do I understand what's going on. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, is there an inside story? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. Bandits rob people for nothing more than money, and there's a method to it as well. If they just fight and kill, they'll be at a disadvantage. As the ancients say, killing 1,000 people will hurt 800 of your own men. There's a price to pay for killing. If you can get 10,000 guans of riches for each kill, then it's naturally worth it. But where would you find such a good business? Let's not talk about this road of yours. If people often die here, the merchants in the future will take a detour. If they don't take this road, won't you lose your source of income? Moreover, every time you fight and kill, how many brothers do you have to risk their lives for? Therefore, robbing also requires skill. If you can avoid fighting, then don't fight. Even if you don't get much money each time, as long as you get something every time, then won't you be able to make a long-term profit? Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully and said to herself, as the ancients say, there are 360 professions, and every profession produces its own master. As a bandit, you also need to have a professional eye. Zhang Xiaohu continued, when merchants travel on the road, they're usually aware of the risks. If they don't have much money, then they're naturally not too afraid of bandits. When they encounter bandits, they just have to offer some money. If they have a lot of money, then they'll have to find someone to protect them. An escort agency just happens to be doing this kind of business. Bodyguards of an escort agency followed the same logic as bandits robbing. Both of them had to pay attention to harmony and wealth. If one were to blindly use force, then the bandits would not be able to get along with you. Then, the escort agency would cease to operate because it would not be able to withstand constant fighting and killing. Therefore, the most important thing in an escort agency was to maintain one's reputation. If your reputation is big enough, then many bandits will know your signboard. Naturally, they'll look out for each other when they encounter you. Look out for each other? Zhang Xiaohu was a little stunned. Yes, look out for each other. In other words, the escort agency will give the bandits some money according to the value of their bodyguards' belongings as payment for passage. The bandits will accept it with a smile and let you go. Just like today, you didn't have to worry about being harassed by bandits for 500 li, Zhang Xiaohu explained. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, second brother, when you put it that way, it sounds like we're friends. Zhang Xiaohu blinked and said, snakes and rats are a family. Hee, that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, if there's no escort agency's protection, then what if the merchants are willing to give so much money? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, if there's no escort agency's protection, then the merchants are like a piece of braised pork. Who wouldn't want to eat them in one bite? Why would they care about the little benefits you give them? Zhang Xiaohua asked again, then there were so many bandits just now. If they all came at once, then our escort agency probably wouldn't have been able to deal with them. Wouldn't they have eaten them all in one bite? Even if there were some casualties, it would have been worth it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, then we'll have to talk about another aspect. There are big and small escort agencies and their strength is uneven. If it were a small escort agency, then there would naturally be this risk. However, our Lotus Flower Escort Agency is backed by the Misty School. To put it bluntly, we're just a tool for the Misty School to amass wealth in the escort agency. They might be able to eat up the entire convoy, but then they would have to face the Misty School's thunderous retaliation. That Misty School is a famous sect in the Jianghu. They could just casually send some of their disciples to wipe out the entire nest of bandits. How would they have the guts to do that? Zhang Xiaohu became excited as he spoke. He swallowed his saliva and continued, there's another point. For these bandits to be able to take over the mountain and call themselves kings, they can't do without the support of the nearby Jianghu sections. And this sect should have an escort agency similar to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. If they don't give us face, not only can the Misty School eliminate these bandits, they can also know the bandits within their sphere of influence and rob and kill their escort agency. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I understand. Actually, to put it bluntly, martial strength is still the most important thing. If you're strong, then everyone can talk it out and part ways. Harmony breeds wealth. If you're weak, then you can only swallow your broken front teeth. That's right. Does that mean that the bandits of Shichui Mountain are backed by the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I don't know about that. But Shichui Mountain is too small. Even if they want to rely on the Misty School won't pay them any attention. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, AI, this Jianghu is too complicated. It's really hard to explain. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said happily, if that's the case, then wouldn't the escorts of your escort agency be very safe? You don't have to risk your lives. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, how can it be as free and unfettered as you say? There will always be bandits who don't know their limits and come to rob us. Being an escort agency is a profession that licks blood from the edge of the blade. Don't you see that the agency has to recruit new bodyguards and escorts every year? Then where did the old people go? But I'm only an escort right now. It's not my turn to do these kinds of things. Zhang Xiaohua listened and was silent in her heart. Chapter 142. A typical robbery in the pugilistic world ended just like that. Zhang Xiaohua, who had originally thought that she would be able to witness a good show, was instead taught a good lesson by Zhang Xiaohu. Although she did not see the bloody side of the pugilistic world, she understood the greed and the exchange of power and money in the pugilistic world. At the same time, she also understood that in the pugilistic world, only the fist was the boss. In the following days, Zhang Xiaohua prayed that they would not encounter any more robbers or bandits. It was very different from when they first arrived. However, the wind and rain of the Jianghu would not change because of a certain person's thoughts. Along the way, it was not a sunny road. Along the way, they still encountered some blind thieves who did not put the Lotus Escort Agency and the Misty Sect in their eyes. However, as long as they were not arrogant and did not make a fart, how much insight could those thieves have? Basically, under the powerful force of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's escorts, who were united with escort leader Luo at the center, the group collapsed. However, heaven and earth were merciless, and swords and spears had no eyes. A few of the escorts were still injured, and one of them even had his wrist almost chopped off. Although the escorts had the best medicine on them, and the team had also found the best doctor at the next town they stopped at, the injury was still very serious. His life was saved, but his hand was completely crippled. For the rest of the journey, the injured escort lay in the carriage behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua could see his listless eyes and gloomy expression from time to time. This made Zhang Xiaohua, who was originally very lively, feel unusually heavy. Fortunately, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's martial skills were still quite good. There was only one seriously injured escort along the way. Although Zhang Xiaohua felt very uncomfortable, escort leader Luo was very happy. He felt that he was blessed by a lucky star and that the journey back was too smooth. This small town by the sea was really far from Pingyang City. They had only entered the Misty School's territory after traveling for almost a month. The escorts seemed to be very sensitive about their own family's sphere of influence. According to the original plan, they were supposed to arrive in the afternoon, but because one of their carriages broke down and delayed their journey, they only arrived at a remote mountain village in the afternoon. If it had been a few days ago, the convoy would have set up camp and rested. But tonight, not only escort leader Luo, but the other escorts were also determined to continue their journey. Even if they had to travel at night, they had to reach their own family's territory first. Therefore, the group of people drove the carriages forward under the cover of dusk and only entered a small town when it was close to midnight. As soon as they entered the town, escort leader Luo let out a long sigh and shouted, "Brothers, we're in our own territory now." Haha. Everyone laughed as well, causing the sleepy Zhang Xiaohua to look at them with a puzzled expression. For the next few days, the escort team was obviously not as strict as before and their itinerary was also much more casual. Therefore, by the time they reached Pingyang City, it was already midnight. Although Pingyang City was a city, it was only an inland city and did not have much strategic significance. Therefore, out of the 4 city gates, only 3 were closed at night and 1 was left open for people to enter and leave. This was also one of the reasons why the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's convoy was traveling at night. Who wouldn't want to return to the agency early, wash up, put everything down and sleep easily? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua had already fallen into a deep sleep when the convoy was just nearing Pingyang City. The convoy quickly arrived at the entrance of the escort agency. It was already late at night and the door of the agency was naturally closed. Someone went up and knocked on the door. When the person who opened the door saw that it was the escort team who had returned, he no longer complained about being disturbed in the middle of the night. He hurriedly opened the middle gate and ordered more than 20 carriages to be driven to the square of the escort agency. The dozens of people returning to the escort agency caused quite a commotion and the guards at the gatehouse were aware of it. The leader first congratulated escort leader Luo for safely bringing the people from the escort agency and the merchants back to Pingyang City. Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, you're finally back. Fourth Master Wen has been looking for you for many days. He instructed us to bring you to see him immediately once you're back. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Why? He carefully confirmed, must I go even if it's midnight? The guard smiled bitterly and said, Fourth Master said so, but he didn't say what time it was. Since you're back now, I think you should make a trip there. Otherwise, it won't be good if Fourth Master gets angry. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, all right then. Thank you for the reminder. Then, Zhang Xiaohu went to the square. He first carried the unconscious Zhang Xiaohua and placed her on the Kong bed in his small house. Then, he tidied up his belongings and brought them back into the house. Only then did he hesitantly go to the inner courtyard and into Fourth Master Wen's room. It was already past midnight and Fourth Master Wen's courtyard was quiet. Zhang Xiaohu tiptoed to the door and hesitated. Just as he was about to raise his hand and knock on the door, a slightly aged voice sounded from inside, Who is it? Why are you looking for me at this time? That voice sounded abruptly, scaring Zhang Xiaohu so much that he trembled. He was secretly impressed. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Fourth Master Wen's internal energy was one of the best in the Lotus Escort Agency. I've just approached the door and he heard me. AI, how much longer do I have to train to have this kind of achievement? Inside the room, Fourth Master Wen was furious. He cursed in his heart, which unlucky child is outside? Why doesn't he have any morals of respecting the old and loving the young? This old man usually has insomnia and difficulty sleeping. Today, I was coincidentally able to close my eyes early. I was just about to fall asleep when you woke me up. If you wanted to come, then come. Why did you have to tiptoe around? It made me think that you were some evil person. My old heart was so scared that it was thumping. If you hadn't raised your hand to knock on the door, this old man would have immediately jumped out of the window and beat you up. I'll let you know the consequences of waking an old man up. Zhang Xiaohu stood up straight. His tone was full of respect as he said, It's me, Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu? Fourth Master Wen asked hesitantly, What business do you have with me? When Zhang Xiaohu heard Fourth Master Wen question him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly said, Fourth Master, I just came back from running an escort mission outside. Xiao Si at the door said that you were looking for me. If he saw me, he told me to come see you immediately. Ah. Fourth Master Wen said angrily, so it's like that. Cough cough, Fourth Master Wen was so angry that he couldn't breathe properly. He actually coughed and drank a mouthful of water before continuing, Did I say that? However, even if I did say that, there's no need to come in the middle of the night. Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, Xiao Si said that your instructions were hurried and thought that it was something important. Moreover, you didn't say that you couldn't come in the middle of the night. That's why he informed me. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. When the sun rises, I'll come back to listen to your teachings. When fourth master Wen heard this, he said, "Oh, I know. I ordered this a month ago. It's been almost 2 months. I almost forgot. Sigh, I'm old and tend to forget things. Alright, you don't have to go back. Wait a moment, I'll get up now. Anyway, tonight will definitely be a sleepless night." Zhang Xiaohu waited quietly for a moment before fourth master Wen opened the door to let him in. The two of them sat down. Fourth master Wen poured some water for Zhang Xiaohu to drink. Only then did fourth master Wen stare at Zhang Xiaohu and say, "Zhang Xiaohu, this escort mission took quite a long time. It's been hard on you." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "I don't dare, fourth master Wen. I'm only escort leader Luo's assistant. Escort leader Luo makes many decisions. I'm just a helper." Fourth master Wen said with a smile, "This escort mission lasted past the new year. It's been hard on you. Do the subordinates have any complaints?" Zhang Xiaohu replied, "Nothing much. I just want the escort agency to give me more allowance. After all, it's for the agency to celebrate the new year outside. I can't reunite with my family." Fourth master Wen stroked his sparse beard and said, "Of course. The agency will not mistreat anyone who contributes to the agency. It's the same for going out for the new year, and it's the same for greater contributions." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He thought to himself, what does that mean? However, he still said respectfully, "Then I'll thank fourth master on behalf of my brothers for your care." Fourth master Wen waved his hand and said, "Haha, there's no need. It's what I should do." Then, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Did this escort mission go smoothly?" Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. He said, "Yes, it was very normal. We only met some common bandits along the way. Escort leader Luo handled them with ease." However, he thought to himself, what's the old man doing? Could it be that he can't sleep and wants to find someone to chat with? I'm tired. I still want to sleep. Fourth master Wen asked amiably, "Then when did you guys return to the agency?" Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, "Just now. We just entered the courtyard. I put the things in the room and came over." Fourth master Wen nodded and said, "Oh, then you didn't hear any news." "News?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "What news?" Fourth master Wen thought for a moment and changed his expression to one of grief. He said, "Zhang Xiaohu, you can be considered my confidant. It's fate that you and I are able to come to the Lotus Escort Agency as an escort. I think you also hold the belief that your youth, your passion, your sweat, and even your life will be dedicated to the agency." Zhang Xiaohu was even more stunned. These parallel sentences were said in such a refined manner that he couldn't quite react. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's shocked expression, fourth master Wen continued, "Back then, I was the same as you. I also had the same thoughts, to dedicate my life to the agency. You see, I've worked hard for most of my life to see the agency prosper to this day. The agency is my home. It's up to everyone to love their job. If we didn't have the thought of dedicating our lives, the agency wouldn't have been able to get to where it is today." Zhang Xiaohu felt dizzy. He said carefully, "Fourth master, did I do something wrong? Please guide me in time." Fourth master Wen smiled and said, "You did very well. You didn't embarrass me." Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and said, "Then you." Fourth master Wen changed into a sorrowful expression and said, "It's like this. I have some very sad news to tell you. I hope you can be mentally prepared. I think you should be prepared first. It's best if you take a horse stance and listen to me carefully. Also, don't be anxious after hearing it." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "What news, fourth master? You've said so much, making me feel like I'm shrouded in fog. I don't know what to do." Fourth master Wen nodded and said, "Not bad. As expected of the person I've chosen. Just this calmness alone is enough for you to take on great responsibilities. Then, fourth Master Wen said, actually, I think you should also know that as the saying goes, life is great, death is glorious. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. Some people are dead, but they're still alive in our hearts. Also, some people's deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, and some people's deaths are lighter than a goose feather. If one day I can reach this level, I'll have no regrets in this life. Zhang Xiaohu looked at fourth Master Wen's gushing words and sighed with emotion. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He only wanted to know what the news that made him so sad was. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. Could it be his home? Oh no, could it be the bandits of Shitsui Mountain? Or the bullies of Lu Town? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. What should he do? Fourth Master Wen seemed to not see Zhang Xiaohu's uncertain expression under the light. He continued to say, in a person's life, it's easy to do one or two good deeds. The rarest thing is to do good deeds every day. If you can do a few things that make people grateful for your whole life will be moved. Also, don't do small good deeds and don't do small evil deeds. No matter how big or small the good deeds are, they should be done persistently. Not to mention those who have sacrificed their own lives for the sake of others' lives. We should all remember this act of sacrificing oneself for others. On behalf of the Lotus Escort Agency, on behalf of Huanxi Mountain Villa, and on behalf of the Misty School, I would like to extend my highest respect to you. After saying this, fourth Master Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, alas, this bookbag fan's words are really hard to remember. I've already recited them countless times. Why can't they be pleasant to listen to? You can't blame me. I thought you would come back soon. Who knew that you would only come back today? I haven't looked at them for nearly a month. Alas, it must be hard on this old fourth master. He was sweating from memorizing them in the winter. It could be seen that memorizing them by rote wasn't the right way. Mastering them through a comprehensive study and understanding the memory was the hard way. When fourth Master Wen raised his head from the pile of old books and saw Zhang Xiaohu's gloomy face, he said sorrowfully, Zhang Xiaohu, it seems that you already know what I mean. The dead are gone, and the living have to continue living. You must restrain your grief and accept it. Turn your grief into strength and continue to work hard. Take over your brother's baton and carry on your brother's unfinished wish. Contribute your blood and your life to the Lotus Escort Agency and the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu's expression instantly became brilliant. His eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. He said in disbelief, my brother? Zhang Xiaohua? Fourth Master Wen nodded solemnly and said in an abnormally low bass voice, yes, it's your brother, Zhang Xiaohua. He's a good employee of Huanxi Manor, a good image of the Lotus Escort Agency, a good friend of the Misty School, and our hero. He will forever live in our hearts. Zhang Xiaohu stood up with a whoosh and said, this. Is there a mistake? Fourth Master Wen said unhappily, how can there be a mistake? Sit down, sit down. I was just praising you for your calmness. Why are you so hot-blooded now? I know you can't accept this news right away. That's why I had the escort agency's Fan Dashu write something like this. I've been telling you for half a day. Why are you still so careless? Why did you suddenly stand up in a fluster? Calm down, calm down. You must have the calmness to not panic in the face of a landslide. This is the basic quality that leaders like us should have. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and sat back down in his chair, saying, Fourth Master, I was a little surprised when I heard this news. That's why I jumped up. Please don't blame me. Fourth Master Wen stroked his sparse beard and said, not bad. You seem to have recovered very quickly. You have my style. Your future is limitless. I have high hopes for you. Then, Fourth Master Wen stood up and took out a small wooden box from a small cabinet behind him. He placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohu and said, although Zhang Xiaohua has left us, We will definitely publicize his touching deeds and let him leave his name in the history of Jianghu. However, the situation in Jianghu is changing rapidly. There are many situations that are disadvantageous to the Misty School. We cannot publicize Zhang Xiaohua's sacrifice to save his master for now. Therefore, we can only compensate in other ways. This was personally given to me by the Misty School's sect leader O Peng. He asked me to pass it to you as a sign of his deep respect for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu opened the wooden box in confusion. Inside was a thick stack of banknotes. At a glance, there were at least 100 banknotes. The banknote on the top was actually worth 100 taels. There were actually 10,000 taels of banknotes in this wooden box. Zhang Xiaohu was so frightened that he trembled. Ever since he was born, he had never seen so much money. This was enough to scare him to death. He pushed the wooden box and said, "Fourth Master, why is this? What happened to my little brother Zhang Xiaohua? Did they make a mistake? If they can't explain it clearly, how can I dare to accept this money?" Fourth Master Wen said, "I don't know the specific details. Huanxi Manor is very secretive. I can't find out anything for the time being. I only heard from Qiu Tong that your little brother Zhang Xiaohua loyally protected his master. In order to save Manor Lord O, he sacrificed his precious life." "What?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He said in surprise, "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know? Why didn't Xiaohua tell me?" "Tell you?" Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, "What did he tell you?" Zhang Xiaohu said solemnly, "Xiaohua, he's sleeping in my room right now." He followed the escort team all the way back. The brothers in the escort team all know this. However, he only said that he fell into the water during the night camp. He didn't tell me much. Fourth Master Wen's hand that was stroking his sparse beard trembled. A few more strands of beard fell off. His sparse beard became even sparser. He ignored the pain and stood up from the chair. Just like Zhang Xiaohu, he said in a stern voice, "Really? He's sleeping in your room right now?" He didn't seem to be as calm as when he was reprimanding Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu said, "Yes, he's sleeping soundly in my room." Fourth Master Wen quickly grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go quickly. Let me see." Zhang Xiaohu was pulled up by him. He thought to himself, calm down, calm down. Fourth Master Wen, you're also a leader. Chapter 143. In the end, Fourth Master Wen finally calmed down. He hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaohu's hand and ran all the way to Zhang Xiaohu's hut. Only when he saw Zhang Xiaohua sleeping soundly on the Kong bed did he truly calm down. Fourth Master Wen twirled his sparse beard and nodded repeatedly. His smile was as brilliant as a mountain flower as he said, "Good, good, good." The continuous cheers made Zhang Xiaohu confused. He didn't know if it was because Zhang Xiaohua was alive or because he had saved 10,000 taels of silver. Thinking of the thick stack of banknotes, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel envious. That was a huge sum of money. If it was his, how good would it be? However, looking at his brother's sweet smile in his sleep, this happiness made his heart warm. What banknotes? Even if it was a mountain of gold, he wouldn't exchange it. Fourth Master Wen said a few good words and didn't say anything else. He just stood there quietly. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what he meant, but he also accompanied him. After a while, Fourth Master Wen asked in puzzlement, "Zhang Xiaohu, you can't always make me stand." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. He quickly pulled over a stool and said, "Fourth Master, please sit." Fourth Master Wen stomped his feet and said, "Where can't I sit? Why would I come to your hut to be a cold bench?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, "Then Fourth Master Wen, please wait a moment. I'll go find a soft couch for you." Fourth Master Wen was angry and said, "You don't have any eyesight at all, not to mention sensitivity. You still want to improve? I don't think there's a way." Zhang Xiaohu quickly went forward and said, fourth master, look at what you're saying. Haven't I always been improving? What do you mean? Fourth master Wen said self-deprecatingly, I'm already standing here. Why haven't you woken up your brother? Let me ask him in detail. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood and thought to himself, if you want to wake him up, just say it. If you don't say it, how would I know? I can't read your mind. However, he didn't dare to say that. He continued to smile and said, Fourth master, it's not that I don't want to call my brother, but he has a problem with sleeping. As long as he's asleep, no matter how you call him, he won't wake up. If you don't believe me, you can try to push him yourself. Fourth master Wen was stunned and said in disbelief, is there such a thing? I don't believe it. After saying that, she stepped forward and pushed Zhang Xiaohua hard. She shouted in his ear, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's breathing was even and she was still sound asleep. Fourth master Wen thought for a moment and used both hands to pull Zhang Xiaohua out of the blanket and shook him in the air. Zhang Xiaohua's body was small to begin with. Now that fourth master Wen was holding him in the air, he really looked like a human-shaped toy. Zhang Xiaohu almost laughed out loud. Fourth master Wen saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still motionless as if he had lost consciousness and lost interest. He stuffed him back into the blanket and turned around with a smile. It seems like what you said is true. It seems like I've wronged you. Zhang Xiaohu quickly said, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Fourth master Wen thought for a moment and said, since your brother has returned safely, Manor Head O will definitely see him immediately if he knows. Tomorrow morning, tell him not to go anywhere. Someone will probably come to bring him back to the manor. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, all right, I understand. Fourth master, I'll watch over him and won't let him go anywhere. Fourth master Wen smiled and said, all right, then you should rest too. I'll go find the gate guard, Shao Si. He actually let you disturb my sleep. I'll definitely not forgive him. I'll send him to Huanxi Manor to deliver a message. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and didn't dare to speak. He was afraid that fourth master Wen would take his anger out on him. That fourth master Wen quickly walked to the door and didn't forget to look back at Zhang Xiaohua who was sleeping like a pig. He said to himself enviously, sleeping so sweetly. It's still good to be young. If I could sleep so sweetly, I wouldn't even exchange for 10,000 taels of silver. After saying this, he turned around and left reluctantly. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohu wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought, fourth master, can you give me 10,000 taels of silver and I'll exchange for it? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and carefully looked around. Only then did he realize that he had returned to the familiar little house when he was recuperating. He had just sat up from his bed when Zhang Xiaohu on the other side of the Kong bed woke up. He quickly got up and said, you're awake, Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, yes, second brother. You should sleep for a while more. I can't sleep anymore. Zhang Xiaohu was indeed tired. He laid down again and said, last night, fourth master Wen came and said that he had already sent a message to Huanxi Manor. He will definitely send someone to pick you up this morning and won't let you leave. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he asked, then do you know how the manor head and the others are? At this point, Zhang Xiaohu sat up from his bed with a "hoo" sound. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, speaking of which, I really have to ask you. Yesterday, fourth master Wen said that you sacrificed yourself to save Manor Head O. Everyone thought that you were already dead. What did this mean? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Today, you have to tell me clearly. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and said embarrassedly, this matter is very long. I'll tell you in detail in the future. Anyway, I'm not busy right now. I'm too lazy to tell you. If I tell you too much, you'll be worried instead. Zhang Xiaohu looked into Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and said seriously, Xiaohua, even if you don't tell me, when I find out, won't I be worried as well? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I know, second brother. I'll definitely tell you in the future. Is that not enough? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, forget it. You've grown up and have your own opinions. Do as you see fit. If you want to tell me, then tell second brother about it. If you don't want to, then hide it in your heart. Zhang Xiaohua said, no matter how much I grow up, you're still not my second brother. If there's anything to discuss, I'll definitely look for you. Don't worry. That's right, according to what you said, Manor Hedo should be fine. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, it should be. Otherwise, Fourth Master One would have said it last night. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's good. Alright, second brother, I'm going to practice my fist. You go to sleep. Zhang Xiaohu jumped up from the Kong bed and said, I'll go too. After hearing what you said, I can't sleep either. Thus, the two brothers went to the escort agency's martial arts training plaza one after the other. The 20 carriages that came back last night were still parked at one end of the plaza. It was still early and there weren't many people practicing their fist techniques in the plaza. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and was very happy. Although he felt that the Big Dipper magical fist that he practiced was perfect, it wasn't a fist technique that was circulated in Jianghu. He always felt that it was suitable for him to practice. If he were to practice it in public, he would always feel a little awkward and unpresentable. Zhang Xiaohua found an empty space and stood still with a pole. Following the path of the Big Dipper magical fist, he practiced each move. Zhang Xiaohu did the same. He practiced his most proficient 6 directions fist from beginning to end. When Zhang Xiaohu finished practicing, he felt very comfortable all over. He sighed and said, the ancients said that life lies in movement. They didn't deceive me. When he looked up, that Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing his fist techniques. Seeing his moves that were like moving clouds and flowing water, he must have succeeded in practicing the fist technique that he had perfected. Thus, he carefully looked at it. As expected, Zhang Xiaohu actually found 6 moves of the 6 directions fist technique from Zhang Xiaohua's fist technique. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but think to himself, Xiaohua's fist technique is really strange. It's a mess after changing it, but it can still be combined so fluently. It's really a rare miracle. The strangest thing was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop practicing. Zhang Xiaohu was even more puzzled. How many moves did this fist technique have? But when he took a closer look, he realized that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing it over and over again. When the number of people in the square gradually increased, Zhang Xiaohua finally finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 9 times. That warm flow flowed through his body with the last move. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua stop. Seeing his second brother looking at him from the side, he quickly ran over. Zhang Xiaohu saw his brother coming over and asked curiously, Xiaohua, do you practice your fist technique so diligently every day? Do you practice it many times every time? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, not many, just 9 times. It's useless to practice more. Zhang Xiaohu didn't mind when he heard that. He said, overdoing it is as bad as falling short. You have to be careful. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it and said, sometimes, I practice it 81 times a day. What's this? You see, I'm not panting and my face isn't red. Naturally, there's no problem. Zhang Xiaohu wanted to persuade him again, but he remembered that when he only knew the Lyoha fist, he also practiced it over and over again. So, he shut his mouth. At this time, the number of people practicing in the square had increased. The two of them walked back slowly. When they reached the door of the small courtyard, they heard a familiar voice behind them. It cried out in surprise, Zhang Xiaohua, it's really you. Zhang Xiaohua heard it and turned back in surprise. He shouted, Captain He, you're still alive? Zhang Xiaohu looked back. Wasn't it Captain He Tianshu from the Huanxi Mountain Villa's medicinal field? He Tianshu ran closer with a face full of joy. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, he couldn't help but say bitterly, Zhang Xiaohua, you're still alive. Why can't I be alive? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and muttered, I haven't seen you guys in a long time. I don't know about you guys. I'm just happy to see you. He Tianshu lovingly patted Zhang Xiaohua's head and said with a smile, It's okay, Zhang Xiaohua. Why would I mind? After he finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Zhang Xiaohu, we've met before. I'm He Tianshu from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Yesterday, I received a message from 4th Master Wen. The villa master was very surprised and asked us to pick up Zhang Xiaohua early in the morning. You see, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, 4th Master Wen already told me last night. You can bring him back to the villa now. Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, pay more attention to your safety in the future. Don't go to places where bears appear. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I know, second brother. That's right, didn't you want to know the ins and outs of the matter? Why don't you come with me to the villa? Sister Villa Master will definitely want me to tell her. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and shook his head, forget it. The escort team just returned last night. There must be a lot of things to do today. I'd better deal with the matters here first. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't insist. She said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohu and followed He Tianshu out of the escort agency. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had walked far away, he turned around and went back into the house. He found 5 coins worth of loose silver from his money pouch and went to the accountant's residence. He handed the silver to the sleepy accountant before he went to eat breakfast and began to wrap up the escort team's return. When Zhang Xiaohua followed He Tianshu out of the escort agency, they were greeted by a large black carriage. It was twice as big as the carriage Zhang Xiaohua used to ride. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a clear voice sounded, Xiaohua, quickly get in. Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look. Who else could it be but Qiu Tong? Zhang Xiaohua called out, Sister Qiu Tong, you're here too. Then she ran forward. When Zhang Xiaohua got into the carriage, He Tianshu also followed. Zhang Xiaohua's first sentence was, Sister Qiu Tong, this carriage is really big. Qiu Tong smiled and said, Yes, this is the young lady's carriage. Today, she specially came out to pick you up, our great benefactor. He Tianshu also smiled and said, We're also basking in your glory. That's why we had such a large carriage. Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and said, It's nothing, Sister Qiu Tong. You've always treated me very well, so this is what I should do. He Tianshu shook his head and said, Sigh, this is what I should do, but I can't do it well. Zhang Xiaohua, I really don't know what to say about you. You've really exceeded our expectations. Zhang Xiaohua continued to be shy and asked, Oh right, Captain He, what happened after that? Sister O didn't have anything serious, right? I've always wanted to know. He Tianshu smiled and told her everything that happened after Zhang Xiaohua fainted. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that O Yen was fine and that the black-clothed men didn't chase after them, she couldn't help but pat her chest to express her relief. Qiu Tong smiled and said, This is all thanks to you. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I fell into the water, how could I help? Qiu Tong smiled and said, You fell into the water, but the black-clothed men didn't know. You killed that old man with a single slash. That old man was the most powerful among them, so of course they were scared witless and didn't dare to cause trouble again. Although Zhang Xiaohua wasn't very old, she knew the depth of the situation. She smiled and said, Sister Qiu Tong, don't think too highly of me. I think the black-clothed men should be worried about the reinforcements behind us. He Tianshu interrupted and said, Forget it, anything we say now is just advice after the fact. Who knows what they're thinking? Anyway, we've already returned safely. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh right, Captain He, do you know who the black-clothed men are? He Tianshu frowned and said, I'm not too sure. After we returned, these matters were handed over to the disciplinary hall of the sect. Who knows if they've found them or not? I'm not too sure either. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and didn't say anything else. Actually, she had a vague feeling that since the black-clothed men dared to kill Yan, they must have a certain level of confidence. This confidence wasn't just a guarantee of success, but also a guarantee of destroying the corpse and destroying all evidence if they failed. Qiu Tong was still worried about Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "At that time, I was knocked unconscious by that old man. It took me more than 10 days to wake up. Now, my injuries are completely healed. Look, I was still practicing my boxing at the escort agency just now." Hearing this, Qiu Tong was slightly relieved and said with lingering fear, "After that, we sent many people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Who knew that you'd run to a small town along the coast? This is far from what we imagined. Miss kept wondering if you..." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and was about to explain when Tianshu waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about it now. The villa lord will definitely ask about it later. You can talk about it in detail later so that you don't have to repeat it twice." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Captain, he is right. Sister Qiu Tong, you can listen to it later." The carriage drove steadily and quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the side gate of Huanxi Mountain Villa. Now, the number of guards at the gate of Huanxi Mountain Villa was twice as many as before. They also checked carefully. Although it was the carriage of the manor lord, they still checked it before letting it in. The carriage entered the villa and stopped in the small courtyard where they went out last time. This place was very close to the inner courtyard. Under Qiu Tong's guidance, they passed through several courtyards and arrived at the main hall of the inner courtyard. There was no one else in the main hall except for Elder Yu and Yan. When Zhang Xiaohua came in with Qiu Tong, Yan was looking outside from time to time. She seemed to be very anxious to see Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the main hall, Elder Yu and Yan both stood up. Yan walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua dare to trouble her leader? She quickly walked over and called out, "Sister O, are you all right?" Yan smiled like a flower and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "I'm very good." "Zhang Xiaohua, how about you? Let me see if your injuries have healed." After saying that, she took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and looked around. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I've healed a long time ago. Sister O, don't worry, I'm very lucky." When Yan heard that, she said, "That's good. We were all worried about you and thought that you, just like Qiu Tong." Yan didn't say the word out loud. After that, Yan asked Zhang Xiaohua to sit on a chair and asked her about the situation after she got injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and told her about how she was rescued after she got injured. After she recovered, she went out to look for a way home. She happened to meet the escort team of the Lotus Escort Agency and found her second brother. After that, she followed the escort team back to Pingyang City. However, he didn't mention Shirtai's name, Little Dream's name, and what happened in the cave. Firstly, Shirtai told him not to tell anyone. Secondly, he came across the cave by chance when he was catching rabbits. He didn't treat it as something important. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's encounter, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohua's situation was quite bizarre. He had actually drifted so far away and had even met a familiar relative. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaohua had suffered such heavy internal injuries, yet he had managed to survive while drifting. Furthermore, he had recovered in such a short period of time. Yan and Elder Yu wanted to ask more about Shirtai, but Zhang Xiaohua had already promised not to tell anyone. Moreover, she was his savior, so all the more he couldn't say anything. In the pugilistic world, one's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Everyone understood and didn't ask anymore. However, Elder Yu said, "Zhang Xiaohua, can you let me see your sword? Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 144. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before taking out his beloved sword and handing it over to Elder Yu. Elder Yu reached out to receive the sword and felt its weight. He couldn't help but frown. He carefully examined the ordinary sword but couldn't find anything special about it. He even injected his internal energy into it in hopes of discovering something. Unfortunately, he didn't have Li Jian's sword aura ability and the sword didn't have any reaction. It was as if the sword was just a toy other than its weight. Elder Yu shook his head and continued to look at it. He didn't return it to Zhang Xiaohua, hoping to discover something from it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu eagerly and couldn't help but ask, "Elder Yu, don't tell me you don't want to return it to me?" Elder Yu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, "Yes, this toy is really not bad. It could even pierce through the black-clothed man's iron shirt. Of course I want to keep it for fun." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, "Since Elder Yu likes it, I also want to give it to you. It's a pity that when I was saved, I didn't have anything to thank him with, so I gave this sword away. Now, even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't." Elder Yu glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Who are you trying to fool? Who would want this thing? Don't play any tricks, I don't plan on taking it from you." At this moment, Yan also walked forward and asked curiously, "This is the thing that killed the black-clothed man?" He Tianshu also walked forward and said, "Yes, it's this sword. The wound should be the same as the one on the black-clothed man's throat. It was also given to me when I bought the steel sword." Yan wanted to take it for a closer look, but Elder Yu said, "Manor Lord, don't take it yourself. Although this sword looks like a toy, it's not light. I'll take it and you can take a closer look." Yan followed his advice and only frowned as she looked at the sword. She also didn't understand what it meant and said, "Although my physique is limited and I can't practice martial arts, I've read a lot of books. However, I've never heard of any records of such a divine weapon." Elder Yu stretched out his hand and touched the tip of the small sword a few times. He was even more astonished as he said, "This small sword clearly hasn't been sharpened. How did it pierce through the body?" He Tianshu also said, "Yes, when I saw the black-clothed man's wound, I also had the same thought. That sword was given to Zhang Xiaohua by me. I also remember that it wasn't sharpened." Elder Yu thought for a moment before turning to ask Zhang Xiaohua, "Did you really use this small sword to kill the man in black?" Zhang Xiaohua helplessly nodded again and gave an affirmative answer. Elder Yu threw the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "How about this, Zhang Xiaohua? Stab me with the sword, just like how you stabbed the black-clothed man." When Zhang Xiaohua and the others heard this, they were shocked and said in unison, "This is not appropriate." "Yu Lao," Yan said, "why are you so serious? It's enough to know that it was this small sword that did it. There's no need to see its power." Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head and said, "Yu Lao, let's not talk about how the atmosphere is different now. I've already forgotten how I used the sword that day. Moreover, if I accidentally hurt you, I really can't bear the responsibility." He Tianshu also dissuaded, "Yu Lao, this junior has to say something inappropriate. That black-clothed man's martial arts might not be as good as yours, but his iron shirt skill is indeed top-notch. Even Chang'e's sword couldn't pierce through it. Do you think that you can let Chang'e stab you with your bare hands and not be injured?" Elder Yu thought for a moment and smiled bitterly, "I was the one who taught Zhang Xiaohua this sword move. I'm naturally happy that she succeeded in the rainy night. However, the power of this sword move was beyond my expectations. I really want to know the reason." Everyone still shook their heads. At this moment, Chiu Tong interrupted, "How about this, Yu Lao, let Zhang Xiaohua use the sword move as usual. However, how about letting her use half of her strength? I don't think it's a big deal." Aside from Zhang Xiaohua, everyone else showed an expression of agreement. In truth, when Zhang Xiaohua practiced this sword move, she never thought of using it on others. The angle of the sword move was tricky and the appearance of the warm current wasn't something that she could control. As long as the speed was fixed, it would appear. Zhang Xiaohua had experienced the power of the move and she estimated that Yu Lao might not be able to withstand it. However, if she really said that, she would definitely offend Yu Lao. She had only practiced for a few months, so how could she be so arrogant? There was also another problem. If it was as Chiu Tong said, why did she only use half of her strength? Her left hand was already used to the speed of the sword move. As long as the speed was right, even if she used half of her strength, the warm current would still appear. The small sword's power wouldn't decrease, and she wasn't willing to take this risk. Zhang Xiaohua was about to shake her head in objection when her eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of an idea. She smiled and said, "All right, then we'll do as Chiu Tong says. I'll use half of my strength. How about you try this move of mine? But let's make it clear that this is the only move. If it doesn't work, then the other moves will be ordinary." Elder Yu smiled. "All right, let's try this move." With that, Elder Yu walked out first with everyone following behind him. Only Zhang Xiaohua walked at the back with a bitter expression. There was a wide path in the middle of the courtyard. Elder Yu and Zhang Xiaohua stood opposite each other, and Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Elder Yu, are you ready?" "I'll start now." Elder Yu smiled. "All right, go ahead. I'll receive it here." Zhang Xiaohua still wasn't reassured and asked again, "Elder Yu, are you really not going to reconsider?" Elder Yu scolded with a smile, "Stinking brat, go ahead. I was the one who taught you that move, so why should I be afraid of you? Bring it on." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua moved her sword to her right hand and shouted, "Take this." She held the small sword in her right hand and executed the same move she used to assassinate the black-clothed old man. The small sword was like a shooting star as it pierced towards Elder Yu's throat from a mysterious angle. To be honest, this sword technique was very powerful. He Tianshu, who was watching from the side, was a little surprised. He had never seen Zhang Xiaohua practice swordsmanship before, but today, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship was really skillful. The angle and strength of the sword technique were impeccable. He couldn't help but worry for Elder Yu. However, Elder Yu remained calm. What a joke. He was the one who had taught Zhang Xiaohua this sword technique. He had long since memorized the changes in the sword technique, the angle of the dagger, and the trajectory of the dagger. Before the dagger had even reached him, his body had already reacted naturally. When the dagger was right in front of his eyes, Elder Yu simply stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. If an enemy had grabbed his wrist, Zhang Xiaohua would have definitely struggled with all his might. However, this was a sparring session, so he naturally stopped and looked at Elder Yu, waiting to see what he would do. Elder Yu was also depressed. So this is the assassination move? It's very ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua said, "This is the move." "I'm sure of it." Elder Yu looked at the others. He Tianshu was far away that night, so he couldn't see it clearly. On the other hand, Yan and Chiu Tong were in a critical moment, so how could they notice it? Seeing that everyone wasn't sure, Elder Yu let go of his hand. "Then try other changes." Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She could only pick up the small sword and execute all the moves she had learned with her right hand. But the result was that she was caught by Elder Yu's single arm. Elder Yu was still unsatisfied. "What if you use your full strength?" Everyone still objected when they heard that. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought in her heart, "If I use my right hand, should be able to receive it with my full strength." Elder Yu was depressed. "If you don't use your full strength, we won't know how powerful this sword is." He Tianshu smiled. "Isn't that easy? Just use the big tree in the courtyard to test it." Elder Yu laughed. He Tianshu is right. I've been thinking too much. Come, let's try the big tree. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a big tree that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Elder Yu walked to the bottom of the tree and smiled at Yan. "Manor Lord, how about using this tree as an experiment?" Yan smiled. "It's fine as long as we don't kill it." Elder Yu turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, use all your strength to stab this tree." Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. This tree is also a life. Why don't you have any love for the environment? When I practice my sword, I don't even bear to harm the flowers and plants. Why are you instructing me to do such a bad thing? Zhang Xiaohua walked to the bottom of the tree and used the same move. She used all her strength to stab the tree. Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength of 500 kilograms wasn't for nothing. With a poochie sound, the small sword was able to pierce 3 to 4 inches into the tree. Although this result was very obvious, Elder Yu wasn't satisfied. The sharp tip of the sword could achieve the same result, but the tip of the sword didn't manage to break the black-robed elder's iron shirt. Therefore, he asked for the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand and used it himself. He held the small sword tightly and stabbed it into the tree with all his strength. With a poo sound, the sword pierced into the tree. It was the length of the small sword tip, no different from an ordinary iron rod. Elder Yu pulled out the small sword and looked at the small hole in the tree. Without saying anything, he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, your strength isn't small. Even my stab wasn't as deep as yours." Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, "I don't dare. Elder Yu, I'm still young." They tried many times, but they weren't satisfied with the result. Thus, everyone used their superhuman imagination and attributed Zhang Xiaohua's success in assassinating the black-robed elder to carelessness. It must be because the black-robed elder saw Zhang Xiaohua's small sword and didn't pay attention to it. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know any martial arts, so he didn't use his full strength to block and only used his palm to block. However, when he realized that Zhang Xiaohua's arm had superhuman strength, it was already too late. Furthermore, the black-robed elder's throat might be the weak point of the iron shirt. It was very easy for him to get injured. When Zhang Xiaohua's small sword hit his vital point, the black-robed elder's iron shirt was broken. After everyone thought about it, they came to this conclusion. Everyone felt that this was the truth. Why? Wouldn't it be obvious just by looking at the black-robed elder's expression? Carelessness killed people. Details determined success or failure. Since there was a conclusion, everyone stopped talking about this topic and returned to the hall. Elder Yu returned the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid it in her arms and deliberately sat quite a distance away from Elder Yu. Everyone chatted for a while. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked O Yan, "Sister O, let me ask you a question." O Yan asked curiously, "What's the matter, Xiaohua?" "Just say it." We go on a long trip. Is there any subsidy or something like that?" Zhang Xiaohua asked weakly, "Or, after I get injured and leave you guys, is there any subsidy for my daily food and lodging?" O Yan was shocked. She looked at Xiao Tong and said, "Xiaohua, what do you mean by this? Can't you be a little clearer?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and told her about how escort leader Luo of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency asked Zhang Xiaohu for her living expenses. O Yan's face turned white with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Tong spoke first. "Young miss, don't be angry. Let me handle this matter. When I have time, I'll go to the escort agency to find Fourth Master Wen and explain the matter clearly." O Yan let out a long breath and said, "Okay, I can rest assured with you handling things." Then, she smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, you don't have to worry about this matter. We'll handle it." Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath and said, "My second brother doesn't have much monthly income. If he also pays for my food and lodging, this escort trip will be for nothing." Damn, did he forget about the pile of money? When O Yan heard this, she also remembered something. She said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, wait a moment." With that, she went out. Not long after, she came back with a small wooden box. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, this was prepared for you a while ago. Now that you're back, I'll give it to you." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she took it and opened it. In an instant, she was like Zhang Xiaohu from last night. She asked in surprise, "Sister O, so many banknotes? Are they for me?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, everyone chuckled. Xiao Tong explained, "This is the compensation for your death." Our Misty School's boss O personally appointed it. It was originally 300 taels, but Boss O felt that it was too little and directly increased it to 5,000 taels. Our mistress also felt that it was too little, so she took out 5,000 taels from the villa to round it up and give it to your family. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the banknotes and blinked. She said, I never thought that I would be worth so much money. This pile of silver is taller than me, and heavier than me. Everyone laughed. That's for sure. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then closed the wooden box and returned it to O Yen. She said, Sister O, you've been so good to me. In my heart, you're just like my old sister Qianqian. If you're in danger, I'll naturally step forward bravely, just like how I would save my family. Besides, I'm fine. I didn't sacrifice myself, so I can't take this money. Zhang Xiaohua's actions were out of O Yan's expectations. She asked in disbelief, Xiaohua, this is 10,000 taels of silver. You really don't want it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sister O, to be honest, let alone 10,000 taels of silver, I haven't even seen 100 taels of silver before. But this is the compensation you gave me. If I really died, maybe you could give it to my family. But I'm fine now, so I naturally can't accept it. O Yen thought for a moment and said, how about this? No matter what, you saved my life. To be honest, your sister O's life is very precious, far more valuable than this money. How about this banknote be my gift to you? Zhang Xiaohua still refused. She said, Sister O, didn't I just say that I saved you like how I saved my family? Do you think my family will give me money? One wanted to give, the other didn't want to accept. After pushing back and forth for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to open the small wooden box and said, Sister O, how about this? I accept your kindness. After saying that, she took out a banknote of 100 taels of silver from the wooden box and put it in her arms. She then said, the weight of this 100 taels of silver in my heart is the same as the weight of 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. If I accept this 100 taels of silver, it means that I've accepted the 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. What do you think? When O Yen heard this, her eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, Xiaohua, you really have a lot of ideas. Alright, since that's the case, I won't force you anymore. But you have to remember that you just said that you treat me as your family, then I will also treat you as my family in the future. I hope that you will really treat me as your sister in the future. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and said, Sister O, I really can't ask for more than to have you as my manor lord. When O Yen heard this, she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, it's good that you know. I won't treat you unfairly in the future. Then she said to Chiu Tong, when you go back, tell the manor's accountant that Xiaohua's monthly allowance is. O Yen thought for a while but didn't say a specific number. Chiu Tong knew that O Yen didn't know the monthly allowance given by the manor, so she said with a smile, Miss, you don't have to worry about this. Since Xiaohua is in our manor, he won't be short of money in the future. I think we should give him 3 taels of silver a month first. Anyway, his food and clothes are all in the manor, and it's only pocket money for himself. Even if he gives it to his family, it's enough. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that her monthly allowance would be increased by 10 times, she was naturally happy and couldn't close her mouth. When O Yen saw that Zhang Xiaohua was happy, she didn't have any objections and expressed her agreement. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, what do you want to do in the manor in the future? Let Chiu Tong arrange it for you. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, I think it's better if I follow Captain He. First, I can learn fist techniques. Second, I can learn how to plant herbs. I can also help my sister solve some problems. O Yen smiled and said, don't tell me Xiaohua is still thinking for your sister. Then it's up to you. Then she said to He Tianshu, then I'll have to trouble Captain He to take good care of Xiaohua in the future. Don't restrict his actions too much. If he wants to read, let him read. If he wants to practice, let him practice. What do you think? He Tianshu smiled and said, I'll follow Manor Head's wishes. Zhang Xiaohua is a very good child. I don't need to take care of her. Elder Yu also smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua is also very hardworking when it comes to practicing martial arts. She's really good. Everyone's praise made Zhang Xiaohua feel very uncomfortable. He scratched his head and said helplessly, Am I really that good? Why didn't I realize it? Just as he said that, he heard his stomach grumble. Zhang Xiaohua blushed again and said, Sister Oh, we've been talking about it all morning. Is there still any breakfast to eat? I haven't eaten the manor's food in a long time. I really want to eat some. Everyone laughed. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 145. Misty School, Misty Mountain Villa, Meeting Hall. Oh Peng was enjoying a cup of tea. Could it be that he had so much free time to steal half a day of leisure? Oh Peng was extremely busy during this period of time. Luo Shui Gang had recently merged with Misty School. The 6 Misty Tigers and Shui Yupeng had racked their brains to come up with 5 3-year development plans. The hardships involved were not something an outsider could understand. If they developed too quickly, not only would their foundation be unstable, they would also attract the attention of the super sections. If they found any clues, the losses would outweigh the gains. If they remained stagnant, not only would they let down the brothers who had sacrificed their lives for the merger of the 2 sects, they would also disappoint the hearts of the Luo Shui Gang brothers. If the hearts of the people were scattered, it would be difficult to lead a team. Oh Peng knew this very well. Naturally, Shui Yupeng would not agree to this. Therefore, Oh Peng had been sighing to the heavens for a period of time. Whether it was Luo Shui Gang's 3-year development plans, or Misty School's revised 5-year plan, the core idea was to raise the status of the gang in Jianghu and increase the influence of the gang in Jianghu. It was to become an important force in Jianghu. The realization of these goals depended on the expansion of Misty School and Luo Shui Gang's influence and proper management. The expansion of influence meant that the martial arts of the disciples would be greatly improved. When it came to the improvement of martial arts, the herbs in the forest was definitely the most direct shortcut for Misty School. It was the most heaven-defying dream. Therefore, Oh Peng had even greater expectations for the herbs in the forest this year. After meticulous planning by the upper echelons of Ethereal Sect, they had sent out countless disciples during the new year, including Lu Yueming, who was in charge of retrieving the herbs from the forest. After sending out all the disciples, Oh Peng could only wait anxiously. This time was different from the first time. Back then, he did not place much importance on this matter. He was happy if there was something, but if there was nothing, it did not matter. He did not hold much hope for it. However, this time, it was related to the development of Ethereal Sect. Oh Peng could not help but worry. But Oh Peng, who had rich experience in fighting in Jianghu, knew that no matter how secretive his whereabouts were, there would be many sects in Jianghu that would pay attention to him, including some super sections. Even if he was able to successfully obtain the herbs in the secret plane, the secret of the secret plane would be known by many sects in Jianghu. The things inside were not something that the 4 sects could share. In comparison, the gains did not make up for the losses. It was better to let the disciples of the sects take care of it. And the price of such a low profile was Oh Peng's daily anxiety and expectation. Waiting for the news of Lu Yueming's success, this kind of psychological pressure could not be shared by others. It was extremely heavy. A month ago, in the middle of the night, Lu Yueming came back alone in a carriage. When Oh Peng received the news, he was so excited that he almost used ethereal steps to welcome him. Thinking about it now, he was somewhat self-deprecating. He had long passed the age of impulsiveness, but under such great temptation, it was inevitable that he would lose his composure. His own excitement and loss of composure, and Shui Yupeng's puzzlement and blankness, was such a sharp contrast. Oh Peng was touched again. The ignorant were fearless, the ancients did not lie. Lu Yueming's efforts were not in vain. The group of people from the pharmacy hall were not given in vain. Just a few days ago, the pills that could increase one's cultivation were finally refined. This was a considerable amount of pills. If nothing went wrong, it would definitely be able to create a large number of core elite disciples. The strength of the ethereal sect would once again rise to another level. However, Peng immediately thought of another problem. Shui Yupeng and the other disciples of the Luo Shui gang, should he give them a share? If he gave them the pills, there was no guarantee that they would not leak the news. If they did not take the pills, then there would be hidden dangers in the two-legged policy of the Misty School. Whether or not to take the pills was really a problem, and it needed to be carefully considered. Fortunately, everything had been prepared. They didn't even need to rely on the east wind. They only needed to make a decision. When all the senior and junior brothers were gathered, they could discuss it. It was no big deal. These two matters were official matters of the gang. As the highest decision-maker of the Misty School, Peng naturally had the obligation to worry about it. And as an elder brother, he was most worried about his own sister. What happened some time ago was the most worrying thing for him. Yen was attacked on a rainy night, and until now, there was no clue. All the clues were cut off at a certain point, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall were helpless. This made Peng very angry. Although the Misty School could not be said to be one of the biggest gangs in Jianghu, it was still one of the most famous schools. Being bullied like this, and not being able to fight back, made him sullen. Fortunately, the incident of Yen being attacked was very tightly controlled, and the people of Jianghu did not know about it. Otherwise, the Misty School would lose a lot of face. Peng had always paid attention to her safety. Fortunately, Yen was a lucky person and escaped. Although her body was injured, her life was not in danger. However, when he thought of his sister's willfulness, Peng shook his head. Not to mention the matter of going to the south, he had persuaded her to bring more people, but she said that she had no value in Jianghu, and that it was fine as long as she left secretly, no one would care. In the end, such a big incident happened. Moreover, although the youth called Zhang something had sacrificed himself to save Yen, the Misty School's pension was only 300 taels of silver. If his sister felt that it was too little, then fine, he would increase it to 5,000 taels. This was unprecedented. However, who asked him to save the sister of the gang leader of the Misty School? If anyone complained, he would also come to save them. However, when he sent the pension to her brother in the Lotus Escort Agency, Yen actually doubled it. It was an unprecedented 10,000 taels of silver. With this as an example, how could he pay the pension in the future? Peng shook his head with a wry smile. This sister of his was a sentimental person who cared about others the most. But then again, in this world, who had he and his sister owed? If this 10,000 taels of silver were to replace Yen's life, what could he say? It was not a lot at all. Even if he used the whole Jianghu to exchange for his sister, it would not be enough. Thinking of this, Peng could not help but shake his head. He lowered his head to drink tea and smiled. He did not know which hero in Jianghu was lucky enough to capture his sister's heart. Yen was not young anymore. As her brother, he should be more concerned about her. While he was thinking, he suddenly felt that there were soft steps coming to the meeting hall. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. This person really had to be nagged. When the person turned the door of the hall, it was the owner of Huanxi Mountain Villa, Yen. Other than Yen, no one else was allowed to enter the assembly hall without prior notice. Even Peng's wife was not allowed to enter. Of course, she never came. From this, it could be seen that Peng's love for his sister had not diminished despite the passage of time. Yen, who had entered the hall, was also surprised. In the past, when she came to the meeting hall, it was always crowded. This time, it was so quiet. She did not expect. Looking at her brother who was leisurely drinking tea, Yen could not help but smile. She quickly walked forward and saluted Peng. Peng smiled and said, there are no outsiders here. Sit wherever you want. Oh Yen sat down with a smile. She was as cute as a little swallow. Oh Peng looked at his sister lovingly and asked, Yen, how is your health recently? Oh Yen replied, Big brother, although my body is not easy to practice martial arts, it has been tempered by wind and rain. It is not as weak as you think and cannot withstand setbacks. The last injury was diagnosed by the doctor. I have already recovered. Now, I am very good. Oh Peng still said, Yen, seriously, in the future, don't do such a willful thing. When you go out again, you must bring enough outdoor and bodyguards. You were in danger this time. You made me worried to death. If there is such a thing again, I don't know how to live. Oh Yen smiled and said, I know, big brother. I will pay attention next time. This time, it was really unexpected. Now, I can't think of any reason. How is your side? Did you find any clues? Oh Peng said awkwardly, alas, not yet. I will urge them to help you vent your anger. Oh Yen said, you don't have to be so anxious. It doesn't matter if they target me. Please don't have any conspiracy against our Misty School. Big brother, you must be careful in the future. You must bring bodyguards when you go out. Oh Peng smiled and said, I know. I will bring the stone cow with me as a giant bodyguard. By the way, why did Yen, come here today? Are you rushing to find the murderer? Oh Yen said, no, big brother. I will leave the matter of finding the murderer to you. I will not bother about it anymore. Today, I came to discuss something with you. Oh Peng asked curiously, what is it? There is still a need to discuss. Oh Yen said, big brother, do you still remember the boy who saved me? Oh Peng said, I remember. I think his name was Zhang something. Speaking of this, I have to say a few words. You can't be so willful in the future. Our Misty School has a written rule. The amount of the pension is written in black and white. It may be fine to have a little more, but to think that you increased it so much, it is a little inappropriate. However, this matter is kept secret. Not many people know about it. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact. With your willful temper, how will you find a good husband in the future? Hearing this, Oh Yen was unhappy and said, Big brother, why are you always interrupting? Am I willful? What does this have to do with finding a good husband? Oh Peng quickly waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Big brother is old and likes to nag. Just listen in one ear and out the other. By the way, has the pension been given to his brother? That will save you from nagging all day long. Even if I don't see you, I know you are very worried. Speaking of this, Oh Yan's face was full of excitement. She said with a smile, Big brother, I came here today to talk to you about this matter. You don't have to pay the 10,000 taels of silver. You don't have to worry about the negative impact. In the future, you don't have to worry about people in the sect talking about this matter. Oh Peng was stunned and said, what? Then, he realized, oh, that boy was found by you? Oh Yen said in surprise, Big brother, you are really amazing. You guessed it so quickly. Oh Peng shook his head and said with a smile, how can this kind of child's play stump a big gang leader like me? Oh Yen also smiled and said, we didn't find him. He came back on his own. This time, Oh Peng was even more surprised. He said, he was not killed by the black-robed elder. At the very least, he should be seriously injured. Since he can come back on his own, his injuries must have healed. Oh Yen was also surprised and asked, Big brother, how do you know that his injuries have healed? Oh Peng said with a smile, this is very normal. If his injuries are not good, how can he travel thousands of miles to come back to Pingyang City? Oh Yen thought for a while and nodded slightly to show that it made sense. Then, Oh Yen told Oh Peng everything that Zhang Xiaohua told her in full detail. Oh Peng was also stunned when he heard it. This kind of thing was really rare. At least to be able to escape from death and return to Pingyang City safely was already a miracle. Then, Peng asked, since that Zhang, what is it again? Yen said, called Zhang Xiaohua. Peng said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua. This name is interesting. It seems to be a girl's name. Oh right, since this Zhang Xiaohua is back, you definitely won't take back the 10,000 taels of silver. Just give it to him. Why did you say that you don't need it? Yen said, Big Brother's guess is right. But you guessed the beginning and not the end. Zhang Xiaohua rejected the 10,000 taels of silver. Under my insistence, he only took 100 taels of silver. He also said, the weight of this 100 taels of silver in my heart is the same as the weight of 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. If I accept this 100 taels of silver, it means that I have accepted the 10,000 taels of silver in Sister O's heart. Big Brother, don't you think this young man is very interesting? Peng touched his chin with his hand and said thoughtfully, yes, this Zhang Xiaohua is very interesting. Then what do you mean by coming here today? Yen said, it's like this, Big Brother. In fact, on the way to the south last time, I saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing boxing very hard. Although his aptitude is very ordinary, his hard-working spirit is really comparable to yours when you were young. So, I promised him that when I came back from the south, I would ask you to let He Tianshu of the pharmacy hall teach him some of the internal strength mental cultivation methods of our Misty School. Peng listened and nodded slightly. It's not impossible for you to think so. Anyway, even you said that his aptitude is ordinary. Let He Tianshu teach him some internal strength mental cultivation methods. It must be enough for him to learn for a lifetime. Yen continued, but he refused the 10,000 taels of silver, which made me feel very sorry. Thinking about it, he didn't hesitate to block that fatal blow for me. If it wasn't for him, how could I safely return to the Huanxi Mountain Manor? I must repay this life-saving grace. Since he doesn't want the silver, I think, how about this, Big Brother, can you let him join the Misty School and become a disciple of the Misty School? This way, he can practice martial arts, which is Zhang Xiaohua's lifelong wish. Peng listened and laughed. I thought it was something important that was worth us siblings to discuss. The matter of entering the Misty School as a disciple, although the standard is very high, this Zhang Xiaohua is definitely not qualified. But, since Yen has asked, how can I, as a Big Brother, not agree? Not to mention one, even if it's 10, so what? This is just a small matter, why is there a need to discuss it? Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Zhang Xiaohua came out from the Guozhuang house and went through untold hardships just to enter the Misty School as a disciple and practice martial arts. But, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Later on, even when he joined the Lotus Escort Agency, they still didn't accept him. Becoming a disciple of the Misty School? In his heart, he had long given up on this idea. But now, with just one sentence from Yen, Peng agreed. He didn't consider Zhang Xiaohua's condition at all, regardless of how old he was or what his aptitude was. He just nodded lightly and fulfilled the wish that Zhang Xiaohua yearned for day and night, and this was just a small matter. This really couldn't be said, relationships were the absolute truth. When Yen heard, she was overjoyed and said, then I'll have to trouble Big Brother. Actually, I know that the Misty School's disciples that Big Brother recruited are all people with outstanding aptitudes. This Zhang Xiaohua compared to them is like the difference between heaven and earth. This is really making things difficult for Big Brother. Peng flicked his sleeve and said, why are you being so polite with Big Brother? Although aptitude is important, hard work is also necessary. Even if Zhang Xiaohua is useless, it doesn't matter if the Misty School has one more disciple or not. Why don't you let He Tianshu be his master and teach martial arts in your Huanxi Mountain Villa? What do you think? Yen clapped her hands and said, very good. Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude for martial arts is average. No, it should be said that it's very poor. I heard from He Tianshu that he practiced fist techniques for a long time, but he can't even practice a complete set. However, He is very knowledgeable about medicinal herbs and other knowledge. He has thoroughly read some of the books that I gave him. Perhaps he can be of help to me in the future. Oh, Peng said, then let's do it this way. Tomorrow, you bring He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua to the conference hall and deal with this matter, so that you don't keep thinking about it. Also, the problem of medicinal herbs should be solved slowly. The elders of the pharmacy hall are helpless. You don't have to worry too much about it. Don't let it affect your health. Oh Yen said, I know, big brother. It's because they can't solve it that I want to take over. Although there are ready-made herbs in the secret plane, it's not as convenient as planting them ourselves. We can only go to the secret plane once a year. The demand for medicinal herbs is far from meeting the needs of our sect. If we do as Big Brother thinks and carry forward the Misty School, we can't not solve this problem. Oh, Peng sighed and said, I know you won't give up, but it must be on the premise of health. Oh Yen smiled and said, I know, Big Brother. Don't nag anymore. The brother and sister chatted for a while, and Oh Yen said goodbye and returned to the Huanxi mountain villa. Chapter 146. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to Huanxi mountain villa, his life returned to its original trajectory. He thought that since he had been away from the villa for so long, Mia Xiao, and the others would definitely surround him and ask him all sorts of questions. He had already concocted a bunch of lies in his heart to evade them. However, the fact was that when they saw his return, they only showed great surprise in their eyes. They only exchanged simple greetings and showed their concern. They did not delve into the reason, which made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. He felt like he had punched cotton. At the same time, he secretly admired the quality of this disciple of a big sect. His quality was really high. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to throw away the lies and save his nose, a swarm of flies still made him lose his integrity. Last time, because Zhang Xiaohua was injured, the human-shaped flies in Huanxi Mountain Villa, who were led by Ma Jing, were treated better and left their bullying. They were puzzled for a long time. This time, Zhang Xiaohua disappeared for such a long time. They thought that Zhang Xiaohua had disappeared from the world and they would never see him again. However, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly appeared in their sight. How could they not be surprised? Therefore, they were like flies that smelled blood. They buzzed in front of Zhang Xiaohua all day long, wanting to know the movements of Zhang Xiaohua in the past 2 months. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to pay attention to them, but after all, he was thin-skinned. After a long time, he had to tell them the nonsense that he had prepared to use to fool Mia Xiao, and the others. When Ma Jing and the others' gossipy hearts were satisfied, they suddenly dispersed and no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly touched his nose and prayed secretly in his heart, my nose, don't blame me. It's not that I don't care about you, but I have no choice. People living in Jianghu have no choice. In the early morning of this day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that he had been hit on the head by a big pie. He still repeated his 3 articles, practicing boxing, eating, and farming. It seems that these are the mainstream of fantasy now. Zhang Xiaohua accidentally became a hipster. Although Oh Yen had already told him that he could control his own time and did not have to work in the fields, he was used to living in the fields after all. When he had nothing to do, he could not leave the herbal field. Moreover, it was going to be spring soon. A lot of herbs needed to be weeded and watered. Zhang Xiaohua was also willing to help. As he was waving a small hoe to shovel the weeds, he heard someone call his name. When he looked up, there were 2 people standing beside the field. They were He Tianshu and Qiu Tong. He smiled and walked over to greet them. Sister Qiu Tong, why are you here? Qiu Tong smiled and said, Xiaohua, you're really busy. Didn't Miss say that you should control your time? Why are you in such a hurry to farm? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I grew up in the fields, so I'm not used to leaving so suddenly. It's better to come and help. Qiu Tong said, that's great. Captain, he doesn't need to be in a hurry to find more people. Zhang Xiaohua, come up quickly. Miss is looking for you and Captain He. Tianshu was surprised and said, what about me? What's the matter? Chiu Tong smiled and said, I don't know. Miss is so mysterious and won't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua said, okay, I'll go up right away. With that, Zhang Xiaohua tidied up and followed Chiu Tong and Tianshu to the inner courtyard. Chiu Tong pointed at the door and said, you guys go in yourselves. Miss is waiting inside. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you. Tianshu said, okay, go do what you need to do. It's not our first time here. With that, he led Zhang Xiaohua in. Chiu Tong stopped Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I'm going to the Lotus Escort Agency now. Do you have anything to do? Or do you have anything to tell your brother? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, it's nothing. Just tell my brother that I'm fine now, and he doesn't need to worry. Chiu Tong nodded and hurried out. Zhang Xiaohua followed Tianshu to the main hall of the inner courtyard. In the main hall, Yen was sitting on a chair and was a little anxious. When she saw them come in, she smiled and said, you guys are finally here. Why are you so slow? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Sister O, I was working in the fields, so I came a little late. Sorry for making you wait. When Yen heard this, she was very happy and said with a smile, it's okay. It's rare that you're not arrogant and worked in the fields. How can I blame you? Come, you two follow me to a place. There are some things to take care of. Zhang Xiaohua and Tianshu found it strange that Yen did not say anything. They looked at each other and followed Yen out of the main hall. Pingyang City, Lotus Escort Agency. In 4th Master Wen's house, 4th Master Wen and his nephew Yudai were drinking fragrant tea and chatting. At this moment, someone hurried into the small courtyard and came to the door. 4th Master Wen heard the footsteps and looked up. It was escort leader Luo. When 4th Master Wen saw him, he could not help but frown. He then smiled and said, it's escort leader Luo. Come in quickly. Escort leader Luo walked into the house with a smile. They greeted each other and sat down. 4th Master Wen said, escort leader Luo, it's all thanks to you this time. We've gained a lot. You've worked hard. I'll remember your contribution. When I have the chance, I'll report to head escort leader and ask for your reward. Escort leader Luo quickly stood up and said with a smile, it's nothing. This is my duty. It's what I should do. Besides, it's all thanks to 4th Master's guidance. 4th Master Wen smiled and said, escort leader Luo, you must be joking. It's you who did well. I'm just talking. Escort leader Luo adjusted his expression and said seriously, 4th Master Wen, you're wrong. Sailing the sea depends on the helmsman. Without your guidance, we wouldn't have a direction to work towards. No matter how much effort we put in, it would be useless. Who knows, we might even go further. The fact that you're willing to meet me means that your contribution is far greater than mine. Yudai looked at 4th Master Wen and said with a smile, 4th Master, you don't have to be humble. Escort leader Luo is right. A good soldier is good, but a good general is good. This escort agency still relies on you for many things. 4th Master Wen was overjoyed when he heard this. He twirled his sparse beard and grinned from ear to ear. After a while, 4th Master Wen asked again, escort leader Luo, what brings you here today? Escort leader Luo smiled and looked at Yudai, saying, nothing much. I just wanted to chat with 4th Master about some matters regarding the agency. Yudai saw this and quickly stood up, saying, if that's the case, 4th Master, I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit another day. However, 4th Master Wen waved his hand and said, it's fine. Dai, sit back down for now. I have something to tell you later. Escort leader Luo, if you have something to say, just say it. Dai is my nephew and also someone from the Martial Arts Center. He can be considered a member of the agency. There are some things that we don't have to hide from him. Don't you think so? Escort leader Luo thought for a moment and said, "It's fine. These are all matters that the agency deals with openly. Young Master Yu probably knows about it too." Hearing this, Yu Dei sat down again. Escort leader Luo continued, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the escort mission this time is rather far away and we're even celebrating the New Year outside." As time passed, some people in the escort team who aren't loyal to the agency started thinking about getting some benefits from the agency. They clamored for me to double their monthly salary. Fourth Master, don't you think this makes sense? You eat and drink at the agency and you even get subsidies for the long escorts. The agency has already treated you well and they can't go against their conscience. That's why I harshly reprimanded them. At this point, escort leader Luo paused and looked at Fourth Master Wen's expression. Seeing no change, he continued, "But, then," he clenched his teeth as if he had made up his mind and said, "But Zhang Xiaohu, the bodyguard of the escort team, thought that you wanted him to be the deputy head of the escort team just because you made him my deputy. Everyone calls him deputy head of escort Zhang, and in order to win over the hearts of the people, he even gathered many bodyguards and escorts to pressure me into giving them a raise. Tell me, can someone like him, who doesn't see the big picture and only knows how to run his own small circle, be a good leader?" Fourth Master Wen's expression changed slightly, but then he said nonchalantly, I see. I'll have a good talk with Zhang Xiaohu later and let him be your deputy. The most important thing is for him to cooperate with you and ensure the safety and success of this escort mission. His way of forming cliques is definitely wrong." Escort leader Luo smiled obsequiously and said, "Fourth Master Wen is indeed farsighted and can see the essence of the problem. I'm just thinking about the future of the escort agency." "Oh right, there's another question." Fourth Master Wen said, "It's fine. Feel free to ask if you have any questions." Escort leader Luo then told him about his encounter with Zhang Xiaohua in the small town along the coast and how he made Zhang Xiaohua pay for his room and board. He then said, "Fourth Master, don't you think I'm right? This Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother isn't even a member of our escort agency. Why should we let him take advantage of our agency for no reason? Yesterday, I especially went to the accounting office to take a look. That Zhang Xiaohu actually threw my words out of the window. The accounting office didn't receive any money from him at all. Do you think he still treats me as his superior? Does he still put the interests of the escort agency above all else in his heart?" Fourth Master Wen thought for a moment and said to Yu Dei, "Call Zhang Xiaohu over. I'll ask him personally." When escort leader Luo heard this, he quickly waved his hands and said, "Fourth Master, there's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm just here to nag you." Fourth Master Wen said to Yu Dei, "Go call him over. Don't say anything to him." He then turned to escort leader Luo and said, "What you've said shows that you have a lot of feelings for the escort agency. When we help the brothers of the agency, we must treat the illness and save the life. We must make things clear. If it's Zhang Xiaohu's fault, I won't side with him in the slightest." Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu followed Yu Dei to Fourth Master Wen's room. When he saw escort leader Luo in the room, he was very surprised. He greeted the two of them separately and then sat on the chair by the door as instructed. After Zhang Xiaohu sat down, Fourth Master Wen looked at him and asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, you've worked hard as escort leader Luo's assistant this time. You did well. However, I have two things to ask you. You must answer them properly." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Yes, Fourth Master. Please ask." Fourth Master Wen nodded slightly and said, "Is there someone in the escort agency who wants double the monthly salary? Did you do it for us?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and thought to himself, "Didn't I already tell you about this when I came back?" When he saw escort leader Luo drinking his tea with his head lowered, realization dawned on him. He said, "Fourth Master Wen, it's like this. This escort mission is quite far away and we're celebrating the new year in a foreign country. Everyone's emotions are unstable and they're all homesick. Moreover, since it's the new year, the items there are naturally more expensive and everyone's expenses are high. Therefore, not just some people, but everyone, hoped that the escort agency could provide some subsidies, such as double or triple the monthly salary. They were afraid that there would be no precedent for this and would be rejected by escort leader Luo, so they came to me to discuss it first. I thought that since it's not easy for our brothers to travel abroad, we could forget about triple the monthly salary, but double the monthly salary should still be within our consideration. That's why I came to escort leader Luo to discuss it. Escort leader Luo didn't agree at that time and only told me to come back and tell you about it. I was busy when I came back and forgot about it. If you don't tell me today, I'll be letting my brothers down. Fourth Master Wen heard Zhang Xiaohu's words and said with a smile, the brothers of the escort agency must have had a hard time on this long journey. This kind of request is reasonable and human nature. I can understand. However, this matter still needs to be discussed by the higher-ups of the agency. It's not appropriate for me to express my opinion now, but I'll definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer in the future. Escort leader Luo and Zhang Xiaohu both nodded. However, even though they nodded in the same way, their thoughts couldn't be the same. Fourth Master Wen nodded in satisfaction. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, also, Zhang Xiaohu, I've heard escort leader Luo talk about your younger brother accompanying you. He suggested that your younger brother pay a nominal fee. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned when he heard this. He said strangely, about that, escort leader Luo wanted my younger brother to pay for his board and lodging, but I thought that my younger brother should be able to squeeze with me, so the lodging fee should be waived. It should be fine to just pay for his meals. I've already paid this fee to the gentleman accompanying the team. If escort leader Luo feels that it's not enough and wants to pay for his accommodation, I'll make up for it. As a member of the agency, following the rules of the agency is my basic duty. What? I just asked the accountant yesterday. You didn't pay at all. Escort leader Luo blurted out. Fourth Master Wen frowned. The reason he hesitated just now was because he didn't want to bring up Zhang Xiaohua's matter. This involved Huanqi Manor, but escort leader Luo was tactless enough to bring up Zhang Xiaohu's bad reputation. If he didn't bring it up, it would seem that he was biased towards Zhang Xiaohu. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohu had already paid, he immediately felt that escort leader Luo was being too unreasonable and suspected that he was jealous of Zhang Xiaohu's ability. Compared to Zhang Xiaohu's actions, the difference was like heaven and earth. He found Zhang Xiaohu more pleasing to the eye. Thus, he turned to Yu Dei and said, Nephew Dei, I'll have to trouble you again. Go to the accountant's office and ask the gentleman accompanying the team to come here. Yu Dei smiled and said, It's fine, Fourth Master. I'll go now. Not long after, the accountant who accompanied the team followed Yu Dei to Fourth Master Wen's room. When he saw everyone in the room, he was puzzled. After greeting everyone, he stood to the side and asked, May I know why Fourth Master has asked this subordinate to come here? Fourth Master Wen smiled and asked, I want to verify something with you. You just have to say yes or no. You don't have to care about anyone's face. When the gentleman heard this, he looked at escort leader Luo and Zhang Xiaohu in confusion. He nodded and said yes. Fourth Master Wen said, Zhang Xiaohu said that he has already paid his younger brother's room and board fees to you. Is that true? When the gentleman heard this, he immediately understood and hurriedly answered, Yes, that's true. When escort leader Luo heard this, he was so anxious that he almost stood up. Fourth Master Wen saw this and waved his hand for him to sit down. He then asked, Then why hasn't the accountant's office credited the money? The gentleman smiled and said, It's like this, Fourth Master. Zhang Xiaohu handed the money to me on the morning he returned. However, there were some urgent matters at home and I took a few days off to take care of the house. I was only able to leave and return to the escort agency today. The money has already been credited to the account this morning. Fourth Master can send someone to check the account. When escort leader Luo heard this, his face turned ashen. He was filled with regret and thought to himself, It's fine if your family has some urgent matters. How could I forget about this matter? How unlucky. When fourth master Wen heard this, he frowned and said, "This is your fault. How could the escort agency's money not credited to the account before returning home?" The gentleman repeatedly cried out that he was wronged and said, "Fourth master, it's not that I didn't credit it to the account first. I carefully calculated the money for the escort team and handed it to the accountant before returning home. However, Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother is only a child. His daily meals are limited and the total amount is no more than 1 tael of silver. Since we have to settle the account, this subordinate naturally can't let Zhang Xiaohu suffer a loss." When he finished speaking, he took out a few taels of silver and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. When fourth master Wen heard this, his expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps came from outside the door. When fourth master Wen looked at the door, he saw Qiu Tong from Huanxi Manor. Fourth master Wen quickly stood up and walked quickly to the door to welcome her. He said cheerfully, "Miss Qiu Tong, what brings you to our escort agency today? What a rare guest." Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Fourth master Wen is too polite. I'm just a servant in Huanxi Manor. I don't deserve such a welcome from fourth master." Fourth master Wen smiled and said, "Miss Qiu Tong is too humble. Who doesn't know that in the inner courtyard of Huanxi Manor, Miss Qiu Tong's words carry enormous weight? Other than the manor lord, everyone listens to his orders." Qiu Tong said, "This is all the manor lord's kindness. Don't take it seriously." Then, fourth master Wen invited Qiu Tong into the house. Qiu Tong walked into the house and saw that there were many people inside. She couldn't help but frown and say, "Fourth master is handling matters? Should I come back later?" Fourth master Wen smiled and said, "It's fine. It's already done. Miss, please take a seat first. I'll send them away first." When Qiu Tong heard this, she didn't stand on ceremony. She looked around at everyone. When she saw Zhang Xiaohu sitting down, her eyes lit up. Then, she found a seat at the head of the table and sat down. When fourth master Wen saw Qiu Tong take a seat, he said to everyone, "The matter of the food and lodging fees has been settled. I still have other matters to attend to here. You can go back first. I'll find you later." When everyone heard this, they stood up and were about to leave. Qiu Tong called out, "Everyone, please wait. Please collect it. Thank you." Chapter 148. Everyone stopped when they heard Qiu Tong ask them to stay and looked at her in confusion. Fourth master Wen knew that things were bad when he saw Qiu Tong ask them to stay. Escort Luo had complained about Zhang Xiaohu without knowing the severity of the situation, and one of the things he had said was related to Zhang Xiaohua. He knew very well who this Zhang Xiaohua was and her relationship with Huanxi Manor. If O Yen knew about the food and lodging expenses, it would be a disaster. What was originally a small matter would become a big matter, and he would be implicated. He hurriedly said, "Miss Qiu Tong, we've finished our discussion with the escort agency. Let them do their own things. Why have you come to the agency this time? Let us hear about it." With that, he waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave. Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Fourth master Wen, the matter I'm here to talk about today is related to Zhang Xiaohu. Also, I heard fourth master mention something about the food and lodging expenses. I don't know if it has anything to do with what I want to talk about. Why don't everyone stay and listen?" Fourth master Wen had no choice but to ask everyone to sit down. Qiu Tong looked around and said to Escort Luo, "Is this the famous Escort Luo of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency?" Escort Luo was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He stood up and said, "That's me." "Miss, you actually know my lowly name?" Qiu Tong smiled, "Of course I know. Even our manor lord knows. You're very good." "Huh, very good." Escort leader Luo was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He even forgot to sit down and just stood there foolishly. Chiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohu again and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu, we meet again." Zhang Xiaohu stood up and cupped his fists. "Hello, Miss Chiu Tong." Chiu Tong said, "Sit down. Your brother Zhang Xiaohua told me to see you and tell you that he's doing well. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Thank you, Miss Chiu Tong. Xiaohua has caused a lot of trouble for you in the villa. With you here, I'm very relieved." Chiu Tong nodded, then turned to Fourth Master Wen and said, "Actually, I didn't come here for anything important. I'm just here to deliver the money on behalf of our manor lord." After he finished speaking, he took out 10 taels of silver from his purse and threw it on the table in front of Fourth Master Wen. Fourth Master Wen was shocked and asked, "Miss Chiu Tong, what does the manor lord mean by this?" Chiu Tong smiled coldly and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that our manor's Zhang Xiaohua came back with your escort company's carriage. Didn't you want her to pay for her food and lodging? Our manor head said that there's no need to talk about food and lodging, even the carriage fees will be paid to you. Fourth Master Wen, let your escort leader Luo see if these 10 taels of silver are enough. If it's not enough, tell me the amount and I'll pay for it." When Fourth Master Wen heard this, his expression immediately changed. Escort leader Luo, who was standing, turned pale and fell into his chair with a thump. Fourth Master Wen hurriedly smiled and said, "Miss Chiu Tong, is there a need for this? The Lotus Flower Escort Company and Huanxi Manor are one entity. How can one family speak of two different things? This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Chiu Tong said, "We naturally think of one family, but some people don't think so. Our manor lord was very angry and almost wanted to come here himself. I wanted to be familiar with Fourth Master Wen, so I hurriedly persuaded him and took on this task. Fourth Master, you can do as you see fit." Fourth Master Wen turned to glare at escort leader Luo and said, "The one who tied the bell should untie it." Escort leader Luo, what do you think we should do? Escort leader Luo seemed to have lost his mind from fright and muttered, that just now, the accountant already said that there's no need to pay for lodging or carriage fees. It's only about 900 copper coins. There's no need to use so much. When Fourth Master Wen heard this, he cursed inwardly, "Idiot." Just as he was about to say something, Chiu Tong laughed angrily and said, "Fourth Master, so this is the escort leader of the escort company. He really is very talented. Our Huanxi Manor doesn't lack this bit of silver. Just take these 10 taels of silver as Zhang Xiaohua's food expenses. If there's more, just take it as a reward for you, escort leader Luo." Fourth Master Wen, Chiu Tong will take her leave now. The manor lord is still waiting for a reply. After saying this, she stood up and left with a flick of her sleeves. How could Fourth Master Wen let Chiu Tong leave just like that? He hurriedly chased after her and shouted, Miss Chiu Tong, please wait, please wait. Listen to me." Chiu Tong and Fourth Master Wen, one walking and one chasing, arrived at the small courtyard. The people in the room didn't dare to sit any longer. They hurriedly stood up and chased out of the room. At this moment, they suddenly saw the guard Xiao Si leading a disciple from the Misty School into the small courtyard. When he saw Fourth Master Wen, he immediately shouted, Fourth Master, this is a disciple from the Misty School. He said he was looking for Zhang Xiaohu. I heard that he was here with you, so I brought him here. Is Zhang Xiaohu here with you?" Hearing Xiao Si's words, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Zhang Xiaohu with astonishment. Zhang Xiaohu was also astonished and stood there in a daze. Why was a disciple from the Misty School looking for him? 2 flowers bloomed, each representing 1 branch. Speaking of which, when Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu followed O Yan out of the hall, they didn't go to the outer courtyard. Instead, they went deeper into the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was ignorant and only knew to follow elder sister O. He Tianshu, on the other hand, was alarmed. How could he enter the inner courtyard so easily? He didn't know what kind of medicine manor Lord O was selling. The three people walked through several courtyards and arrived at a small corner door. The wooden door of the corner door was tightly shut. Yen walked in front of the door and pushed it open. She directly walked through the corner door with Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu following behind her. He Tianshu's eyes lit up. Behind the corner door was a lush garden. On both sides of the corner door stood several spirited young disciples. However, these disciples were dressed like the Misty School. He Tianshu couldn't help but stare blankly when he saw this. After thinking for a bit, he came to a conclusion. Sure enough, when the disciples from the Misty School saw Yen push open the door and enter, they hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Manor Lord." Yen smiled and waved her hand, saying, "You guys have also worked hard. I'll have to trouble you to bring me to the discussion hall." The young disciple at the front also hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Manor Lord, please follow me. This disciple will bring you there." After saying that, he led the way. Yen and the other two followed behind him and walked towards the discussion hall. As He Tianshu walked, his heart was secretly churning. Every time he returned to the Misty School, he had to go out from the side door of the Huanxi Mountain Villa and then go around to the front door of the Misty Mountain Villa. He thought that Manor Lord usually did this, but he didn't expect that there was such a shortcut in the inner courtyard. However, after thinking about it, it was normal. The Huanxi Mountain Villa and the Huanxi Mountain Villa were built adjacent to each other. How could there not be adjacent passages? It would be abnormal if there wasn't. But now, Yen unexpectedly didn't avoid him and led him through the shortcut. It must be because of the meritorious service he made in the south. She didn't treat him as an outsider. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity after being demoted to the Huanxi Mountain Villa to plant herbs. It was really a great fortune. However, he immediately thought of Zhang Xiaohua, who made the greatest meritorious service in the south. He immediately knew that compared to Zhang Xiaohua, his meritorious service was like a firefly to the bright moon. He still benefited from Zhang Xiaohua. After all, after Zhang Xiaohua came to the Huanxi Mountain Villa, all the martial arts she learned were taught by him. Presumably, Yen loved the house and its crow. As for the sword moves that Zhang Xiaohua used to kill people, they were taught by Yu Lao, but he automatically ignored it. Thinking of martial arts, He Tianshu's heart moved again. He instantly understood the real purpose of today's visit to the Misty School. Didn't Zhang Xiaohua always want to learn the mental cultivation method of internal strength? Yen brought him and Zhang Xiaohua to the Misty School to ask Master to allow him to teach Zhang Xiaohua internal strength. Thinking of the huge benefits that Zhang Xiaohua brought to him by only learning the incomplete martial arts, He Tianshu was very eager to try. He was looking forward to what inexplicable benefits would fall on him if he taught Zhang Xiaohua internal strength. However, it was just a simple fist technique, and it was already so difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to learn. It gave him a headache. If he were to teach him a profound inner force cultivation method, it would be a challenge for him. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's poor aptitude, He Tianshu felt a headache. Just as He Tianshu was worrying about his gains and losses, the disciple had already led them to the front of the meeting hall. The disciple whispered to Yen, "Master, we've arrived at the meeting hall. This disciple will take his leave first." Yen smiled, "Sorry to trouble you." After the disciple left, she said to He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua, "The two of you, come with me." After saying that, she led them into the meeting hall. Although He Tianshu was a disciple of the Misty School, his rank wasn't high enough. He had only heard of the meeting hall, but had never been inside. Even when he was questioned about the attack on the rainy night, he was only questioned in the law enforcement hall. He knew that this was the core area of the Misty School, so he had long been cautious and walked respectfully behind Yen. He was well behaved and didn't dare to cross the line. As for Zhang Xiaohua, although he didn't know much about worldly affairs, he had read a lot of books and had improved a lot in the past 6 months. When he first entered the meeting hall, he still stuck his head out to look around, but the solemn and deep meeting hall immediately made him feel something. Seeing that He Tianshu's footsteps were steady, he immediately stopped looking around and became well-behaved. Today's meeting hall's discussion was obviously not of a high level. There were many people in the hall. Other than the hall masters and elders sitting on the chairs on both sides, there were also many disciples standing behind them. Everyone seemed to be whispering to each other about something. Seeing the three people who walked in without any notice, the crowd immediately stopped. Dozens of gazes fell on the three of them. When they saw that it was Yen, everyone suddenly understood. However, when they looked behind them, everyone was confused. Who were these two people? There were even two people who made a sound, expressing their obvious astonishment in their hearts. When Hall Master Bai Dong of the Alchemy Hall saw that Tianshu actually walked behind Yen and entered the assembly hall, he was very astonished. He let out a soft and thought to himself, why did this kid run into the assembly hall? I don't know why Manor Lord O brought him here. Could it be that he has the intention of promoting him? Why didn't I get any information at all? A series of questions made him confused. The other person who made a sound was Zhang Xiaohua's old acquaintance. It was Wenhai who had saved him in Lu Town. As Peng's disciple, Wenhai was standing behind the hall masters with Xue Qing. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was very surprised. He felt that this young man was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. That was why he made a surprised sound. That's right, the matter of saving him happened a year ago. Zhang Xiaohua was still growing. At this time, he already looked a little different from a year ago. Moreover, when Wenhai saw him a year ago, he was beaten black and blue. It was even more different from now. It was also thanks to Wenhai being the direct disciple of Sect Master O of the Misty School. His aptitude was incomparably outstanding. That was why he was able to find the feeling of the past from the dusty memories. However, he couldn't confirm it. After being surprised, he pulled Xue Qing who was next to him and whispered a few words in her ear. When Xue Qing heard it, her calm face was also full of surprise. She stared at Zhang Xiaohua carefully. After looking for a moment, she shook her head. Of course, Xue Qing was wearing a mask. Not only did others look down on her, she also couldn't see others clearly. Moreover, with her cold personality, why would she pay attention to an unrelated child? Naturally, she couldn't recognize him. When Wenhai saw that Xue Qing wasn't sure and didn't say anything else. When Peng saw Yen bringing people in, his face revealed a smile. He pointed to the chair beside him and said, Yen, come and sit here. When Yen heard this, she quickly walked over. Yen left, but Tianshu didn't dare to leave. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, didn't know. Seeing that Yen didn't tell him to stop, he naturally followed suit. When Tianshu suddenly stopped, he was caught off guard. When he saw that Tianshu couldn't stop in time, he bumped into Tianshu's back. Zhang Xiaohua reflexively pushed him away. Although it was a casual push, Zhang Xiaohua's hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Tianshu was caught off guard and immediately fell forward. Fortunately, Tianshu's martial arts were good. He immediately held onto a pole and steadied himself. However, this caused him to stagger half a step. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's low complaint sounded behind him, Captain why did you suddenly stop? Tianshu really wanted to turn around and pinch Zhang Xiaohua's neck to explain to him. However, this was the meeting hall. He didn't dare to say half a word. He gritted his teeth and didn't move his body. He took 2 steps back and happened to be parallel to Zhang Xiaohua. All of this happened in a flash. When everyone came to their senses and roared with laughter, Tianshu was already standing beside Zhang Xiaohua. Taking advantage of everyone's laughter, Tianshu used his right hand to knock Zhang Xiaohua's arm and whispered, "Don't talk. Just stand here." When Zhang Xiaohua heard the laughter of the crowd, he was not very happy. What was the big deal? It was just an accident. Although Tianshu's face was a little red, he knew that everyone in the hall was a prominent figure in the sect. He could not afford to offend any of them. Naturally, he did not dare to complain a single word. When Peng saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since such an interesting thing happened in the meeting hall. The only one who didn't know the details was Yan, who had her back to them. When she sat down on the chair, she looked at the blushing He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of doubt. She was very puzzled. When everyone's laughter died down, Peng asked, Yan, this young man is the Zhang Xiaohua you mentioned, right? Yan smiled and said, yes, big brother. He is the Zhang Xiaohua I mentioned to you. Peng smiled and said, this Zhang Xiaohua is very interesting. Yan asked curiously, is that so? Why didn't I notice? Big brother's eyes are as sharp as torches. Peng smiled and didn't say anything. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, come here. Hearing the three words Zhang Xiaohua, Xueqing and Wen Wenhai looked at each other and confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity. They had some impression of this name. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu hesitantly. He Tianshu quickly nodded and motioned for him to go over. Zhang Xiaohua then walked in front of Peng. Peng looked at him gently and said, my name is Peng. I am the elder brother of your master and also the leader of the Misty School. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed and said, so you are the famous leader of the Misty School. It seems that you, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something but stopped. Peng asked curiously, what about me? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, you look very young, and you are also very handsome. It's not like what I imagined. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar. This bootlicking was really effective. Peng was also very happy and said, what do you think I look like? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, 10 feet tall, thick eyebrows, big eyes, powerful without being angry, hands like palm leaf fans, and arms thicker than my legs. Peng blushed and sweated. Wasn't this a giant stone cow? Then he asked, are you very disappointed? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, how could I be? It's very approachable and friendly. It's better than what I imagined. When everyone heard this, they all fell down. It was rare for Peng to have a smile on his face in the meeting hall. Every time everyone saw his stern face, they would shudder in fear and be extremely careful. Today, it was only because Yan was present that he was so approachable. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of it. When Peng heard this, he smiled and said, as the saying goes, time will reveal a person's heart. You may not be able to recognize me the first time you meet me. In the future, it will be the same in Jianghu. You can't be confused by other people's appearances. You have to observe more. The human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression turned cold and he bowed and said, thank you for your teachings. I will remember it. Peng nodded and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I called you here today because I have something to tell you. You risked your life to save my sister during this trip to the south and I will remember this favor. Initially, I thought that you had already lost your life and we were going to repay you with a generous pension. Now that you have returned safely and rejected the pension, as the sect leader of the ethereal sect, I will naturally distinguish between gratitude and grudges. A few days ago, Yan came to me and wanted me to help fulfill your wish and I agreed to it. Therefore, tell me your request today. As long as I can agree to it, I will definitely fulfill it. Hearing this, He Tianshu's heart was clear. He knew why Yan brought him to the hall. He originally thought that he was only going to teach Zhang Xiaohua the internal strength cultivation method. Now, it seemed that Yan wanted to give Zhang Xiaohua a big meat pie. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Peng's words, she was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, Leader really? Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 149. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that she was a bit silly, Yan smiled and said, yes, Zhang Xiaohua, my big brother has always been a man of his word. As long as you say it, he will definitely agree. Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yan, then looked at O Peng and asked, then, I'll say it. O Peng nodded and said, say it, I will definitely agree. Zhang Xiaohua asked without hesitation, then I'll have to ask Boss O to promise me one thing. Can you let my second brother, Zhang Xiaohua, enter the Misty School and become a disciple of the Misty School? Ah. O Peng was very surprised. O Yan was also surprised. Wah. Everyone was also in an uproar. Bang. He Tianshu fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua saw O Peng's surprise and quickly explained, my second brother's aptitude is very good. Although he's a bit old, he's really strong. He's now a bodyguard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. In the past, he practiced the Six Harmonies Fist and was stronger than the other escort agencies. Now that he's learned internal strength, he's definitely stronger. Gang leader O, please do me a favor and accept my second brother. O Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohua was acting shamelessly and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, have you never thought of entering the Misty School? You should think carefully. If I let your second brother become a disciple of the Misty School, you won't have this opportunity. Zhang Xiaohua still said without hesitation, I've thought about it, but I think second brother is more suitable. Moreover, second brother is a bodyguard outside every day and his life is in danger at any time. It's not good if he doesn't have powerful martial arts. Therefore, although I really want to become a disciple of the Misty School, I'm still willing to give this opportunity to second brother. When O Peng heard this, his complexion changed a little. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he turned his head to look at O Yan. O Yan's face was also full of emotion and surprise. Wasn't this situation similar to what O Peng had said when he had become master's disciple? The only difference was that O Peng was replaced by the current Zhang Xiaohua and O Yan was replaced by the current Zhang Xiaohu. O Yan and O Peng looked at each other and exchanged glances. O Yan nodded. O Peng smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, since I've already said it, as long as your request isn't outrageous, I'll agree to it. Qingyu, I'll agree to your request. Beside him, Zhang Qingyue hurriedly said, your disciple is here. O Peng ordered, send someone to call Zhang Xiaohu over. Qingyue turned around and left. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and let out a long sigh. Sect leader O was indeed a man of his word. O Peng saw this and said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua, don't worry. I said that I'll accept your second brother as a disciple of the Misty School, so I'll definitely do it. In a moment, when your second brother comes, I'll find him a master. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly saluted. Many thanks for sect leader O's help. O Peng said apologetically, I've already given this opportunity to your second brother, so I can't help you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. I know that my aptitude is very poor. If I enter the Misty School, I'll just be a burden to you. I'm more suited to grow herbs. At this time, O Yan interrupted and said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua, since you gave this opportunity to your second brother, then I'll consider it as returning the favor of saving my life. However, do you still remember the promise I made to you before the moon? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her eyes lit up and she said in disbelief, really? Big sister O, that still counts? In a hurry, she actually called O Yan, big sister O Yan, in the hall. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was really overjoyed. Then, O Yan said to O Peng, big brother, do you still remember what I told you? I saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts very hard, so I promised to ask you to allow her to practice the internal strength cultivation method of the Misty School. You see, O Peng naturally knew about this matter. At that time, he didn't want to repay Zhang Xiaohua for saving his life, so he changed the promise to the Misty School. Now that O Yan mentioned it again, of course it was for the sake of the promise, but more importantly, it was to help Zhang Xiaohua. How could O Peng not know? He glanced at He Tianshu, who was standing in the hall, and rolled his eyes. He smiled and said, "Since Yen has this intention, then we might as well be a bit more generous." He turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Since we made this promise, how about this? Zhang Xiaohua, today I'll be generous again. You go to the library and pick an internal strength cultivation method. I'll let a disciple teach it to you. How about that?" A big meat pie was smashed right onto Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit dizzy from the hit. He stared blankly at O Peng and foolishly asked again, Is this real?" O Peng smiled and said, "It's real, how could it not be real?" Then he waved his hand and said to the eldest disciple Zhang Qingyue, who had just returned, "Qingyue, bring Zhang Xiaohua to the library and let him pick an internal strength cultivation method." Zhang Qingyue accepted the order and brought Zhang Xiaohua, who was still doubting that he was still in a dream, out. The library was very close to the meeting hall, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the door. Since the library was called library, it was naturally a building. Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Qingyue to this 3-story high and heavily guarded building. He looked at the black plaque with golden words hanging in front of the building, and his heart was filled with emotions. The wish that he had yearned for day and night was about to come true. Zhang Qingyue looked at the extremely excited Zhang Xiaohua and kindly said, "Zhang Xiaohua, this is the library. It is divided into 3 stories. The first story contains fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and internal strength cultivation methods that are popular in Jianghu. The second story contains things that are unique to our Misty School. The third story contains our Misty Schools and other top-secret martial arts manuals from Jianghu. Since the sect leader has allowed you to choose any internal strength cultivation method, he probably didn't limit you to the first or second story. You can go to the third story to take a look. However, I suggest that you choose from the second story. The martial arts on the third story can only be practiced by those with outstanding talent in Jianghu. I heard from Manor Head that your talent is limited. If you choose a top internal strength cultivation method, it will be difficult to learn and you will waste your time. Don't look at the cultivation methods on the third story either. The sect leader has instructed the disciples in the sect to teach you so that you can practice our Misty School's unique cultivation methods. This is also his love for you, and I hope you don't disappoint him. Alright, I won't be going in. Once you're done choosing, just take out the ancient books. The ancient books here are all copied. You just need to take the ancient books and let the disciples at the entrance register them. Then, they will naturally replace the ancient books that you took. After he finished speaking, he stood at the door and motioned for Zhang Xiaohua to go in. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the library's door and then looked at Zhang Qingyue. She hesitantly said, "Then I'll go in." Zhang Qingyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, saying, "Quickly go in. I'll wait for you here." Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and quickly ran in. Only Zhang Qingyue was left standing in front of the building with a smile. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua entered the library, she saw that behind the door was a small room. Inside, there was a rather old disciple sitting there with his head down. There was a table in front of him with a brush, ink, paper, inkstone, and other things on the table. He must be a registered disciple. Zhang Xiaohua slowed her footsteps. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she then quickly walked in. Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look and saw that the bookshelves were labeled with different labels such as fist arts, sword arts, nigong, etc. He walked to the bookshelves labeled with nigong and took a quick look. He could not help but gasp. There were thousands of books on the bookshelves, maybe even tens of thousands. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He had gone through so much trouble to find these nigong manuals outside, but in the ethereal sect's library, these nigong manuals that were rarely seen outside were placed there like cabbages for people to choose from. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but want to take a look, but he immediately thought of Zhang Qingyue's words. These nigong manuals were just ordinary goods in the Jianghu. It was not easy for him to enter a treasure mountain, so how could he return empty-handed and pick up a piece of trash? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but want to take a look, but then he remembered Zhang Qingyue's words. These Nigong manuals were just ordinary goods in the Jianghu. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua recomposed herself and looked around. She saw a wooden staircase beside a wall in the distance that led to the upper floor. Zhang Xiaohua looked straight ahead and walked through the dazzling collection of Nigong books. She walked straight to the front of the stairs and walked up. When she reached the second floor, Zhang Xiaohua found that the hall was obviously much smaller than the first floor. The bookshelves were also much lower. However, the quality of the bookshelves was obviously much higher than the first floor. The Nigong books were also placed in a different way. They were all carefully placed flat. There was not a trace of dust on the bookshelves and Nigong books. It was obvious that they were often cleaned. There were still labels on the bookshelves. Zhang Xiaohua strolled and searched. Finally, she found the bookshelf with Nigong skills in the innermost part. This bookshelf was as tall as a person. It was divided into 3 floors, but it was very long. Looking carefully, there were thousands of Nigong skills used by the Misty School. In the face of such a treasure, Zhang Xiaohua also had a headache. Which one should she take? Zhang Xiaohua started reading the books carefully from one end of the bookshelf. He looked at the names one by one. Of course, he had never seen what an inner force cultivation method looked like. Naturally, he could only look at the names. In fact, this person was also right. If there was only one Nigong skill in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he certainly would not be picky. It did not matter if it was the Nigong skill of the Misty School or the Nigong skill of other gangs in Jianghu. As long as he could learn it, it was fine. Now that he had the opportunity to choose, he was naturally dazzled. Which one should he choose? He kept asking himself. Right now, he had lost his usual calmness. Luckily, his brain was enlightened by the Shuo Wen Jie. After looking at thousands of Nigong skills, he only felt a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua, who could not make up his mind, was about to turn back and look again when he suddenly thought, what kind of mistake am I making? Any Nigong skill in Jianghu would be snatched by people who would break their heads to get it. Why am I being so picky? I'll just take any one. Immediately, he laughed self-deprecatingly and was about to pick up the book closest to him. But just as his hand touched the book, he saw the stairs to the 3rd floor from the corner of his eye. He could not help but have a thought. If the 2nd floor already contained the Nigong skills of the Misty School, then what would the top Nigong skills books in Jianghu be like on the 3rd floor? Curiosity killed the cat. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer control his footsteps and involuntarily followed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Needless to say, the 3rd floor was even smaller, and there were fewer bookshelves. Each bookshelf only had 1 layer, and there were different types of books on it. Some of them were made of ordinary paper, while others were made of fur. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but stare at them. There were not many books on the 3rd floor, so Zhang Xiaohua did not pay attention to the labels on the bookshelves. He looked at the names of the books one by one. The names of these martial arts, some were mysterious, some were ordinary. If they were placed in Jianghu, they would definitely cause a huge uproar. Unfortunately, the person watching was Zhang Xiaohua, so he could only play the lute to a cow. Zhang Xiaohua had his fill of looking at the books on the 3rd floor, but he also knew that none of these martial arts were suitable for him. Of course, he still remembered Zhang Xiaohua's words clearly. He was only looking at them to increase his experience. Greed was insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Zhang Xiaohua remembered this illusion by heart. After he had his fill, he walked along the bookshelves. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the square table beside the bookshelves. There was a very ordinary small square box sitting quietly on the table. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What was this? He looked around and did not see any other similar boxes. Was it the Nigong skills inside? Or was it a sword manual? Zhang Xiaohua picked it up naturally. At this moment, in Pingyang City, Lotus Flower Escort Agency. When the crowd heard that a Misty School disciple had come to the escort agency to look for Zhang Xiaohu, they were all shocked. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing there in a daze. When the Misty School disciple in martial attire walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu, as if he had just woken up from a dream, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I am Zhang Xiaohu. May I know why you are here?" The Misty School disciple was cultured and refined. He smiled and said, "I don't know the details. I am only here on eldest senior brother's orders to invite you over. I heard that our sect leader O is looking for you personally." When the confused Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. He did not know who this eldest senior brother was, but how could he not know who sect leader O was? This was a character that he could not even dream of. Why would he suddenly look for him? Seeing that the dumbstruck Zhang Xiaohu was still hesitating, Qiu Tong, who was standing in front, became anxious. She walked forward and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, no matter what the matter is, since sect leader O is looking for you, you had better hurry over. Won't you know everything once you get there?" The Misty School disciple seemed to know Qiu Tong. He smiled and said, "Sister Qiu Tong is right. Zhang Xiaohu, you had better hurry over with me. If you make sect leader wait anxiously, you and I will not be able to bear the consequences." As if he had just woken up from a dream, Zhang Xiaohu nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He followed the disciple and quickly walked out of the small courtyard. He swung the stirrups and mounted his horse, galloping away. When the two were far away, the crowd finally regained their senses. Fourth Master Wen smiled apologetically and said to Qiu Tong, "Miss Qiu Tong, we have known each other for many years. This Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Manor are one entity. What you did really put me in a difficult position." Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Fourth Master need not feel guilty. Our Huanxi Manor has always dealt with matters and not people. Our young miss is indeed angry. I definitely cannot take back these 10 taels of silver. You can just watch and see. Our friendship is still the same. You don't need to think too much." After she finished speaking, she took her leave without saying another word. Fourth Master Wen looked at Qiu Tong's departing figure and was unable to chase after her. He could only stomp his feet and throw the 10 taels of silver to escort leader Luo. He scolded angrily, "This is all your fault." Escort leader Luo, whose face had long turned pale from the torment of what he had seen and heard today, still agilely caught the silver. He said innocently, "Fourth Master, I was just trying to increase income and reduce expenditure. Who knew that I would run into such a hard nail?" Fourth Master Wen was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at escort leader Luo and said, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Isn't it because Zhang Xiaohu is your assistant and does a better job than you? He is only an escort now. If he becomes an escort leader in the future, he will definitely threaten your position and development." Escort leader Luo blushed and said, "Fourth Master, isn't this a sign of my competitive spirit? It is also the result of your nurturing." Bah! Fourth Master Wen spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground and said, "You still have the nerve to say that. All right, when Zhang Xiaohu returns, you'd better quickly apologize to him. If he can forgive you, then everything will be fine. If not, then do as you see fit." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him and turned to return to his room. The remaining people watched the show end and also waved their sleeves and returned to their rooms. Only the main character, escort leader Luo, was left standing there with a red and blue face. No one knew what he was thinking. For the time being, Zhang Xiaohu followed the Misty Mountain Villa's disciples and rushed all the way to the Misty Mountain Villa's conference hall. Zhang Xiaohua in the library picked up the inconspicuous little box and wanted to open it. The box didn't open as he expected. Instead, it didn't move at all in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua increased his strength, but still couldn't open it. Thus, he changed his angle and used all his strength, but the box still lay quietly in his hand without any signs of opening. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right and became angrier. He shouted in his heart, "I just want to see what is inside. I just want to see the name. Why is it so difficult? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he took out his beloved little sword and used the tip of the sword to pry at the center of the box. However, the box didn't seem to have any gaps. The tip of the sword actually slid on the box. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua tried to pry, it didn't have any effect. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much patience to begin with. He swung his left arm and used all his strength to stab at the little box. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaohua was diligent in practicing his sword moves. This simple movement unconsciously displayed one of the variations. The angle and speed were all shockingly consistent. Thus, a warm current instantly appeared from somewhere in his left arm and traveled up his left arm. When the little sword stabbed into the little box, the warm current also reached the little sword at the same time. A pop sound was heard. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This is bad. Why did I pierce this little box in a hurry? What should I do? I've caused a disaster. Chapter 150. He heard a soft pop sound, as if a needle had popped a bubble. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly woke up, sweating profusely. What happened to him? He lost his patience so easily and broke the small box. How was he going to explain to the Misty School? After he took a closer look at the box, he was finally able to relax. Zhang Xiaohua had not left a huge hole in the box. Instead, there was a gap in the middle of the box. The originally sealed box had turned into a small box with a lid. However, the texture was still normal, and he couldn't see anything special about it. Zhang Xiaohua put the small sword back into his pocket and calmed himself down. Then, he gently opened the lid. The lid opened easily without any trouble. When Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look, there was a small booklet in the box. He reached out and took the booklet out. On the sky blue cover, there were 4 big words, Carefree Heart Sutra. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. This name was so familiar. After thinking for a bit, wasn't it the name of the inner strength mantra that he had seen in a corner of a book on the 2nd floor? Why was there another one here? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel angry. Curiosity killed the cat. Why did you put a book on the 3rd floor when there were already books on the 2nd floor? Even if you put it there, you didn't have to put it in such a strange box. It aroused his curiosity, and he almost poked a big hole in the small box. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his curiosity and threw the booklet back into the box. Just as he was about to close the lid, Zhang Xiaohua heard a voice coming from behind him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this small box was placed here for some special purpose? Since he had seen this Carefree Heart Sutra twice, and it was on the 2nd and 3rd floor, could it be that it was fated to be with him? Anyway, there were as many inner strength mantras downstairs. He didn't know which one to take, so he just used this to make up the numbers. Although Zhang Qingyue said that he would only allow him to use the cultivation method on the 2nd floor, this cultivation method was also available on the 2nd floor. He did not seem to have any intention of going against Zhang Qingyue's will. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Her left hand involuntarily reached for the Carefree Heart Sutra. She put it in her bosom and closed the box. Then she looked around and was about to go downstairs when she changed her mind. The 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion was not a place where anyone could come. It was a pity that she did not know how to practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength. Otherwise, she could memorize a few secret manuals and go back. But even so, she had to satisfy her craving. Even if she could not understand the contents, she could at least read the names of the secret manuals again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did what she thought. She walked around the bookshelf again and read the names of the secret manuals one by one. Finally, she reluctantly walked down the stairs to the 3rd floor. Poor Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of loss, as if she had entered a mountain of treasures but returned empty-handed. There were so many secret manuals there, but she could not practice them. The only thing she could do was to memorize their names. How sad, how lamentable. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was belittling herself and sighing, the small box on the square table next to the bookshelf on the third floor suddenly flashed with a colorful light. A colorless cover appeared from the corner of the box and slowly spread to every part of the box. Finally, it disappeared at the bottom of the box. Following that, the lid of the box also disappeared, and it returned to being an ordinary, small box with no gaps. If Zhang Xiaohua was beside him, her jaw would definitely drop to the ground and she would be unable to close her mouth. Unfortunately, this fellow was doing the shady business of waving his hand and not taking away a single piece of paper on the second-floor stairs. Carrying a dissatisfied mood, Zhang Xiaohua went down to the first floor. At this time, she no longer had the determination she had when she first came in. When she left the bookshelf, she looked back with some reluctance and secretly said, "How good would it be if I could read these books often? People's hearts can never be satisfied. There is no best, only better." When Zhang Xiaohua's feet moved to the entrance of the library, the old disciple who was looking down immediately opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes as he stared sternly at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "You have already chosen?" Zhang Xiaohua felt her hair stand on end from being stared at. She secretly said, "Not good, could it be that he knows about me breaking open the box on the third floor?" Looking at that person's dead face, Zhang Xiaohua said uneasily, "Yes, I've chosen." That person still said coldly, "Take it out and let me register it." Zhang Xiaohua's heart relaxed. She reached out and took out the small booklet. At this time, that person asked again, "What secret book are you taking out?" Zhang Xiaohua casually said, "Carefree Heart Sutra." Carefree Heart Sutra. That person cried out in surprise. His face actually had a strange expression of disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" That person immediately returned to his dead face and said, "Nothing, let me take a look." Zhang Xiaohua had already taken out the small booklet and handed it to that person. That person looked at the cover. On it was written, "Carefree Heart Sutra." Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly retracted his hand and waved his hand. He said, "All right, you're really lucky. You can go." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Is it really good luck?" My luck has always been good." That person curled his lips and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua saw that that person's expression was still as calm as water. She could only retract her hand and put the small booklet back into her bosom. After bowing to him, she then left the library. That person waited for Zhang Xiaohua to leave before picking up a pen and writing on the paper in front of him. After that, he still sat down with his eyes down and his nose down. He secretly thought, "Sigh, this qi deviation is really annoying. If the meridians are blocked, then so be it. Why did it have to be blocked on the face? Even if I want to smile, it's difficult. I don't know when it will be better." Zhang Qingyue was still waiting at the door. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, he smiled and said, "You've finally chosen?" Hearing the word "finally," Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said apologetically, "Zhang. That big brother, I'm really sorry for making you wait. To tell you the truth, I thought I'd just go up there and pick one book. I didn't expect there to be so many secret manuals. I was dazzled by the selection and that's why I was delayed." Although Zhang Qingyue was already impatient, hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, he smiled knowingly and said, That's understandable. Anyone would be dazzled when they go in." "That's right, what secret manual did you pick?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The Carefree Heart Sutra." "Do you want to take a look?" After saying this, she was about to take it out from her bosom. Hearing these 4 words, Zhang Qingyue was also stunned. The situation in front of him was very strange. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Let's hurry up and go. I'm sure the gang leader is waiting anxiously." Hearing Zhang Qingyue say this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. Gang leader O was still sitting in the main hall. It was really inappropriate for her to be doing something like breaking open a box in the library pavilion. Her footsteps immediately quickened. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Qingyue back to the main hall, she discovered that they were discussing other matters. Peng's expression was also normal. From time to time, he would laugh and talk with Yen. How could he be waiting for her and be in an awkward silence? Moreover, what kind of person was gang leader O? He usually didn't show his happiness on his face. If he showed an impatient expression, that would be abnormal. When Peng saw Zhang Qingyue and Zhang Xiaohua return, he smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, what kind of internal cultivation method did you pick? Tell me about it. I'll have a disciple who cultivates this internal cultivation method give you some pointers." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. Just as she was about to go up and answer, another disciple walked in and reported that Zhang Xiaohu had arrived and was waiting at the door of the main hall. When Peng heard this, he nodded and said, "Let him come in." When Zhang Xiaohua heard that her second brother had arrived, she didn't say anything else. She quietly stood to the side and turned her head to look at the door, waiting for a familiar face to appear. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu, who was wearing the uniform of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's guards, quickly walked into the main hall. When Zhang Xiaohu walked into the main hall, he glanced around. Ignoring the others for the time being, the first thing he saw was Zhang Xiaohua standing in front of the hall. He suddenly realized that gang leader O must have called him over because of his younger brother. Although this was the first time that Zhang Xiaohu had come to the main hall, he had after all been a leader of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for nearly a year and knew some of the rules. When he saw Peng sitting on the only chair in the hall, he already knew. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Xiaohua and instead hurriedly walked forward and saluted Peng, "Greetings to gang leader O. This one is Zhang Xiaohu, a guard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." When Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohu was in high spirits and that he understood the rules, he was also happy. He smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Zhang Xiaohu, I heard that you're doing quite well in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said modestly, "It's nothing much. I'm just following the escort leader's instructions and doing some things that are part of my job. I wouldn't dare take credit for it." Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohu's reply was cautious and didn't find it strange. He asked, "I presume that you still don't know why I called you here?" Zhang Xiaohu respectfully replied, "Yes, please enlighten me, gang leader O." Peng pointed to Yen who was sitting below him and said, "This is my younger sister and also the owner of Huanxi Mountain Villa." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly saluted Yen and said, "Greetings to Manor Lord O." Yen smiled and returned the salute. Peng continued, "Your younger brother Zhang Xiaohua risked his own life to save my younger sister. You can say that we owe your brother a favor. Just now, I agreed to Zhang Xiaohua's request and prepared to accept you as a disciple of the Misty School. I don't know if you're willing." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, the expression on his face was very shocked. On his way here, he had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that Peng would let him join the Misty School. This was something that he had never dreamed of even in his wildest dreams. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "Gang leader O, to be honest, I really hope to join the Misty School. This is something that I would never dream of, but this credit belongs to my younger brother. This opportunity should be given to him. Although his aptitude isn't good, he still knows how to work hard and put his heart into it. In terms of martial arts, he may have a bright future. And now that I'm in the Lotus Escort Agency, I can also learn martial arts and internal strength in the Martial Arts Center. I'm much stronger than Xiaohua. At the very least, Xiaohua still hasn't seen an internal strength cultivation method yet." Zhang Xiaohua was anxious when he heard this from behind. He walked forward and said, "Second brother, don't decline. It wasn't easy for me to get gang leader O to agree. You can't waste this opportunity." Zhang Xiaohu turned around and glared at him, saying, "Who told you not to tell me first? You risked your life for this opportunity, so how can second brother accept it? Your injuries haven't healed yet, but there may be a day when they'll be healed in the Misty School. Moreover, staying in the Misty School will allow you to practice the internal strength that you've been yearning for day and night. Second brother has his own plans for this matter. Zhang Xiaohua said, but the business of an escort agency is very dangerous. With the martial arts of your martial arts center, it may not be able to guarantee your safety. Io, if something were to happen to you, how am I going to explain it to my parents back home? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Xiaohua, I should be the one to say this to you. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, I was afraid that you would say it, so I said it first. I don't even come out of the Huanxi mountain villa, so what big matter could happen? It's better for you to join the Misty School. O Peng saw that the two of them were arguing, so he looked at O Yan and said to Zhang Xiaohu with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, you don't have to say anything to Zhang Xiaohua. I promised Zhang Xiaohua this matter, so what you say doesn't count. Moreover, I've already given Zhang Xiaohua other compensation, so you don't have to say anything more. Zhang Xiaohu saw that O Peng had spoken, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and also didn't say anything. O Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't have any objections, so he pointed at He Tianshu. Just as he was about to instruct him, he suddenly remembered that He Tianshu was the master that he had appointed for Zhang Xiaohua. Both of them were in the Huanxi mountain villa, so it was very suitable for them to plant herbs together. However, it would be inappropriate for Zhang Xiaohu to acknowledge him as his master. However, since he had already agreed to let Zhang Xiaohu enter the Misty School, the rest was a small matter that he didn't need to worry about. Thus, he waved his hand and was about to call out to Zhang Xiaohu when someone beside him said, Master, I'm willing to accept Zhang Xiaohu as my disciple. O Peng was stunned. When he looked closely, it was Wenhai who stepped out from the crowd. O Peng felt strange and asked, Hai, why did you suddenly want to accept Zhang Xiaohu as your disciple? Wenhai respectfully replied, last year, disciple and junior sister Shui went out to do some errands and happened to meet Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's family. They were righteous and saved people. Now that I think about it, I have a lot of faith with him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu is loyal and righteous, so I want to accept him as my disciple. O Peng suddenly understood. The matter of Wenhai and Shui Qing saving people had been reported to him. Shui Qing had even left his token with them. Thinking about how Zhang Xiaohu and Shui Qing were able to save people before they learned martial arts, O Peng couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohu in a new light. In his heart, he had already acquiesced. However, he was still worried and asked, Hai, you haven't accepted a disciple yet. This Zhang Xiaohu is already very old and can't be compared to the children that we usually select in our sect. You have to be fully prepared. Wenhai smiled and said, Master, Zhang Xiaohu is a disciple. It doesn't matter who accepts him. If you force him to be someone else, he might not be happy. Zhang Xiaohu may not be able to learn anything under that person's tutelage. Perhaps there will be a barrier between them, which will delay their future. Disciple and Zhang Xiaohu are old acquaintances, so it can be considered fate. Even if his future in martial arts is bleak, at worst, I will treat him as a brother. O Peng scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? A disciple is a disciple. How can he be a brother? Wenhai said happily, disciple knows his mistake. Does this mean that master has agreed? O Peng smiled and said, you accept a disciple yourself. It's a matter of mutual consent. Why should I interfere? Besides, Zhang Xiaohu may not be willing. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was immediately enlightened. He knelt down in front of Wenhai and said, Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets master. This bow was very unusual. It was obvious that if it was an ordinary disciple, He Tianshu would have accepted Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was just an ordinary disciple who did not stand out. But who was Wenhai? Ethereal sect Master O's personal disciple. Even though his martial arts were not high, his status was still there. Zhang Xiaohu had become his disciple, and his status had risen to the sky. He could also be considered Peng's direct disciple. Perhaps he would not be treated well in the future, but at least he would not be bullied by others. Even He Tianshu, who was at the back, was filled with admiration. Why is Zhang Xiaohu so lucky? Why didn't I encounter such a good thing when I entered the school? I really hope that I'm the one who is kowtowing now. When Wenhai saw Zhang Xiaohu kneel down, he didn't immediately help him up. Instead, he firmly accepted Zhang Xiaohu's 3 kowtows before allowing him to stand up. The people around also came over to congratulate Wenhai for accepting a disciple. Peng smiled and said, "All right, this is the meeting hall. Everyone, please calm down. We'll make up for the apprenticeship ceremony later and officially let Zhang Xiaohu enter our Misty School." When everyone heard this, they said, "That's how it should be." Then they returned to their seats. When everyone was seated, Peng looked at Zhang Xiaohua again and asked gently, "Zhang Xiaohua, I don't think I know what internal strength cultivation method you took." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out the sky blue booklet from her chest. She said, "I picked the Carefree Heart Sutra. Do you want to take a look?" When he heard this, Peng made a sound of surprise. A strange expression appeared on his face. Not only that, but most of the people in the meeting hall also shut their mouths and stopped talking. They all had strange expressions on their faces. Peng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's outstretched hand and waved it. He said, "No need. There are so many internal strength cultivation methods in the Sutra Depository. I have to say that you're lucky to be able to pick this one. Sai, you choosing this internal strength cultivation method makes things difficult for me. None of the Misty School's disciples have practiced this Carefree Heart Sutra. Even if I wanted to find someone to give you some pointers, it would be very difficult. However, if you practice this internal strength cultivation method alone without someone to guide you, it would be very easy for you to go astray. Oh, right, I forgot that you might not be able to practice this Carefree Heart Sutra in the future." Chapter 151. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She had already chosen the Carefree Heart Sutra, so why didn't she cultivate it? Could it be that he was afraid of her cultivation going berserk? Just as she was about to ask, she heard Peng continue, "You choosing this internal strength cultivation method is making things difficult for me. Forget it." After he finished speaking, he beckoned Zhang Qingyue over and lowered his head to give him a few instructions. Zhang Qingyue's face was filled with astonishment as he listened. He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xiaohua several times. After Peng finished giving his instructions, Zhang Qingyue hurriedly left. Peng continued, "Zhang Xiaohua, your second brother entered the Misty School and became a disciple. You also obtained the internal strength cultivation method. Our Misty School has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Your kindness can be considered to have ended. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully saluted. "Sect leader O's words are incorrect. We brothers have received such great kindness from you and are very grateful. Many thanks to Sect leader O for granting us our wish." Peng turned to look at Yen and said with a smile, "Yen, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Yen chuckled and said, "Many thanks for big brother's good intentions. Little sister is very satisfied." Peng laughed and said, all right. We're family." Yen stood up and said, "Big brother, I've wasted so much of your time. I won't disturb your discussion of the sex affairs any longer. Little sister will take her leave now." Peng said, "All right. Quickly go back and rest. In the future, take care of your body." Yen said, "I know, big brother." After she finished speaking, Yen called Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu, who had been watching the show for half a day, and together they left the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother, who had deeply buried his joy and was looking at her with gratitude. She smiled and nodded. She patted her chest, indicating that she hadn't come out empty-handed. Only then did she follow behind He Tianshu, who seemed to have lost his soul, out of the meeting hall. The three of them had just passed through several courtyards and were about to enter the garden when they heard someone call out from behind, "Manor Lord Oh, please wait." Oh Yen and the others stopped when they heard the voice. When they turned around, they saw someone chasing after them from afar. When they got a closer look, they saw that it was Oh Peng's eldest disciple, Zhang Qingyue. As they approached, Oh Yen asked, "Qingyu, is there anything else your master needs?" Zhang Qingyue bowed and said, "Manor Lord, please wait for a moment. Master has something to give to Zhang Xiaohua." Hearing this, Oh Yen and the others were puzzled. Zhang Qingyue saw that they didn't understand and didn't explain. He smiled and took out a few thin sheets of paper from his chest and solemnly handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. He said seriously, "Zhang Xiaohua, this is the first 3 levels of the ethereal steps cultivation technique that I obtained from the library under my master's orders. I'm giving it to you now." The first 3 levels of the ethereal steps cultivation technique doesn't have a high requirement for internal energy. I reckon that you will be able to cultivate it. However, you must remember that the ethereal steps cultivation technique, as well as the Carefree Heart Sutra, can only be cultivated by you. Without the consent of the Misty School, you cannot pass it on to anyone else. You also cannot lose this cultivation technique. Otherwise, my Misty School will punish you according to the severity of the case, or even abolish your martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "What kind of cultivation technique is this ethereal steps? Why are the requirements so high? I don't know any internal energy and have never learned any footwork techniques. How should I cultivate it?" When Zhang Qingyue heard this, he continued to smile and said, "Master has said that if you have any problems cultivating this ethereal steps, you can ask He Tianshu of the pharmacy hall." Then, he turned to He Tianshu and said, "He Tianshu, you heard what I said to Zhang Xiaohua just now, right?" He Tianshu nodded his head reflexively. This guy was still jealous of Zhang Xiaohu's luck and naturally didn't hear it clearly. However, he still said, "I heard." Zhang Qingyue continued, "What I said just now also applies to you. Do you understand?" He Tianshu was still at a loss and said, "All right, I understand." Before he finished speaking, He Tianshu suddenly came to a realization and was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed to Zhang Qingyue and said, "He Tianshu of the pharmacy hall understands. May senior apprentice brother Zhang convey this disciple's gratitude to the Grand Sect Master for his grace." Zhang Qingyue nodded and said, "I will definitely convey your gratitude. This is what you deserve." "All right, Manor Lord, this disciple will take his leave." After he finished speaking, he bowed to Oh Yen and left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, saw He Tianshu's grateful appearance and couldn't understand. She tugged on his sleeve and pulled him back from looking at Zhang Qingyue's departing figure. The gratitude in his eyes didn't diminish and she asked in confusion, "Team leader he has already gone far. Don't be so grateful. He can't see it." He Tianshu turned back. His heart was still surging and his eyes were wet. He said to Oh Yen, "Manor Lord, I didn't protect you well last time and caused you to be injured. I thought that I was already being lenient by not being punished. But now, I have been bestowed with such an opportunity. This is something that I would never have dreamed of." Oh Yen smiled and comforted him, "Your sect master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Your contribution in the ambush last time wasn't small. If it weren't for you, the situation would have been very different. Perhaps your sect master hasn't thought of how to reward you. Now that you have an opportunity, you can cultivate with Zhang Xiaohua." He Tianshu repeatedly said modestly, not daring to claim credit. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She poked her head out and asked, "Team leader what's so good about this footwork? Is it very powerful? How is it compared to the Carefree Heart Sutra?" When He Tianshu heard this, he smacked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said sternly, "One of the 3 divine techniques of the Misty School. Do you think it's powerful or not? I don't know how good your Carefree Heart Sutra is, but looking at the expressions and reactions of the people in the meeting hall, I reckon it's just a trash technique." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was instantly discouraged. She said dejectedly, but this is also a mental cultivation technique from the second floor. It's better than those ordinary ones from the first floor. Of course, there was one more thing that he didn't dare to say. Moreover, this book was taken from the third floor. He Tianshu said, if it was a good mental cultivation technique, would our sect master still need to ask eldest senior brother to give you this ethereal steps? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood what O Peng was talking about. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, then I can only cultivate this trash technique. However, she immediately mocked herself. It's still better than the ordinary mental cultivation techniques in the pugilistic world. When O Yan heard this, she comforted her, don't think too much. I'll ask big sister Qin and the others later. Subsequently, the three of them passed through the small door and returned to Huanxi Manor. After hearing fourth Master Wen's words, escort leader Luo of the Lotus Escort Agency was very upset. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. However, he had no choice but to go to Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard and wait at the door of his house. As he paced back and forth, he regretted it. He didn't regret speaking ill of others behind their backs. Instead, he regretted that he didn't expect Huanxi Manor to stand up for Zhang Xiaohua. In his opinion, Zhang Xiaohu and his brother were just country bumpkins who had come to Pingyang City less than a year ago. Zhang Xiaohu was lucky enough to exchange Zhang Xiaohua's injury for an opportunity to cultivate internal strength in the martial arts school. He also received some private promises from fourth Master Wen. On the other hand, despite Zhang Xiaohua's injury, he didn't see any loss to Yudai. Huanxi Manor also didn't stand up for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, escort leader Luo thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a pushover. In principle, it was reasonable for him to ask Zhang Xiaohua to pay for the meal. If Zhang Xiaohu paid for it, it would naturally make them feel uncomfortable. If he didn't pay, of course, he could make irresponsible remarks in front of fourth Master Wen. Even if fourth Master Wen wanted to protect Zhang Xiaohu, he couldn't do anything about it. Things developed according to his own track. Fourth Master Wen had no choice but to call Zhang Xiaohu to confront him and urge him to pay the meal. However, there was a fly in the ointment. Zhang Xiaohu actually paid the meal first, which made fourth Master Wen seem like a petty person. However, these flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of Jade. It was just that the final outcome was out of his control. Huanxi Manor actually stood up for Zhang Xiaohua for such a small matter. Even the manor lord of Huanxi Manor was angry for less than a tael of silver. Although escort leader Luo didn't know the specific reason, he still felt that there were some risks involved in backstabbing people. It was better for him to do less in the future. As for obtaining Zhang Xiaohu's forgiveness, he was still very confident. He was an old man of the Lotus Escort Agency, and an escort leader at that. Zhang Xiaohu was just an escort. If he wanted to continue working in the Lotus Escort Agency, he would definitely accept escort leader Luo's apology. Unfortunately, escort leader Luo paced back and forth in the small courtyard countless times. The sun was already high up in the sky, but there was still no sign of Zhang Xiaohu. Escort leader Luo lost his patience and told the escort who was peeking at him to ask Zhang Xiaohu to come to his place when he returned. He then walked away with his hands behind his back, muttering as he walked, "Isn't he just an escort?" However, even though it was already dusk, Zhang Xiaohu still didn't come to look for escort leader Luo. Escort leader Luo was a little angry. This Zhang Xiaohu was really putting on airs. Did he really want him, the escort leader, to apologize to him? Just as he was thinking, he saw an escort run over in a panic. He entered the door and shouted, "Escort leader, it's bad, it's bad." Escort leader Luo saw this and scolded, "What's bad? Why are you so flustered? Is the sky falling down?" The escort smiled and said, "It's not that serious. Escort leader, it's just that Zhang Xiaohu has returned." Escort leader Luo's frown deepened. He said, "Didn't you tell him that I asked him to come over?" The escort said, "I told him that. That's why I said something bad happened." "Then why?" Escort leader Luo asked curiously. The executioner replied, "Just now, I saw Zhang Xiaohu return to the small courtyard. I quickly told him that you had been waiting for him all morning, but he didn't appear. When you left in the afternoon, you instructed him to quickly come to your residence to look for you when he returned. Escort leader Luo spat and scolded, "Why can't you speak properly? Why did you say that I waited for him all morning? Just tell him to come find me. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" The escort continued, "Yes, this lowly one deserves to die. I don't know how to speak well." However, Zhang Xiaohu ignored him and entered the room with a smile. This lowly one found it strange. I walked to the door and saw Zhang Xiaohu packing his things. I asked him what he was doing. What do you think he said? Escort leader Luo said, "How would I know why he's packing? It can't be that he's quitting the escort agency, right?" The escort called out in surprise, "You're so smart, escort leader. No wonder you're the escort leader." That's what he said. That's why I hurried over to report it to you. What? He quit? Escort leader Luo cried out in surprise and stood up from his chair. He pushed the escort away and rushed out of the door. The escort leader watched escort leader Luo's figure disappear quickly and said self-deprecatingly, "This escort leader's lightness technique is quite impressive. However, the sky hasn't fallen yet. There's no need for him to quit so quickly." By the time escort leader Luo arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's room, Zhang Xiaohu had already finished packing. Escort leader Luo entered the room and immediately asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, I heard that you don't want to work at the escort agency anymore?" Zhang Xiaohu saw that it was escort leader Luo and smiled, "Yes, escort leader. I've already completed the transaction with 4th Master Wen at the accounts office. I came back to pack up and prepare to leave." Escort leader Luo frowned, "You've completed the transaction with the accounts office? Don't leave any loose ends." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Don't worry, escort leader. I've already completed the transaction a few days ago. I've only collected my monthly salary today. We're even now." Escort leader Luo said, "Actually, I'm just stating facts about your younger brother's matter. You know that I've always been considerate of the escort agency, not just you." Zhang Xiaohu interrupted escort Luo and said, "I know what you're thinking, escort Luo. This matter is already in the past, so let him go." Escort leader Luo said happily, "So, Zhang Xiaohu, you've forgiven me?" As he spoke, he took out the 10 taels of silver and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "Then take this back." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and looked at escort leader Luo. He pushed his hand back and said, "Escort leader Luo is wholeheartedly devoted to the public, so this one must fulfill your wish and act according to the rules. This one will naturally listen to escort leader Luo. As for whether or not you've forgiven me, I'm sure escort leader Luo is overthinking things. How can this one complain about the rules? I've already paid my younger brother's food expenses to the accounts office. Now that I've completed the transaction, there's no reason for me to take it back. These 10 taels of silver were given by Huanxi Manor. What does it have to do with me? If escort leader Luo wants to take it back, you should look for Huanxi Manor. It's not right for you to look for me." Escort leader Luo didn't seem to hear him and kept pushing back. In the end, Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to put the silver on the table, saying, "Escort leader Luo, why do you have to make things difficult for this one? Just leave the silver here." Escort leader Luo said helplessly, "4th Master Wen said earlier that I must obtain your understanding no matter what." Zhang Xiaohu smiled, "Didn't I say just now? This one has no complaints about the rules that are beneficial to the escort agency. There's no need to talk about understanding. Moreover, 4th Master Wen didn't mention this when I bid farewell to him. There's no need for escort leader Luo to take it to heart." Escort leader Luo's heart leaped when he heard this. He said with a smile, "In that case, I'll take it as your understanding. Actually, Zhang Xiaohu, you're doing well in the escort agency. Why did you suddenly resign? I was thinking of waiting for you to work well for a few more years before suggesting to 4th Master Wen to let you become an escort. We'll work well together in the future and let you continue to be my assistant." I'll train you well. With your departure, the escort agency will lose a good person. What a pity. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, escort leader Luo. It's a pity that this one doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it. Escort leader Luo patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder. It's all right, Zhang Xiaohu. You'll always be my best assistant. I'll always keep the door open for you. If you're not doing well outside, you can come to me anytime. I'll definitely put in a good word for you to the head escort. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands again. All right, I'll remember your words, escort leader Luo. This one will take his leave now. If there comes a day when this one doesn't do well in the Misty School, I'll definitely come back to look for you. I hope escort leader Luo can give this one some food to eat when the time comes. After that, he picked up his bag and went out without looking back. Escort leader Luo smiled as he looked at Zhang Xiaohu's back. No problem, Zhang Xiaohu. If you don't do well in the Misty School in the future, feel free to look for me. What? Misty School? Escort leader Luo finally realized what was going on. At this moment, the escort from before slipped in and said to escort leader Luo, I just received news from Yu Dei and Yu Luan from the martial arts dojo that Zhang Xiaohu got lucky and was accepted as a disciple of the Misty School. Yu Dei and Yu Luan both went to drink to drown their sorrows. Slap. Escort leader Luo slapped the escort's face and said sternly, why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't I just find out and come to tell you? The escort covered his face and said with grievance. You. Escort leader Luo stomped his foot and pointed at the man. He didn't know what to say. He picked up the silver on the table and ran out of the room as if he wanted to chase after Zhang Xiaohu. However, Zhang Xiaohu had already mounted his horse and ran off with the other disciples of the Misty School. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua of the Huanxi Manor was sitting in her room. A sky-blue booklet was spread out on the table, and beside it were a few thin pages of paper filled with writing. Needless to say, it was the Carefree Heart Sutra and the first 3 levels of the ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua first picked up the Carefree Heart Sutra and skimmed through it. She had never seen an ordinary inner force cultivation method before and didn't know what it was like. However, although she didn't read through the contents of the Carefree Heart Sutra, she could understand that it was divided into 18 levels and each level had a specific chant and taboo for cultivation. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it, but she didn't understand why Peng said that he didn't know how to cultivate it. Could it be that this was an incomplete cultivation technique? Or was it a cultivation method that could easily lead to cultivation deviation? Just as she was thinking, someone knocked on the door. The business trip will be from May 27th to June 4th. In the beginning, my notebook was intact and I could upload it, so I posted it as I wrote. Later on, there was a problem and I wrote a note for leave. As long as everyone is happy reading it, it doesn't matter if it's hard for me. If you have time, please come to the book review and comment on it. Here, thank you. 2 Butterflies in the Summer, Baby Girl, Brother Xin 2010, Love Loves Tongli 520. Hurry up and get up, Geyser and the rest of the readers. Please bookmark it, thank you. Chapter 152. Zhang Xiaohua tidied up the table and opened the door to find Xiu Tong standing at the door. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly invited Xiu Tong into the room. Xiu Tong smiled and said, "There's no need. Zhang Xiaohua, Miss told me to call you. She's still waiting." Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the room and asked, "Big sister Xiu Tong, it's almost time for dinner. Why did the manor head suddenly call me? Is there anything good to eat?" A strange look flashed across Xiu Tong's face. The smile in her eyes deepened. She said, "There's nothing delicious, but there's something very interesting I want to tell you. Come with me quickly." Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued when she heard that there was something interesting. She followed Xiu Tong into the inner courtyard. Just as she approached the lobby of the inner court, she heard the clear and melodious voice of a woman. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that Mistress Qin of the ethereal sect had come. She recalled that O Yen had mentioned earlier that she wanted to find Mistress Qin to ask about the Carefree Heart Sutra. Thinking that there must be a solution, she was overjoyed and quickened her steps. Only O Yen and Aunt Qin were sitting in the great hall. They were talking to each other. When they heard footsteps and saw a familiar figure enter, they looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua walked into the great hall. She bowed to the two of them and sat down on a chair. She looked at O Yen and asked, "Did Big Sister O call me over because of the Carefree Heart Sutra?" O Yen looked at her teasingly and smiled. She said, "That's right. I've already asked Big Sister Qin about it. You'd better listen to her for the details." "Huh, you're really lucky." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and looked at Aunt Qin. She asked, "Big Sister Qin, what's going on? Hurry up and tell me. I'm worried sick." Aunt Qin looked at the anxious Zhang Xiaohua and said unhurriedly, "This matter is very simple. It is said that our Misty sect has been passed down for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, countless heroes have emerged. Many of them were extremely talented, and in the process of practicing martial arts, they inevitably had their own insights and experiences. There were even many grandmasters who were able to create their own martial arts. The second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion not only stores the martial arts manuals passed down from the Misty School, but also some martial arts manuals created later on. The Carefree Heart Sutra is an internal strength cultivation method created by a senior from the Misty School hundreds of years ago." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She said, "Since it's an internal strength cultivation method, that's good. I don't want to pick some top-notch internal strength. It's fine as long as I can practice it." When Aunt Qin heard this, she wanted to say something, but with a pft, she laughed out loud. She waited until she drank some water before saying, "Although this Carefree Heart Sutra is an internal energy cultivation method, it's actually a self-hypnosis technique." Hypnosis? Method? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She asked, "What does this have to do with an internal strength cultivation method?" Aunt Qin continued, "The senior who created the Carefree Heart Sutra was said to be extremely intelligent. The second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion has other internal strength cultivation methods and palm techniques that he created. However, this senior had a problem. Perhaps he used his brain too much, but he often couldn't sleep at night, which is commonly known as insomnia. In order to treat this insomnia, he sought out many doctors from the sect and the Jianghu, but none of them were effective. Later on, he felt that it was better to rely on himself than to rely on others. When he got older and had accumulated internal strength, he began to think of a way to treat his insomnia. After 10 years of painstaking research, he finally created the Carefree Heart Sutra. Carefree means to have no worries. In his opinion, being able to have a good night's sleep was the most beautiful and worry-free thing in the world. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She said in shock, This senior is too extravagant. He created an internal strength cultivation method just to let himself have a good night's sleep? Even if that's the case, he didn't have to put this little book on the second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion." Aunt Qin covered her mouth and laughed, "There's no helping it. This senior has truly contributed a lot to the Misty School. Many of his martial arts secret manuals and experiences were collected in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. This Carefree Heart Sutra is naturally no exception. However, this story is known by the entire upper class of the Misty School. Therefore, when they choose an internal strength cultivation method for their disciples, they won't pick this book. This is already an open secret of the Misty School. I reckon that other than its creator, no one else has seen this Carefree Heart Sutra." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She probed, "Big Sister Qin, why don't you help me take a look and see how to cultivate this Carefree Heart Sutra? Or see if this is the Carefree Heart Sutra?" Aunt Qin hurriedly waved her hands and said, "I've never seen this Carefree Heart Sutra before, so I can't tell if it's real or fake. Moreover, without the sect master's permission, I wouldn't dare to look at this Carefree Heart Sutra on my own. Even if it's not a real internal strength cultivation method, I'm sure the sect master has already told you about this. You have to be careful not to let a second person see the contents inside. This is not allowed by the sex rules. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, this sex rules are too harsh. This way, I won't be able to know if this Carefree Heart Sutra is the real Carefree Heart Sutra. However, there was still a trace of excitement and expectation in his heart. Perhaps the one he took from the third floor really wasn't the Carefree Heart Sutra that they were talking about. However, if this Carefree Heart Sutra was really the one they were talking about, then his luck was really unusual. There were many internal strength secret manuals on the second floor. Even if he randomly took one, he might not be able to get this Carefree Heart Sutra. Instead, he went to the third floor to take it. Thinking about the small box on the square table and not on the bookshelf, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped again. Perhaps they treated it specially because it wasn't a real internal strength cultivation method. Alas. Zhang Xiaohua sighed bitterly and said, my hands are really smelly. Oh Yan, who was beside her, laughed and said, your luck is really good. Why are you unhappy? Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, I'm the only one who has good luck with this Carefree Heart Sutra. This thing might be useful to others, but I never have insomnia. I sleep well. As long as I fall asleep, I won't wake up even if someone calls me. How can I use this Carefree Heart Sutra? Pfft, the three people in the hall laughed. They had all heard the story of Zhang Xiaohua following He Tianshu in the small town. They never thought that there would be someone who would sleep on the road while walking. In that case, this Carefree Heart Sutra was trash to Zhang Xiaohua. However, Yan still advised, I'm not saying that your luck is good here, but on the ethereal steps. That Aunt Qin also said, that's right. This ethereal steps is placed on the third floor of the book collection pavilion. It's not something that ordinary people can cultivate. If you went to take it yourself, you might not be able to choose it. Today, you effortlessly obtained the first 3 levels of this cultivation technique. If this isn't good luck, what else can it be? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's gloomy mood turned for the better when he saw how Aunt Qin held the ethereal steps in high esteem. He asked curiously, this ethereal steps is a movement technique, right? What is its use? Aunt Qin laughed and said, it's really scary to have no knowledge. Let me help you clear your ignorance. This Misty School has 3 great divine techniques, the ethereal 7 swords, the ethereal divine technique, and the ethereal steps. The ethereal 7 swords is naturally a sword technique. When used, it can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It's incomparably powerful. The ethereal divine technique is our Misty School's core internal technique. It's said that it's also incomparably powerful. As for the ethereal steps, it's a type of light body technique. Light body technique? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. This was the martial technique that she had been admiring for a long time. That's right. The ethereal steps is the so-called light body technique when used at high altitudes. However, it also has other precious aspects. If used in battle, it can be combined with your fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. It will become a peerless movement technique, increasing the might of your other martial techniques by 30%. Aunt Qin explained. Ah, so powerful. Then didn't I strike it rich? Zhang Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. Aunt Qin continued, that's right. Otherwise, how could it be called one of the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques? You have indeed struck it rich. Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. No wonder He Tianshu was overjoyed when he heard that he could also cultivate the ethereal steps. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so happy, Aunt Qin struck a blow to her. However, this ethereal steps has a total of 9 levels. You have only obtained the first 3 levels, so you don't know if it's a close combat movement technique or a light body technique for high altitudes? Zhang Xiaohua was a little carried away as she reached her hand into her bosom and said, won't I know if I take a look? Seeing this, Yan sternly said, Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Yan's reprimand, she immediately understood what was going on. Her face flushed red as she blushed and said, Sister O. Seeing that she understood, O Yan's tone relaxed and she said, Zhang Xiaohua, the Misty School's sect rules are not to be trifled with. Everything that was said in the discussion hall and Zhang Qingyue's words, you must remember them in your heart. If you violate them, no one will let you off just because of your young age. Actually, you might not know this, but there are many disciples younger than you in the sect who are diligently cultivating and constantly memorizing the sect rules. You were just lucky to have some opportunities, so you must not let your guard down. Zhang Xiaohua carefully said, I understand, Manor Lord O. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Aunt Qin also sternly said, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. There are some things that must be buried deep in your heart and must not be told to anyone. If anyone knows that you have the ethereal steps technique, I reckon that you won't be able to live in peace. Even your life will be in danger. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. This was the second time that Zhang Xiaohua heard someone advise her like this. Thinking about herself, it was true that she relied on her young age to say and do some childish things. But if it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't think of her. After seeing her, she would have to be more careful. Aunt Qin continued, actually, even if you took out the ethereal steps technique, I still wouldn't dare to look at it. Without the sect leader's permission, I have no right to practice any of the sect's martial arts, not to mention the 3 divine techniques. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua deeply understand that if it wasn't for O Peng's care for his biological sister, if she hadn't sacrificed herself to save O Yan, how could she have obtained such a technique? Not to mention that her second brother had also benefited from joining the Misty School. This black-clothed old man's palm strike was truly not unjust. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded, O Yan said, Zhang Xiaohua, you must remember that this ethereal steps, if you don't know it, you can ask He Tianshu. He has the sect leader's permission. Others, including your brother Zhang Xiaohu, are also not allowed to practice it. As for that Carefree Heart Sutra, you can keep it as a memento, but you can't let others see it nor can you lose it. If you feel unsafe, you can burn it. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then how about I return it to sect leader O? O Yan proudly said, how can the Misty School take back something that was given out? If that was the case, when Zhang Qingyue gave you the technique, he would have already taken it back. Would you still need to think about it now? Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. The rules of this large sect were really not ordinary. She could only say, I understand, big sister O. O Yan saw that she had taught her enough and said, all right, it's about time. You should go back early. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly stood up to leave. As she walked, she thought, I've already lectured her for half a day, but she didn't give me any benefits. Leaving a meal would be good. Zhang Xiaohua pondered as he returned to his room. To be honest, he was still skeptical of Aunt Qin's words. Even if the senior from the ethereal sect was a genius, there was no way he could create 18 levels of hypnotism. That would be too much of a joke. If that was the case, then wouldn't the other works of the senior be at a level that would shock the ancient and dazzle the modern? And the most important thing in his heart was that he didn't really, randomly, take this book from the second floor. He still had a trace of hope in his heart. But O Yan's warning completely shattered his little calculations. Of these 2 books, other than the ethereal steps, he could cultivate with He Tianshu. The Carefree Heart Sutra could only be enjoyed by him alone. It could be said that there was an ancient, but there was no successor. The Carefree Heart Sutra had a huge hat on its head that could cure insomnia. No matter who went to the library to choose a secret manual, even if they suffered from insomnia and forgetfulness, they still wouldn't choose this book. Who would be as stupid as Zhang Xiaohua to not take a good martial arts secret manual? Of course, if there was a martial arts novice in the future, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't casually take this trash. But since there was an example of Zhang Xiaohua in the discussion hall today, there would definitely be people who would spread this story through the ages and become the teacher of others. No one would do such a stupid thing again. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but howl to the sky like a hungry wolf under the moonlight. As the ancient people said, information is the most valuable thing. After the meal, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced the Fist of the North Star and the sword in her left hand at the place where she usually practiced martial arts. Now, the Fist of the North Star could be used for ordinary fighting, while the sword in her left hand was a life-saving move. Unless there was no other choice, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't dare to use it. Thinking about the ethereal steps that she was about to cultivate, Zhang Xiaohua's heart itched. After learning the footwork and qigong, her martial arts could be considered to have some foundation. Other than the internal strength cultivation method, she could also be considered as a martial artist. In the Jianghu, she would have half a place. Didn't this mean that she had fulfilled her wish when she first left the Guozhuang house? After walking out of the forest, Zhang Xiaohua still had a trace of doubt. Where did this He Tianshu run off to? Seeing his wild joy in the afternoon, could it be that he was so happy that he went crazy? If it was her, she definitely wouldn't be so calm. When she came back, she would have asked for the cultivation method. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to cultivate, so everything was taught by He Tianshu. It was reasonable for her to let He Tianshu see it first. But she didn't see him for the entire afternoon. Where did he go? When Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the small courtyard, he saw that the light in He Tianshu's room was still on. He walked over and knocked on the door. Sure enough, He Tianshu's voice came from the door, "Come in." Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and asked with concern, "Captain He, are you all right?" He Tianshu was stunned. "Pretty good." "What's wrong?" "Zhang Xiaohua, do you see that I'm not in good spirits?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, your face looks very smooth and bright. Your complexion is very good. What I mean is, why didn't you come looking for me in the afternoon?" Hearing this, He Tianshu's expression changed. He said, "You still have the nerve to say that. Zhang Xiaohua, at the very least, I've taught you a set of fist techniques. Why don't you remember how good I am?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Captain He, what's the meaning of this? You are my martial arts teacher who initiated me. How can I not remember how good you are?" He Tianshu blurted out, "Since you know that I'm your first teacher, why didn't you come looking for me earlier?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Sigh, she had thought wrongly. It wasn't that He Tianshu wasn't anxious to see the ethereal steps. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to ask for it in person. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she said with a tranquil face, "Captain He, don't be angry. I don't know the ways of the world either. I'm still waiting for you to take it." He Tianshu's expression was slightly restrained as he said, "It's not that I don't want to take it. But this ethereal steps was given to you by sect master. I'm only giving you guidance when you don't know. How can I ask for it from you directly?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Keep pretending. If it was me a year ago, I might have believed it. But now, there's no way you can lie to me." Hence, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Ethereal Steps Cultivation Technique Manual and handed it to He Tianshu, saying, "Then, Captain He, please take a look and point me in the right direction." He Tianshu smiled. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you seen it? Is there no problem at all?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I haven't seen it yet." "You can take a look first." When He Tianshu heard this, he stretched out his hand and wanted to retract it. He really couldn't resist the temptation of the secret manual. If he didn't accept it, what should he do when he thought of Zhang Qingyue's instructions and his guidance? "Please collect it." "Thank you." Chapter 153. When Zhang Xiaohua saw He Tianshu's hesitant look, she found it funny, but more than that, she admired him. This Misty School was indeed a famous sect in the Jianghu. The way they passed down orders and the way they obeyed was not just a little strict. He Tianshu didn't dare to practice it first just because the sect leader gave some instructions and didn't directly ask him to teach. This kind of execution made Zhang Xiaohua secretly praise him. This misty school had stood tall in the Jianghu for many years and didn't have an undeserved reputation. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned and she said very seriously to He Tianshu, team leader He, I think there is a very serious problem with this ethereal steps. I need you to help me solve it. He Tianshu's eyes lit up and he said, tell me about it first. Zhang Xiaohua waved the few pages in front of him and said, I've been looking at it all afternoon, but I can't understand what's written here. I'm really confused. I think it's better to ask team leader He to look at it properly and roughly tell me how to practice it. Once I've gotten the hang of it, I'll have more specific questions to ask. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu again and handed over the few pages that had suppressed He Tianshu's emotions. She said, what do you think? He Tianshu thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. He said, what you say makes sense. This is a good question. If I wait until you understand it, the sun will have risen from the west. I'll prepare to answer your first question first. Let's talk about it after you've roughly looked through the steps. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu accepted it, she clapped her hands together as if to dust them off. She said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble team leader He. However, there's one thing. When you teach me the steps in the future, you must be patient. Don't teach it like a fist technique. He Tianshu first smiled and then glared at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, you know your own situation. I hope you won't disappoint the sect leader's painstaking efforts. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said helplessly, all right, I admit that my talent is limited, but I'm still willing to use 100% of my strength to practice this escaping step technique. Fleeing? Footwork? When He Tianshu heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, the three divine skills of the Misty School, you actually said that it's used to escape. Forget it, you should go back. It's getting late, don't sleep in my room anymore. I'll tell you when I have a rough understanding of it. After saying that, he chased the guy who looked down on his divine power out of the house. As Zhang Xiaohua walked, she was still unconvinced and said, isn't Qinggong used to escape? My fist technique is average and I don't know any internal energy. If I can't beat him, why don't I rely on this footwork to escape? He Tianshu closed his hearing, closed the door, and began to study the ethereal footwork. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to her room, she casually picked up a book on herbs and started flipping through it. But no matter how she looked at it, she was unable to calm her heart. Involuntarily, she still took out the sky blue Carefree Heart Sutra. Flipping to the preface on the first page, she first skimmed through it, but she didn't find the word ethereal, nor the words insomnia and forgetfulness. After she read it carefully, she had a plan in her heart. It turned out that this preface said that there was a spirit in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi was the essence of this world. If she could draw this Yuan Qi into her body, she would be able to change her meridians and cleanse her marrow. Not only would it strengthen the body, it would also multiply her magical powers. If she succeeded, she might even be able to extend her life. This Carefree Heart Sutra was a technique for drawing Yuan Qi into the human body. It also taught the method of changing meridians and cleansing meridians. Zhang Xiaohua closed the secret book and was secretly happy. She had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Wasn't this the martial arts secret manual that he had been yearning for day and night? Wasn't the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi the same as his inner strength? Wasn't this divine ability the power of inner strength? That was something that was even more powerful than his pure strength. Naturally, it was incomparably powerful. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that her second brother had once told her that when practicing Nigong, she had to turn her palms to the sky and imagine that Nigong would enter through her forehead. He wondered if the Carefree Heart Sutra was also practiced in the same way. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened the secret manual and flipped to the first level of the cultivation method. Sure enough, the first level of the cultivation method was written as follows. To attract the Nigong into one's body, one had to first sense the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi. Then, one had to use a special breathing method to open all the pores in one's body and attract the Nigong into one's body. After that, it explained in detail how to sense the heaven and earth's yuan qi, how to breathe, and how to open the pores. This way, the Nigong would follow a special route to cleanse the meridians and finally store it in the middle dantian of one's body. At the end, it explained that if one could sense the heaven and earth's yuan qi and was able to accumulate a certain amount of Nigong in the middle dantian, it would mean that the first level of the cultivation method had been mastered. Then, one could proceed to the second level of cultivation. Reading up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua stopped flipping through the pages. He knew that the process seemed very simple, but with Zhang Xiaohu's aptitude, he still had to practice for a long time. As for himself, he would increase his strength by 3 times first. As for the second level, he would talk about it later. Just based on this point, Zhang Xiaohua was praiseworthy. Not only was he hard-working, but he was also willing to progress step by step and not do useless work. Of course, knowing one's own limitations was even more praiseworthy. After Zhang Xiaohua finished reading, he carefully savored it in his mind. Only then did he flip open the secret manual and read it again. When he realized that there was no mistake in his memory, he closed the manual and put it back into his clothes. Zhang Xiaohua sat upright on the Kong bed with a hesitant expression. Zhang Xiaohu had repeatedly warned him about the cultivation of this inner force cultivation method. If he did not have a master to guide him, he must not take the risk and try it himself. It was extremely easy for him to go berserk. However, Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who could read this Carefree Heart Sutra. There were so many people in the Misty School, but not a single one of them had learned this inner force cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohua could not possibly go to O Peng and ask him to take the time out of his busy schedule to give him pointers. Thinking about how this delicacy was in his hands, he could not even open his mouth. The taste of it was simply unbearable. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. As the saying went, wealth comes from danger. If he only wanted to be safe and secure, he could just stay in the Guozhuang house. Why did he have to come all the way to Pingyang City? Besides, Zhang Xiaohua could vaguely feel that this cultivation method was extraordinary. Even if he Tianshu really wanted to teach him other inner force cultivation methods now, Zhang Xiaohua might not be willing. Moreover, this cultivation method had 18 levels. It should not be too dangerous for the most basic cultivation method. Since he had made up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer suppress his impulses. He sat cross-legged on the Kong bed and looked at his nose, then his heart. Following the method in the Heart Sutra, he tried the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method. Yes, that was right. It was the special breathing method of the 9 shallow and 1 deep. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, Zhang Xiaohua first breathed slightly hurriedly for 3 times, then paused for a moment. Then, he breathed rapidly for 6 times in a row. Finally, he inhaled deeply and made a short exhalation. Although the Heart Sutra described these steps in detail, to be honest, the interval between each breath and the length of the breath could be discussed. If there was not a master beside him to give him pointers, who would know which was the correct one? As such, Zhang Xiaohua could not follow the Heart Sutra's instructions even after breathing for a long time. He could not sense the qi of heaven and earth around him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh at himself. If this is the way to cultivate inner strength, how could I possibly suffer from qi deviation? However, when he thought about it, other people poured their inner strength into their forehead, while he poured it into his pores. The method was different, so perhaps the result would be different. At worst, he would go wrong and burn his skin and fur. Since there were distracting thoughts in his mind, the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method was naturally disrupted. Zhang Xiaohua quickly gathered his thoughts and wholeheartedly focused on the 9 shallow and 1 deep method. It had to be said that there was one good thing about Zhang Xiaohua, and that was that he was very single-minded when doing things. Not long after, it was as if he had really entered the state and was immersed in the special breathing rhythm. However, he did not feel any qi of heaven and earth from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was good, but in his excitement, he forgot about his own characteristics. Just as he closed his eyes and practiced the breathing technique he had just learned, midnight arrived. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep. Just like that, he fell asleep with his 5 hearts facing the sky. He fell asleep with 9 shallow breaths and 1 deep breath. In Zhang Xiaohua's sleep, which was filled with flickering lights, the flickering lights seemed to be breathing as well. They had different frequencies, and correspondingly, these frequencies also affected Zhang Xiaohua. His special breathing method slowly mutated. With the flickering lights, he constantly adjusted the speed and length of his breathing. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's breathing method was completely different from Zhang Xiaohua's own. It seemed to correspond with the flickering breathing method, forming a brand new, 9 shallow and 1 deep method. At the moment when Zhang Xiaohua's unique breathing method was formed, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly blended into an environment with flickering and frequency. In an instant, from the distant starry sky, countless stars seemed to be attracted by Zhang Xiaohua's frequency, or perhaps they were attracted by his breathing. The starlight passed through the endless starry sky, ignoring the roofs and other objects, and shone on Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. And the starlight, although it was light, was too thin to be seen when it reached Zhang Xiaohua's side. Although it was dense, it could not illuminate Zhang Xiaohua's figure like it usually could at night. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still hidden in the darkness, and under the special breathing and flickering lights, his figure seemed to be faintly blurred. It was also at this moment that all the pores on Zhang Xiaohua's body opened up in an instant. They were like small mouths that greedily sucked in the surrounding starlight. The barely visible starlight swarmed over like tired birds returning to their nests. The starlight entered Zhang Xiaohua's pores and stopped moving forward. After a while, more and more starlight entered his pores, and the amount of starlight outside his body was sucked and decreased. At this moment, the starlight all over his body suddenly moved. It was according to the method Zhang Xiaohua had seen in the Carefree Heart Sutra, guiding the starlight to follow a specific path in his body. In an instant, the starlight in his pores was swept clean, and the starlight outside his body could be rapidly sucked in again. The starlight that entered his body followed the circulation path in the Heart Sutra for a cycle. It did not enter Zhang Xiaohua's middle dantian, but continued to circulate. However, as it continued to circulate, the pores all over his body had an endless stream of starlight converging into it. Logically speaking, although the starlight was barely visible, with endless starlight entering his body, there should be more and more starlight in his body. However, something strange happened. As the starlight that circulated in his body increased in quantity, it did not become thicker. Instead, it underwent a qualitative change in his body, forming something else. This thing was clearly purer than the starlight, and much smaller in size. It was the chi of heaven and earth mentioned in the Heart Sutra. Not only that, although the pure chi of heaven and earth should have increased under the mutation of the endless starlight, under the constant flashing in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the chi of heaven and earth seemed to be refined, becoming increasingly scarce. It was actually reduced by 70 to 80%. In this way, although there was a lot of starlight around Zhang Xiaohua and it was constantly being absorbed into his pores, the amount that was converted into refined chi of heaven and earth through his circulation was still inaudible. While Zhang Xiaohua was still in a daze, the night passed. When the morning sun in the east leaped over the horizon, Zhang Xiaohua opened his sleeping eyes. The flashing in his eyes was still as fleeting as before. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up and saw that he was still in the same state, he could not help but smile bitterly. Had he been sitting like this for the entire night? However, when he jumped off the Kong bed, he did not feel any soreness in his limbs. On the contrary, he felt refreshed. It was more comfortable than lying on the Kong bed. This caught Zhang Xiaohua off guard. He thought to himself, why don't I just sit and sleep like this in the future? The early bird gets the worm. Zhang Xiaohua diligently practiced his life-saving sword moves and the defensive fist of the Big Dipper in the forest. Today was destined to be an amazing day. Zhang Xiaohua, who woke up early, had just practiced his beloved fist of the Big Dipper to the 8th time when that familiar flow came unexpectedly. This made Zhang Xiaohua's self-esteem, which had suffered a blow last night, feel a little comforted. Could this be the reward for practicing so hard for so long? Had the fist of the Big Dipper advanced? Sure enough, in Zhang Xiaohua's anticipation, he practiced the second 8 times. The flow still appeared on the 8th time. Zhang Xiaohua could finally confirm that his fist of the Big Dipper had indeed improved. However, if that was the case, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look forward to it even more. Would the flow appear on time every time he practiced the fist of the Big Dipper when he practiced it to the end? Thinking of the 18th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra last night, Zhang Xiaohua also took the initiative to divide his fist of the Big Dipper into 9 levels. Of course, the one that appeared once after 9 times was the first level, and the one that appeared once after each time was the 9th level. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. This was really a good day. Smelling the clear and fresh air, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had an idea. Last night, his 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method did not work. Was it because the air at night was not fresh enough? Would it have a different effect in the morning when everything woke up? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sat down in the forest. He thought of the breathing method last night and practiced the 9 shallow and 1 deep method. Speaking of which, it was strange. Now, Zhang Xiaohua said that he was thinking of the breathing method before he fell asleep last night. However, when he actually breathed, he was using the adjusted rhythm in his sleep. In fact, although these 2 rhythms were very different, with Zhang Xiaohua's level, he could not feel any difference. Even if you told him now, he might not believe it. Speaking of which, it was also unusual. Generally speaking, this kind of breathing method that was passed down orally could not be described in words. One could only slowly figure out the secret under the guidance of the master. Normally, a talented and intelligent person would have to try countless times just to get the beginner's breathing method. Some would even need a few days to remember and truly master it. However, this Zhang Xiaohua was extremely proficient in it in just a few breaths. He could not help but sigh. The protagonist was invincible. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know if his breathing method was correct, he faintly felt that his entire body suddenly had a clear feeling. It was as if there was an indescribable communication between his body and the outside. He was somewhat enlightened. Perhaps this was the opening of his pores? However, he followed the method in the Heart Sutra to sense the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was still a blank. He did not discover a trace of it. What was going on? After a long while, there was still no progress. Zhang Xiaohua stood up resentfully. He patted the dust off his body and walked out of the forest. Although he felt a little regretful at this time, he was not troubled or impatient. Nonsense. When Zhang Xiaohu practiced the inner force cultivation method, he had told him that the sense of qi was not something that ordinary people could have. It would take a very long time for there to be progress. Zhang Xiaohu himself had spent a considerable amount of time to find the sense of qi. Zhang Xiaohua was clear about his own aptitude. If he could find the qi of heaven and earth today, Zhang Xiaohua would not dare to believe it. Moreover, didn't he already eat the worm today? The progress of the Big Dipper magical fist had pointed out a path for him. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a new idea. In the past, after practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 81 times, practicing it again would not have any effect. However, he did not know if there would be any surprises left for him now. Unfortunately, he was not in the small house in the mountains right now. He still had things to do. It was already late. He Tianshu and the others wouldn't have finished breakfast, right? Of course, He Tianshu and the others were not as gluttonous as Zhang Xiaohua. The breakfast on the table was not finished. However, He Tianshu's eyes were bloodshot. His absent-minded action of stuffing food into his mouth gave Zhang Xiaohua a big fright. Seeing He Tianshu's excited expression, Zhang Xiaohua carefully asked, "Captain He, where did you go last night?" "Oh, where did I go? I didn't. I just stayed in the house," He Tianshu said unconsciously. Zhang Xiaohua said with concern, "It's good that you didn't go anywhere." I thought you would go out with Ma Jing. Go out with Ma Jing? He Tianshu came to his senses and said, what are you talking about? When he focused his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you only here now? Did you go practice your fist techniques again? I say, can you be a little more promising and stop practicing those unorthodox fist techniques? Chapter 154. Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. How could there be such a person? Not advising others to learn well and not even allowing them to practice fist techniques, then what was she supposed to do? He Tianshu saw Zhang Xiaohua's puzzled look and whispered, do you know what I did last night? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since you didn't go to Intoxicated Fragrance House, you naturally stayed in the house. Could it be that you watched that for the entire night? Zhang Xiaohua used metaphors towards the end. He Tianshu laughed, yes, didn't you see my two bloodshot eyes? I watched it for the entire night. It's really the best. I have lived for so long and have never felt so good. To be able to see it, my life was not in vain. Zhang Xiaohua beamed and said, is it really that good? Then I have to take a good look. He Tianshu glared at her and said, you're still young. Don't be in a hurry to look. Wait till I'm done with it and then I'll show it to you. We agreed that once you're done, you'll immediately show it to me. Zhang Xiaohua still did not let him off. He Tianshu looked around and said, all right, there are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk about it. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, go to my room. I'll show it to you and let you have a good time. Under He Tianshu's urging, Zhang Xiaohua ate the fastest breakfast she had since entering Huanxi Mountain Villa. Then, the two of them hurriedly left under the puzzled gazes of Nie Xiao, and the rest. When the two of them returned to He Tianshu's house, He Tianshu carefully looked behind him. After confirming that no one was following them, he closed the door and said to Zhang Xiaohua, you don't know. There's no need to be afraid of not knowing the goods, but to be afraid of comparing the goods. I can be considered a direct disciple of Misty School. In the past, I always felt that what I learned was the essence of Misty School. Last night, I saw the ethereal steps and only then did I know that those were all dregs and rubbish. Compared to this ethereal steps, it's not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Sigh, it's indeed worthy of being one of the 3 divine arts of Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua was confused and asked, Captain He, what do you mean? Wasn't ethereal steps a type of footwork? Why is it so magical? He Tianshu curled his lips and said, I knew it would be like playing the lute to a cow. You don't have my realm, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He, don't forget. Regarding the ethereal steps, Chief O was the one who spoke. You must answer. Hearing this, He Tianshu reluctantly said, this ethereal steps is a type of footwork, which is why it's called magical. Look at the first 3 levels. The first level is the beginning of Qigong. Ethereal steps is different from other Qigong, as it doesn't require too much internal energy to support it. It relies more on the surrounding environment and the user's inertia, so it's especially suitable for people like you who don't have any internal energy. Look at the second level, it's a type of footwork. It's a footwork that can be used in a narrow space. According to this, if you master it, when facing an enemy, you can let the enemy slash you with a saber. As long as you use your footwork, the saber won't be able to touch you at all. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide and said, it's that magical? Yes, I couldn't believe it when I saw it yesterday. He Tianshu said excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately asked, then, when can I learn it? Wait for me to take a look. After I've completely figured it out, I'll teach you. How about that? He Tianshu said awkwardly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, the corner of her mouth revealed a slight smile. She thought to herself, usually people say that my aptitude is bad, but look at yourself. Didn't you have this day too? Presumably, this footwork is very complicated and won't be learned in a short period of time. Zhang Xiaohua's guess wasn't wrong. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu's aptitude was much better. But in the Misty School filled with talents, to be honest, it wasn't outstanding. What was this ethereal steps? It was known as the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques. It wasn't something that anyone could learn easily. Even a genius like O Peng had to rely on the help of medicine to reach the large success stage. It was simply wishful thinking for He Tianshu to think that he could learn most of it in just a short period of time. However, since O Peng was willing to teach this footwork to him, he naturally had his own plans. The first 3 levels of the technique were only the foundation of the divine technique. The requirements weren't as high as the 4th level and above. The 4th level and above were the true essence of the ethereal steps. That was the Misty School's secret technique that wasn't passed on. If it wasn't a direct disciple, it would definitely not be taught. Therefore, O Peng also knew that with Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude and without guidance, it was impossible for her to successfully learn it. This was why he pulled He Tianshu, who hadn't received any rewards, into this. It had to be said that this was an opportunity for He Tianshu. After Zhang Xiaohua finished sharing her joy, He Tianshu chased her out and said, "Today, I will stay in the house to study your martial arts future. Let Nie Xiao'er help me take care of the medicine field first. Don't be lazy. Go over there and take a look. Pay attention. You can only learn it after I learn it. Don't drag me down." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. During this period of time, she went to the medicine field every day. She didn't have any intention of being lazy. Manor Master O had promised her that if she wanted to go, she would go. It didn't matter if she didn't go. When Zhang Xiaohua came to the medicine field with a head full of black lines, she saw Nie Xiao'er and the others huddled together and whispering. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they scattered like birds and beasts. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She hadn't been to the medicine field for 2 days. Why did she feel so unfamiliar? When they were eating breakfast, weren't they still talking? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua saw Nie Xiao'er not far away and walked over. Nie Xiao'er saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching and squinted his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua. His expression was very ambiguous. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and was even more puzzled. She asked, "Brother Xiao'er, what were you guys talking about just now?" Nie Xiao'er said, "Nothing much. Just chatting a little." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then you guys can continue chatting. Why did you guys stop chatting when I came?" Nie Xiao'er sighed and said, "What's there to chat about? It's useless. Drunken Fragrance House is good to chat about. Besides, we don't have any Chun Gong to look at. We're just casually chatting. Drunken Fragrance House. Chun Gong." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand something. However, she didn't want to explain anything. She smiled and prepared to walk to the other side. But Nie Xiao'er wasn't having it. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist and asked, "Where did you get Chun Gong? You let Captain He see it. Why are you still hiding in the house? You don't even come to the medicine field?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Xiao'er seriously and said, "Brother Xiao'er, when did you find out about this?" Nie Xiao'er pursed his lips and said, "Didn't you guys talk about it during breakfast? Do you think we're all idiots and can't tell?" Zhang Xiaohua asked helplessly, "Then have you seen Captain He look at these things before?" "Not really." Nie Xiao'er thought for a moment and replied, "But that doesn't mean he won't look at them now." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Brother Xiao'er, it's wrong to measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick. Captain He is one of the 3 most ambitious, and confident disciples in your Misty School. He is a role model for all of you to learn from. You can't arbitrarily judge others based on just a few words. If Captain He finds out, he will definitely report you to your hall master for slander." Nie Xiao'er was anxious and asked, "But if you guys aren't looking at those things, why are you being so secretive?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She raised a finger and shook it, saying, I can't say, I can't say. Then, she left the confused Nie Xiao air and went down to the medicine field. The medicinal herbs in the medicine field were still the same. Those that had not sprouted were still bare on the ground. Those that had already sprouted were still sprouted, and some that had already grown into plants were standing upright in the breeze. Although it was already spring, the time when everything was recovering and full of vitality, the medicine field was a different scene. Zhang Xiaohua had been reading books for a long time and had gained a lot of knowledge. She knew that the growth of medicinal herbs was dependent on age. If they were harvested after a year, they would not be called medicinal herbs, but crops. The older the medicinal herbs were, the more valuable they were, and the greater the medicinal value. However, the weeds in the field did not care whether they were expensive medicinal herbs or cheap crops. They were the most vigorous in the spring and had already grown crazily. Normally, Tian Chongxi, Ma Jing, and the others could do the work of weeding, but why did they have to use people from the Misty School's pharmaceutical hall? Zhang Xiaohua did not quite understand. Without the meaning of confidentiality, it could only be said that the Misty School was rich and had a lot of talents. They sent a few disciples who knew internal strength to weed and show the school's face. During the lunch break, Zhang Xiaohua went to the woods and practiced the Fist of the North Star 8 times. The boiling hot flow came as expected and flowed throughout her body with the moves. Zhang Xiaohua was really convinced that she had really reached the second level of the Fist of the North Star. Now, what needed to be verified was whether she could break through the limit of 9 times a day. If so, she could increase it with every level, but how many times could the second level appear in a day? Under Zhang Xiaohua's tireless pursuit, Zhang Xiaohua simply stayed in the woods to practice martial arts in the afternoon. Anyway, Yan had already said that she could do whatever she wanted. With this instruction, why should she not use it? In the end, when the warm flow appeared 9 times, Zhang Xiaohua looked forward to the 10th time. Sure enough, when the 80th time of the Fist of the North Star began, the warm flow began to flow throughout her body. After finishing the practice, Zhang Xiaohua realized that the sun above her head was setting in the west. The horizon was inlaid with endless rosy clouds. Dusk was coming. Thinking that she could still practice martial arts at night, Zhang Xiaohua gave up on trying the 11th time. Compared to the improvement of her fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua was more depressed about her carefree Heart Sutra internal energy. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but feel depressed when faced with the cruel reality. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and began practicing the unique cultivation method of the Heart Sutra. Only when the sky was completely dark and her stomach was rumbling did Zhang Xiaohua slowly walk out of the woods. Her calm face didn't show any joy or anger. Setbacks made people improve. Amidst the endless failures, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be without gains. He Tianshu actually didn't go for dinner. This was what Zhang Xiaohua found inconceivable. In Zhang Xiaohua's heart, there was nothing more important than eating. Food was the most important thing for the people. He remembered that when Zhang Xiaohua saw this sentence in a book, he couldn't help but clap his hands. He felt quite a bit of sorrow in his heart. It really hit the bottom of his heart. And He Tianshu's behavior of not eating puzzled him. Wasn't it just a mystical footwork? There was no need to be so focused on it that he forgot to eat and sleep. Of course, as He Tianshu's close companion and part-time disciple, Zhang Xiaohua didn't lack in bringing back food for He Tianshu. Even Nie Xiao Air was a bit doubtful whether he was bringing back dinner for He Tianshu or supper for himself. When Zhang Xiaohua excitedly brought his concern to He Tianshu's hut and pushed open the door to enter, the scene in front of him made him pull back his foot. The hut was pitch black and there was no light. He could vaguely see a figure leaning over the table, snoring evenly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that He Tianshu was so tired that he fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua pulled back his foot and gently closed the door. He walked back to his hut and looked at the snacks and other things in his hands. He was secretly delighted. There would be a rich supper tonight. After a short rest, Zhang Xiaohua ran into the woods to practice his fist technique. He really wanted to know if he could make the 11th flow appear. Unfortunately, after he finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 8 times, the flow didn't appear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He first practiced the sword in his left hand for a while, then sat down cross-legged and practiced 9 shallow and 1 deep. In the spring night, the cool breeze blew gently. Many of the plants were green and the world was full of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua sat calmly. In the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing, he quickly entered a very peaceful state. It was a state of indifference without joy or sorrow. It had to be said that this special breathing technique was very effective. After adjusting his state, Zhang Xiaohua began to search for the yuan qi of heaven and earth scattered around him. Maybe the method was wrong, or maybe Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude was not good enough, or maybe there was no yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. In short, after a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't find any trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, even if Zhang Xiaohua opened all the pores on his body early on, the endless starlight in the vast night sky didn't swarm into Zhang Xiaohua's body like last night. After busying himself for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't find the flow of yuan qi. He stood up, not dispirited in the slightest. Although he was still a youth, after practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra for so long, it seemed to have a trace of influence on Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind. It seemed to have such a flavor. When he passed by He Tianshu's small house, there was still no light. Presumably, this cheat master was still dreaming. After reading for a while, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Kong bed with his mind in the air like yesterday. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep. Soon, the endless starlight lingered around Zhang Xiaohua like moths to a flame. Compared to the forest, Zhang Xiaohua's 9 shallow and 1 deep didn't change. His pores were also open. The only difference was perhaps the flickering in his dream. Perhaps Twinkle had given life to Zhang Xiaohua's breathing and made it resonate with the stars in the sky, which was why it attracted the starlight. Perhaps. Or perhaps. Was it certain? No one could say for sure. However, the flow of yuan qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was real. The yuan qi that was dormant in the middle of his dantian during the day came out alive, happily absorbing the addition of the starlight. Under the flickering, it was constantly merging, changing, and compressing. If one observed carefully, one could still see that the yuan qi in the body was strengthened after one cycle. However, the increase was very small. Compared to the addition of the starlight, it was insignificant. Very quickly, after 9 days of cultivation, the yuan qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body increased by a lot. However, this was the beginning of the qualitative change to quantitative change. The yuan qi was still very little. Even if Zhang Xiaohua used his power to move it, he still couldn't feel it. He could only sigh and feel inferior. Where is the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Why can't I find it at all? After cultivating like this for a few days, there was still no movement from He Tianshu's side. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he was still looking for the feeling of qi. Without internal energy, how could qigong be called qigong? Even if He Tianshu taught him, he wouldn't be able to use it. However, accidents often happen. One morning, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to go out to the forest to practice martial arts, he saw a black shadow jump over the wall of the small courtyard. It fell from the sky, giving Zhang Xiaohua a fright. When he looked closely, it was He Tianshu with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu in shock and said, "Captain He, not sleeping will affect your beauty. Although we men don't need to pay too much attention, we still need to pay a little attention. If your face is seen by the hall master of the pharmacy, he might ask for overtime pay from our manor master O." He Tianshu seemed to be in a good mood and didn't mind Zhang Xiaohua's witty words. He said, "Let's go, Zhang Xiaohua. Let's go to the forest where you practice your fist. I'll first explain the basics of ethereal steps to you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he happily said, Captain He, you've mastered the first level? He Tianshu proudly said, is there a need to say? No matter what, Captain He is still considered an outstanding figure in Misty School. He, is that so? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. He Tianshu frowned and said, don't waste time. Let's go. After I teach you, I still need to look at the contents. When Zhang Xiaohua followed He Tianshu to the forest, He Tianshu explained to Zhang Xiaohua what he had learned from the past few days in detail. As it turned out, ethereal steps Qigong was different from other Qigong techniques. It was only a kind of technique, a kind of footwork and the application of internal energy. The reason why He Tianshu used such a long time to cultivate was not only to learn the techniques of ethereal steps, but more importantly, to change his previous Qigong techniques, adding his understanding of ethereal steps into his current techniques. After He Tianshu finished explaining, Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a long time. Just as she was about to speak, He Tianshu beat her to it and said, you don't understand, right? It's okay, I'll explain it to you again. After saying that, he was about to explain it a second time. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, no, Captain He, I understand. I just want you to demonstrate it to me. He Tianshu didn't dare to believe his ears and asked again, really? You really understood it? This is something that I've been thinking about for a few days. You understood it all at once? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, yes, Captain He, I think I really understand it. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 155. He Tianshu still had the awareness of a master. He confirmed again and again in a responsible manner, do you really understand it? Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head vigorously, Captain He, I'm sure, definitely. I really understand it. I'm just waiting for you to demonstrate it to me. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so certain, but he was still doubtful. He demonstrated the first level of ethereal steps to Zhang Xiaohua in the forest and taught her the incantation to use her inner strength. After Zhang Xiaohua saw it, she naturally couldn't use the incantation to use her inner strength, but she could imitate the movement. She imitated it right in front of He Tianshu. He Tianshu, who had once taught Zhang Xiaohua fist techniques, naturally had a direct understanding of Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts aptitude. He never thought that he would be able to teach Zhang Xiaohua in a single morning. He had already made sufficient mental preparations. But the reality before his eyes made He Tianshu's jaw drop. Although the movement that Zhang Xiaohua imitated for the first time was clumsy and unfamiliar, her posture, angle, and footwork were all correct. He Tianshu even suspected that Zhang Xiaohua had secretly practiced the ethereal steps before teaching him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, He Tianshu was speechless. Her movement was very correct and incomparably precise. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any inner strength, he would have been able to fly high. Seeing He Tianshu looking at her with hidden bitterness, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had goosebumps. She carefully asked, Captain He, what's wrong? I was wrong, right? Please demonstrate again. I'm sorry. He Tianshu blinked and said, there's no need. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went up and considerately said, Captain He, you must be tired. Take a rest first. Do you want me to pour you some water? After you've rested, you can demonstrate again? He Tianshu waved his hand unhappily and said, there's no need. You've practiced very well. Really, practice a few more times. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. Really? Am I practicing it correctly? Seeing He Tianshu nod his head, Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic. This was the first time since she started practicing martial arts that she had learned it so quickly. Could it be that she had become smarter? Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Xiaohua practiced a few more times and became even more proficient. Moreover, her body became even lighter, as though she was about to float and fly. Zhang Xiaohua became excited from practicing and actually dashed into the depths of the forest. He Tianshu was even more dumbstruck. Could it be that the ethereal steps was tailor-made for Zhang Xiaohua? He didn't even have a foundation in internal energy yet, but he was able to perform it so well. There was a hint of qigong between his steps. How long had it been since he started practicing? He knew Zhang Xiaohua's foundation. It must be her first time coming into contact with qigong. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a scream from the forest. Ouch, I can't stop myself. Team leader save me. He Tianshu's heart turned cold. Moving his feet, he executed ethereal steps and dashed into the depths of the forest. The scene in front of him made him laugh heartily. Zhang Xiaohua was stuck to a tree like a dead fish as she slowly slid down. He Tianshu walked forward lightly and helped Zhang Xiaohua up before asking her in detail. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua's qigong practice was so exciting that she was shuttling through the forest. Her steps were light and quick, as though she was flying on the grass. However, due to the lack of internal energy, she was unable to push her body into the air. But the technique of using inertia in ethereal steps was extraordinary. Zhang Xiaohua's speed was getting faster and faster. She had never experienced such speed before, and not long after, she lost control of her steps and body. Seeing that she was about to crash into a tree not far away, she had no choice but to cry for help. Unfortunately, He Tianshu was deep in thought and didn't pay attention to her. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could only make the closest physical contact with the tree in front of her. Hearing this, He Tianshu found it funny. Thinking back to when he had just started practicing qigong, wasn't it the same? He had even fallen from a tree before. He Tianshu helped Zhang Xiaohua wipe off the mud on her body before explaining in detail the things she needed to take note of when using qigong, as well as some necessary techniques. Zhang Xiaohua naturally listened attentively to her pain. He Tianshu, who was speaking with assurance, had unconsciously neglected the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was actually able to crash into the tree's height without internal energy. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's qigong had become proficient. This was something He Tianshu had not expected. For him to be able to learn such miraculous qigong, he was naturally grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. As mentioned earlier, he had prepared himself with great courage to face Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. However, the truth had greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua learn and comprehend the ethereal steps he had imparted, even the qigong techniques that he had imparted, Zhang Xiaohua was able to grasp them in one go. She was even able to comprehend them by analogy. This really left He Tianshu scratching his head. Could it be that this brat was born to run? Thinking back to the hardships he had suffered in order to learn qigong, He Tianshu was almost doubting who had the worst aptitude. He Tianshu now really wanted to teach Zhang Xiaohua some internal cultivation techniques. He wanted to see how qigong would be like after she learned internal energy. Would she be able to reach the level of 10,000 miles seeking plum blossom? Of course, there was another thing that left He Tianshu astonished. Zhang Xiaohua's lightness when she executed her movement techniques, as well as some inexplicable trajectories, had given He Tianshu some inspiration. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had casually executed, and not something that He Tianshu had imparted to her. These inspirations had helped He Tianshu gain a deeper understanding of ethereal steps. He had originally thought that he had already mastered the first level of ethereal steps, but when he saw the highlights in Zhang Xiaohua's footwork, he realized that there were still many things that could be studied. Hence, He Tianshu delayed his cultivation progress and did not immediately begin cultivating the second level of ethereal steps. On one hand, it was the rapid improvement of ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. On the other hand, it was the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. She did not take a single step forward. Sigh, it was truly a combination of ice and fire. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua had finished practicing her fist and sword techniques in the forest. After playing around with her qigong for a while, she slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Before she reached the small round gate, she saw two people who looked like guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Guards rarely came here. Could it be that something had happened? When she reached the small round gate, she saw the two guards standing there. On the small stone bench in the courtyard, there was another person sitting there. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Jinfeng, Li Dashu. Li Jinfeng was sitting on the stone bench and was bored from waiting. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and stood up. Zhang Xiaohua was also pleasantly surprised. The last time she saw Li Jinfeng was a year ago. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. She happily ran forward and pulled Li Jinfeng's hand. She said, "Brother Li, why are you here? It's been a long time." Li Jinfeng was also happy. He looked at his cheap initiate disciple. After not seeing him for a few months, he had grown a lot. His eyes were clearer, without the confusion and curiosity of the first time they met. He could not help touching Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "Why didn't you go to the academy to see me? I didn't want to miss you, so I took the time to come out." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng were familiar with each other, the two guards next to the courtyard gate walked forward. After carefully asking about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and even what was written on the pen, they nodded and left with ease. When the two guards walked away, Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled Li Jinfeng into the room. She poured a cup of water for him and then chatted with him. Li Jinfeng asked curiously, "Xiaohua, what's going on with your Huanqi manor?" "After the new year, I went to the Lotus Escort Agency to find Zhang Xiaohu. I heard that he went on a long journey and couldn't find him. I guessed that you must be in the manor, so I came to find you. However, the number of guards in your manor is much more than before. I told them many times that I've been here before and that I'm familiar with you. I also said that I know Captain He, but they didn't let me in. I was almost anxious with them. I wanted them to tell you that even if I didn't go in, it's fine to let you out, but they didn't let me in. Don't you think it's infuriating?" What could Zhang Xiaohua say? She just smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just the new year, so the manor has tightened the security. I'm afraid that something will happen." Li Jinfeng was still puzzled and said, "But they didn't have to let you see me. It's really outrageous. As the saying goes, a scholar can't reason with a soldier. Even if I had 10 mouths, I still wouldn't be able to win against them." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and didn't say anything. She thought that great scholar Li must have been angry because he was not allowed to enter the manor last time. She heard him continue to nag, "That's right, today is the same. Why did they suddenly let two people follow me? Last time when I came with your second brother, we just registered and came in alone. This time, I have to see them in person." No matter what Li Jinfeng said, Zhang Xiaohua only said perfunctorily, "This tight security is just for our safety. If it wasn't tight, wouldn't it be terrible if a thief came in? And that's reasonable. The day before yesterday, our academy lost a lot of books." Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, "You say, of all the things to steal, why not? Why did they have to steal books? Although scholars stealing books can't be called stealing, it's still a disgrace to the educated." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "If scholars stealing books can't be called stealing, then what can it be called?" "Stealing books." Li Jinfeng seemed to be ashamed of Zhang Xiaohua's ignorance. "Pfft!" Zhang Xiaohua spat out the tea that she had just drunk, almost spitting it on Li Jinfeng. She asked in confusion, What's the difference?" "Educated. This is the educated's elegance and dignity," Li Jinfeng said righteously. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Li Jinfeng took a sip of tea and remembered something. He asked, "That's right, Xiaohua, I went to the escort agency to look for your second brother. I heard that he's no longer working there. When I asked the guard called Xiao Si, he was so secretive and didn't tell me anything. He just said that he's looking for a better job. I found it strange. Why can't he tell me where he's going? Do you know where Zhang Xiaohu went? If it's not possible, I'll go look for the teachers in the academy and see if they can find a better place for him. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. It was an honor for the Lotus Flower Escort Agency that Zhang Xiaohu could be a disciple of the Misty School. She didn't know why the guard was so tight-lipped about it. However, Li Jinfeng seemed to have misunderstood the guard's intentions. He thought that something had happened to Zhang Xiaohu and that he had been chased out by the escort agency. Hearing that Li Jinfeng was so concerned about finding a job for her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua felt warmth in her heart. She had to admit that this young master Li Jinfeng was a warm-hearted person. She and her brother were not related to him at all. They were just traveling together on the way to Pingyang City. Not only did he visit them frequently, he even taught them how to read and write. He was truly their first teacher. On the other hand, Shang Guanyun and Yu Luan from the Lotus Escort Agency had also arrived at Pingyang City in the same carriage. Their attitudes were completely different from his. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. Could Zhang Xiaohua not feel close to them? At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Brother Li, don't worry. My second brother is doing very well now. He's just gone to a place to practice martial arts. He's very happy." "Oh yes, can you guess where he went?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not look nervous, Li Jinfeng guessed that she was not worried about Zhang Xiaohu. He thought for a while and said, "How would I know about you martial arts practitioners? I think I heard you mention before that he was going to the martial arts center of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Why did he change to another place?" "I can't guess. He can't possibly be going to that Misty school that you mentioned." Zhang Xiaohua laughed even more when she heard this. She said, "Brother Li is really a smart person. You guessed it so quickly." Li Jinfeng was a little surprised. He continued, "Congratulations, congratulations. I really didn't expect your second brother to have such a fortuitous encounter. I heard from you that it's very difficult to enter that school. Moreover, when I returned to the academy, I also asked the local students. They said that the school only accepts children around 5 years old. Your second brother is definitely not 15 years old." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and explained, "It's also because of fate that second brother met an old friend. That person saw that second brother's aptitude was very good and took pity on him. That's why he accepted him into the school." "Good aptitude?" Li Jinfeng said in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua, I remember that your aptitude is even more extraordinary. Why didn't they choose you?" Zhang Xiaohua pouted and said, "I can read and write, but once I practice martial arts, I'll become a completely different person. Just like before, there's no other way." Haha. Li Jinfeng also knew about the embarrassing incident of Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts. He smiled and did not ask further. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Brother Li, where did you spend the new year? Don't tell me you also stayed in Pingyang City?" Hearing this, Li Jinfeng smiled mysteriously and said, "Although I went to the escort agency and Lai Mountain Villa to look for you after the new year, I spent the new year in Lu Town." "You're back home, Brother Li." Zhang Xiaohua was very excited to hear news of her hometown. She continued to ask, "Is everyone at home well?" And although Zhang Xiaohua did not finish her sentence, Li Jinfeng knew what she meant. He smiled and said, "My family is very good. Your family is also very good." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua could not believe her ears. It had been more than a year since she left the Guizhuang house. Usually, when she saw him practicing martial arts and reading, he did not seem to be homesick. However, he was still a teenager after all. How could he not be homesick just because he wanted to? She remembered that when she went to the Lotus Escort Agency last year, she wanted second brother to bring his monthly allowance home. After that, she encountered so many things and forgot about the money. She vaguely remembered that second brother seemed to have said that he wanted Li Jinfeng to help him bring a message and money back when he went back for the new year. Second brother had already left the Lotus Escort Agency before the new year, so he probably did not fulfill this request. At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly took out the money pouch in her arms and said, "Brother Li, I have some money here. Why don't you take it first and help me bring it back the next time you go back?" Hearing this, Li Jinfeng quickly stopped her and said, "Don't, Zhang Xiaohua, put it away first. It's still too early for me to go back home. I don't even know when the next time I go back will be. Who knows, maybe you will go back before me." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly took back the money pouch and said, "If Brother Li has a chance to come back, you must let us know first, okay?" Li Jinfeng said, "That's for sure. Didn't I go back before the new year to find you first? However, your second brother went out to run the Lotus Escort Agency, so I didn't see him. Luckily, your second brother was careful and left the money that should be brought back. I already gave it to your parents the last time I went back." "Is that so? That's great. Oh right, Brother Li, quickly tell me about my family." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat impatient to hear news about her family. "Well, I heard from your parents that there didn't seem to be any changes when they left with you." Hee hee. Li Jinfeng was obviously not a very good descriptor. Zhang Xiaohua did not give up and said, "Then just say whatever you want." Li Jinfeng thought about it and said, "That's right, your father and mother look very young. I think my father and mother should be about the same age as your father and mother. Why do they look 10 years younger than my father and mother? Is that so? That can't be. I remember that when I was born, my parents also looked very normal." Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled, but then he understood and asked, "Then, what else?" "Oh right, your sister-in-law is also very beautiful. I really can't tell that your brother has such good luck to be able to find such a good wife," Li Jinfeng said with some envy. "My brother is like me, extremely handsome. Naturally, he can find a woman as beautiful as my sister-in-law," Zhang Xiaohua said narcissistically. "You're bragging." Li Jinfeng laughed and said, "To be honest, although the three of you brothers are not ugly, you really can't be said to be handsome. You don't have the slightest touch of chic." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then told the story of his brother and sister-in-law. Li Jinfeng sighed and clapped his hands. "It's so touching. A beauty accompanying a hero. It's only right. However, Zhang Xiaohua, I really can't tell. That evil tyrant is the wolf of Lu Town. He has been harming Lu Town for a long time, and you actually dared to go up. I can only say that I admire you. Everything else is nonsense. Don't talk about other things. Brother Li, let's talk about my family. How's the farming at home now? I've also farmed the land on the south slope. Oh right, how's my father's health? How about my mother? Also, did my brother have a child? Oh right, doesn't Mr. Lu also live at our place? How is he? Also, is my grandmother's grave tidy?" Zhang Xiaohua asked a bunch of questions in one breath. In the end, he thought of his beloved grandmother and his eyes instantly turned red. "Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 156. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sad appearance, Li Jinfeng immediately acted like a child who had made a mistake. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, "This, Xiaohua, really, how do I say this? I don't know where your grandmother's grave is and I haven't paid my respects." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Brother Li. I was too impatient. I suddenly heard news about my family and wanted to know more." Then she said sadly, "Grandmother has already been gone for a year. Thinking about it, that day seems like yesterday. Brother Li is a guest from afar and isn't very familiar with our family. Father and mother naturally wouldn't tell you these things. If they really did ask you to pay your respects, it would definitely be neglectful." Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, "Yes, I don't think I saw anything black and white at home, so I didn't think in that direction. If I had met you two when I returned home before the new year and you two reminded me, I might have been able to help you take a look." Then he said, your eldest brother seems to know what's on your mind. He told me to tell you that you don't have to worry about the land on the hillside. He helped you look after it well. That land seems to be very fertile and has already been harvested. The harvest is a bit higher than other lands. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was slightly happy and said, "Really? I opened up that land bit by bit. It's not a waste of my hard work to have such a good harvest." "That's right. Also, your family's harvest last year was very good. It's enough for this year's consumption. Your father went to Lu Town to sell a lot before the new year and really made a lot of money." He. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about her family's wealth, she was naturally happy. Li Jinfeng thought for a moment and then said, "As for your eldest brother's child, I haven't seen him. Looking at your sister-in-law, she doesn't seem to be pregnant either. The two of them have been married for a year. Why don't they work harder?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little indignant when she thought of hugging her little nephew. Li Jinfeng was amused when he heard this. He flicked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry? I see that your brother and sister-in-law have a good relationship. It's only a matter of time before they have a child in the family." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her aching head and said with grievance, "I'm also concerned about the next generation of the Zhang family. Learning martial arts should start from a young age. I can't let my little nephew lose at the starting line. I also have to plan for a rainy day." "Don't, you should practice your martial arts first." Li Jinfeng was a bit speechless and said, "How can you be in charge of educating children? Moreover, don't you have old Master Lu in your family? He's a man of great knowledge. Under his influence, I reckon that your future in literature will be better than your half-baked martial arts." "That's right, this old Master Lu is really amazing. As the ancients say, there are sages in the world who live in seclusion in the mountains." "I didn't think so. This time I went to your family and talked with this old Master Lu. Only then did I know that this saying was true. Old Mr. Lu's knowledge isn't any worse than the old pedants of our academy. I really admire you." "Is that so? I just found out." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "My sister-in-law's father is naturally amazing. Moreover, my sister-in-law's knowledge is also very good. In the past, I didn't spend much time with her and didn't realize it. But in that short period of time, my sister-in-law gave me a lot of advice. I firmly remembered many of her words in my heart. Now that I've read books and compared them with what she said, I found that those words were penetrating insights." Li Jinfeng felt a wave of yearning and said sadly, "Like father, like daughter. It's probably like that. It's a pity that I didn't talk much with your sister-in-law and didn't experience her elegance." "That's right, does your sister-in-law have a younger sister?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "She doesn't have a direct younger sister. But, she has a younger cousin." "Is that so?" Li Jinfeng's eyes lit up and asked, "What's her name? Does she have an engagement?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Her name is Lu Yeye. She lives in Bali Valley. As for an engagement, how would I know? Next time when you go back, you can ask around. But, I have to tell you in advance." Li Jinfeng said blankly, "What are you trying to say?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled strangely and said, "Sister Yeye doesn't seem to be as beautiful as Sister Qiutong. Also, Mr. Lu's younger brother is a butcher who slaughters pigs. He's very fierce to people." When Li Jinfeng heard this, he looked around and said seriously, "Xiaohua, you misunderstood me. I'm just concerned about you and want to know more about your living environment. Whether or not Miss Lu Yeye is beautiful, what does it have to do with me? Don't you think so? Oh yes, your sister-in-law is so beautiful. There's no reason that her younger cousin can't even compare to Qiutong. It's really strange." Looking at Li Jinfeng's expression, Zhang Xiaohua was a little amused. She continued to ask, "Brother Li, don't think about other things. Tell me more about your family." Li Jinfeng continued, "That's right, the money that your second brother gave me, I gave it all to your parents. When they received the money, they were so happy that tears fell from their eyes. They only kept saying, "Child has grown up, child has grown up." I knew that there was also your monthly allowance in it, so I told them. But I didn't know that it was better if I didn't say it. They cried even more when they heard it. Zhang Xiaohua also felt a little sad. I saw that they missed you, so I told them about the interesting stories of you practicing martial arts and learning how to read and write. Only then did they feel more at ease. Oh right, I didn't tell them about your injuries. I thought that if I told them, they would definitely rush to Pingyang City overnight to drag you back. Huh, how's your right hand now? Don't let them see any clues when you go back. Zhang Xiaohua raised her right hand and made a few flexing and stretching movements nimbly. She said, "It's already fine. I should be able to recover after some time. I believe that father and mother won't be able to tell." Li Jinfeng nodded and said, "Old Master Lu was also very happy to hear that you were enlightened. They even asked why you didn't write a letter home since you could read and write now. I could only say that I left in a hurry and didn't meet with you." At this point, Li Jinfeng took out a letter from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. He said, "Your sister-in-law wrote this for you." Zhang Xiaohua snatched it over and scolded, "Brotherly, why did you only take it out now?" Li Jinfeng chuckled and said, "Good things only appear at the most crucial time." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to open the unsealed letter. There were several pages full of beautiful handwriting. When Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully, it was written in the tone of her parents. It must be the result of a collaboration between the family. The letter contained trivial matters of the family and the village. More importantly, it contained her parents' reminders and longing for the two of them. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she read it. As the saying goes, a letter from home is worth 10,000 pieces of gold. It was true. Zhang Xiaohua finished reading it carefully and kept it carefully in her chest. Just when she was about to speak, Li Jinfeng spoke and said solemnly, "Also, Zhang Xiaohua, your parents asked me to pass a message to you and your second brother." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "What message can't they say in a letter?" Li Jinfeng nodded and said, "Your parents asked me to personally tell you that if you don't mix well in the city and get bullied, go back to the Guizhuang house. Your parents will always be at home waiting for you to come back." Hearing such simple words, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately blurred. He nodded desperately and said, "I know, brotherly. Thank you." When Zhang Xiaohua's mood calmed down a little, he cheerfully said, "Let's go, brotherly. Let's go find my second brother. He must also want to know about the family." However, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua ran out of the hut, she stopped. She had been to the Misty School once, but it was taken by O Yan through the inner courtyard of the Huanqi villa. She knew that it must be O Yan's special passage, and she might not be able to use it. But if she and Li Jinfeng directly went in through the front door of the Misty Mountain Villa, would the guards let her in? This was really a problem. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua patted the back of her head and smiled. There was a disciple of the Misty School next to her. She could just open her mouth and ask. Zhang Xiaohua moved to the door of He Tianshu's room. The door was not closed and was half open. He Tianshu in the room held his chin with one hand and seemed to be thinking. Zhang Xiaohua went to the door and knocked on the door frame, but it didn't arouse He Tianshu's attention. She had no choice but to go in directly. Only when she was in front of He Tianshu did he wake up. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Captain He, is this the awareness of a martial arts expert? Isn't it said that after practicing martial arts to a certain extent, one's eyes and ears will be alert? I'm already in front of you, and you only noticed it now?" He Tianshu still looked dispirited as he replied, "There is such a saying. It is to be able to sense movements within a certain range. However, I am still far from reaching that level. Moreover, you see, this footwork is really hard to understand. I have practiced it many times, but it has no effect." With that said, he wanted to pass the ethereal steps cultivation technique to him. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Captain He, I'll leave this kind of profound research to you. Once you've comprehended it, you can teach me. When He Tianshu heard this, he took back the technique and asked in puzzlement, then why did you run away? Zhang Xiaohua then told him that she wanted to go to the Misty School to look for her second brother. When He Tianshu heard this, he smiled and said, that's easy. You don't have to worry about the small paths in the inner courtyard. It seems that Mingsue Hall's Hall Master Qin has never walked by himself. I usually go through the front door when I go back. However, I have the Misty School's token. You can go to the guard of Huanxi Manor to get another token. Take that to the side door of Ethereal Manor. It should be able to be used. But I'm not alone. Li Jinfeng and Brother Li want to go with me to see my second brother. The Huanxi Manor's token can only be used by one person. You can't bring anyone. Then what should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. Li Jinfeng had come all the way to his house to take the money that he and his brother had saved. He had even sent a letter to him just to see Zhang Xiaohu. His request wasn't too high, right? How could he not satisfy this request of his? He Tianshu asked, Li Jinfeng? Is he the scholar who came to see you with your second brother last time? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. Well, I happen to want to have a rest. Why don't I take you there? My token can only take one person. After that, He Tianshu stretched and stood up. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He Tianshu went out and greeted Li Jinfeng. Then he took the two people to Ethereal Manor. The three people went out of Huanxi Manor and soon came to the avenue facing Ethereal Manor. Looking at the broad avenue, Zhang Xiaohua felt that things had changed. However, he still took firm steps. Under the archway of Ethereal Manor, it was still solemn. Several young people in neat clothes stood there. There was no one else on the avenue. The guards saw them from afar. However, they were not as alert as when Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu came for the first time. After all, He Tianshu walked in front of the three people. He had walked through the archway many times. When they got close, a guard stopped them as usual and asked with a smile, Captain He, are you going back to the sect again? He Tianshu cupped his hands and said, Brother, this time I'm bringing a friend to visit a brother in the sect. The man nodded and said, Yes. Captain He, please take out your token and make a registration. I just don't know who this friend is going to see. I've done it before and I know what to do. He Tianshu said with a smile, My friend is a scholar from the academy in Pingyang City. He wants to visit Zhang Xiaohu. However, I'm not sure which hall this Zhang Xiaohu belongs to. Zhang Xiaohu? Why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. However, Captain He, you've put me in a difficult position. How can you not know which hall he belongs to? Could it be that he's a child who just joined the sect? He Tianshu explained, Brother, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu just joined the sect, so I really don't know where he is. He's actually a famous figure in the Jianghu. I'm really ignorant. The guard blushed a little. At this moment, a young guard who could not stand it quietly came over and whispered into his ear, Captain, you went out for a while and may not know about these things. This Zhang Xiaohu is the person who is being talked about in the sect. He's the one we told you about yesterday. He's almost 20 years old and his martial arts are very sloppy. He didn't rely on his own abilities. He only joined our sect because he knows the manor head of Huanxi Mountain Village and relied on his connections. Oh. The guards suddenly understood and nodded slightly. He then looked at He Tianshu with contempt and said, Captain He, this brother of yours is very powerful. You have to learn from him. To be honest, look at how miserable you are in the pharmacy hall. You were even sent to Huanxi Mountain Village. Look at you, you didn't manage to establish a relationship with the manor head for such a long time. Instead, someone else took advantage of you. He Tianshu heard this and was stunned on the spot. He asked in confusion, Brother, what do you mean? We're familiar with each other. Can you make it clear? That person smiled and declined, Captain you've already said this. Then do you want to make it clear? Wouldn't it be boring if you said too much? Tianshu of course would not accept it. He pulled that person to the side and said, "Brother, didn't you just say that you want me to learn? Look, if you don't make it clear, how can I learn?" That person saw that he could not refuse and whispered in Tianshu's ear, "Captain you've been staying in Huanxi Mountain Village all this time. Maybe you don't know these things. I also just came back from outside. As soon as I came back, I heard a few of my brothers chattering. They said that a few days ago, a lucky bastard came to our sect. He borrowed the glory of Manor Lord O and didn't pass the test. However, he was personally accepted into the sect by the sect master. He even became senior martial brother Wen Wenhai's disciple. Think about it, Captain This senior Wen Wenhai is the sect leader's direct disciple. He hasn't accepted any disciples yet. Who knows how many disciples are eyeing this position? Say, this Zhang Xiaohu is so old and his martial arts are sloppy. Just based on his relationship with Manor Head O, he got such a big advantage. How can the disciples be convinced? Ah! Tianshu cried out in surprise. He turned around and saw that Zhang Xiaohua's face was also full of anger. He said, "Brother, how can there be such a rumor? I know about the matter of Zhang Xiaohu entering our Misty School. It doesn't seem like what you're saying." It's not like this? That person also felt strange and said, "You actually know the specific situation? What is going on? However, even if you know the truth now, it's useless. All kinds of rumors have already spread throughout the Misty School. I don't know which version is true and which is false. Maybe what you heard is also false? What I said is absolutely true. I was there at the time." Tianshu said solemnly. "Come on, brother. It's obvious that you're lying." That person was a little disapproving as he waved his hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohu's entry into the ethereal sect was personally decided by the sect master in the meeting hall. What qualifications do you have to enter the meeting hall?" Tianshu was speechless. That guard's words were really reasonable. If he didn't want to be Zhang Xiaohua's master, how could he have the qualifications to enter the sect leader's office? This kind of thing couldn't be explained clearly to others. Tianshu could only pat that guard's shoulder and said, "Brother, public opinion can melt gold. Some things aren't as simple as you think. I can't explain the specifics to you. Since you told me the truth just now, I'll give you a piece of advice. Since this matter involves the sect leader, it's naturally better not to talk about it." That guard thoughtfully nodded. Tianshu then brought Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng, who had finished their registration, into the archway and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Just as they passed the archway, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but say to Tianshu, "Captain how can they say such nonsense? My second brother was able to enter the Misty School because sect leader O personally agreed to it. How can they say such nonsense?" Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, in this place where there are only people, there will be jianghu and conflicts. Think about it, being sect leader O's direct disciple is a position that any Misty School disciple would covet. Zhang Xiaohu isn't a disciple that was trained from a young age. His sudden appearance naturally makes people jealous. If your second brother can't even deal with this setback, I believe that sect leader will look down on him. Please add it to your collection, thank you. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.